She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Compass Winter Series. It's time for the playoffs, Ted. It's time for the playoffs. The action just keep getting better in this tournament as the best teams have now made their way into a knockout stage. And I couldn't be more excited. We've got some great teams and matches ahead of us. Ted, what are your thoughts about today?
I mean, I'm excited. I have my cup of coffee by my side.
Nice.
It's a morning set of Counter-Strike games. I think we're starting at the earliest out of every single other TO in Europe right now. So we're bringing the action here nice and early, and I really can't wait to get into the swing of things.
Absolutely. We've got three best of three matches that we have in store for you at the first stage of the playoffs here before the invited teams get to play. It would have been four, but there was a forfeit in the middle. It's Cybershark versus Kono up first. Bad news, Eagles and Forza Reload later on this afternoon. And for the last match of the day, it's Chimera versus Dynamo Eclot. I mean, look, all of these teams have made it into the playoffs one way or the other, but the seeding starts to appear, right? Where the teams that did have the better score get to play against the weakest ones, and I think that's the theme that we already see from the first one. Cybershark getting a nice 3-0 lead in the main swish, and Kono being 3-2 will have to play up against them. So it's the top one seed versus the lowest seed, if you will, from the Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a bit of a grudge match as well, right? Not only that the two teams come out of the CAS region, but even after the qualification game for Kono that they won the most recent one in the main Swiss, they said that they would want to play against Cybershock, right? In an interview with the captain CJ, he said, well, there's actually one team that I want to be playing in the playoffs, and that is probably Cybershock, and those are the guys that we want to take down. They're from the same region. They already took us down in the main Swiss, and we want to go for their heads. And on the other side of the server, you have a Cybershock team that has been rejuvenated, right? Bringing Glowin and Blixie, obviously Glowin from the Nine Pandas and Blixie from the Aurora Academy at the start of this year. Feels like a Spyro, the new lifeline into this team, and they have been playing some decent Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I think Glowing has to be the highlight player out of all of that, right? The fact that he's been playing so well, the fragging IGL, really making waves within this Cybershock roster, and I feel like it's just a wave of improvement overall. We're starting to see a trend of better match results, getting some wins, some important ones as well. I think if you look at their Swiss stage, you only see clean victories, apart from the one against Kono, where it was a 2-1, right? The rest of the ones were clean sweeps with 2-0s all across the board. So, yeah, if they can keep this up, I think they're gonna show up here. But obviously, like we said, I feel like Kono is the type of team that will be able to give them quite a bit of a fight. If you can kind of give that comparison between the teams that qualified with the lower seeds of that Swiss stage, I think Kono is one of the most dangerous ones.
Yeah, the best news is Glowin isn't even the IGL, so he can focus only on shooting, or at least to my knowledge. I'm not sure if he is, but I would be surprised if he was. Thing is, there is a pretty similar storyline to I guess with Kono to the one of Cybershock, where you pick up Glowin, he's coming in from a bit of a higher level, and then he feels like the big fragger, and he is the big star of the show now that he's playing with a couple younger and less experienced guys. We have a similar story with Captain Kurtko on the other side, right? We're going to take a look at the Kono lineup any moment now, and here it's a bit of a different direction that they're taking. They're going for a really young and unexperienced IGL in CJ, and then you bring in another player that is not known to the mass scene as much from his days on TNO in Zogan. Captain Kirk is coming in from Bait. Amster and Sotovsky are staying here, and of course, those two have always been on Kono. They were on Eneda before that. They were on, if you want to go as back as 2021, EC Kiev. They've been together for such a long time. But the thing is, with this team, you're going in for a new, fresh direction with Captain Kirk not being a supportive element, but being a star, and putting all your eggs into the basket of an in-game leader that the international scene hasn't seen a lot of. But that Kono team has been playing some good Counter-Strike lately, even more consistent than their counterparts in today's matchup. They've won 6 out of their last 7 best of 3s, which I think, quite frankly, on this level of competition is really impressive.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're pretty dangerous. And I think you hit the nail on the head there with Captain Kirk, the fact that the impact that he brings now, transitioning as a, the star of the show player. And I think that reflects a lot in his opening kill capacity. The fact that he can just explode, have such a big success rate when it comes to those first engagements, come out on top, build a space for his team. I feel like overall, his impact is just evident. You can't just ignore it. It's not, behind the scenes impact. So overall, you're starting to see that success. It starts to reflect onto the map pool as well. They get a lot more percentage wins, and you slowly but surely feel a little bit more comfort when it comes to these map picks. They don't really have that much of a weakness on an individual map.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. We're probably gonna get into the veto any moment now, and this is where it gets really interesting because those two teams faced off against each other in the main Swiss stage as well, right?
Yeah.
So when we're talking about maps, we're talking about mind games in a way, because last time around both teams actually lost their map picks, right? Cybershock went for a nuke. It didn't work out for them, but then they were able to win the series on the back of really one-sided performances on both Ancient and Mirage. So right now, if you are Kono, you might be after switching things up a little bit. Although I'm not really sure if you can put your money on the fact that, again, you're going to be able to win your opponent's map pick. So there's a pretty interesting dynamic going into this one.
There is. You'll want to wonder if there's going to be a repeat or there's going to be a bit of a straying away from them. And that's kind of what we'll want to be seeing. We'll be diving into the veto, as it did pop up a little bit. It teased us, but now it's, appearing on our screen. First 2 bans going to be Anubis and Inferno. So we won't be seeing that. So far, it follows a trend of last time, the insta bans. It's more about that first pick. It's going to be Train that comes out first. That's a bit of a change from Kono. Mirage up next, which was the decider of the previous head-to-head, which Cyberchoke were able to win 13-6. Now, I wonder if the ban of Nuke will come out here. No, it's Dasu from Kono. Nuke ban from Cybershock, which was the win of Kono last time around in Ancient. So 2 maps are the same, different order. Train is the new addition.
Yeah, this is interesting. I love that from Kono, by the way. I'm loving that from CJ and Kurt, and this entire approach excites me, right? As I told you, I don't feel like if you're a Kono, you can put your money on the fact that Cybershock is necessarily going to pick into a map that you're going to win once again, right? Cybershock's vetoes have been pretty solid the last couple of weeks, so I feel like if you are Kono, you better look for a punishment pick, right? You better look for something that's a sure thing in such an even matchup. And the fact that you've gone for a Train, they've won, I think, their last 4 trains in a row. And I might have not been expecting this because they haven't been playing against teams that are of the level of Cybershock, but their Train was looking solid in the majority of those games. And then if you look at the Train of Cybershock, there's some mixed results against some higher level teams, I want to say. A really close loss against Bedboom is one that I caught actually, I think it was yesterday in the PGL Bucharest close qualifier, and that was an exciting one. So yeah, I actually love the fact that Train is making its way into the veto, because I feel like we're getting 3 maps on which on a good day both those teams could be really good, and that's the reason this entire matchup in general is such a good one for us and such an exciting one to watch, because those teams just like the same maps pretty much, and I feel like it's all gonna go down to who knows the other better, or well, let's rephrase that, because they both know each other really well.
They do.
Who's gonna be feeling better on the day and is gonna have better preparation going into a set matchup.
Indeed, it's a similar dynamic. 2 rosters from the same region, 2 young, rosters by majority, right? Where they have individual players within that have that experience that can bring to the table, with the likes of Captain Kirk and Glowing on the other side. So it's going to be interesting. Like we said, these 2 teams have had a history. It's not just the match that they played in the Swiss stage, but series before that, and the fact that they now need to knock one another out of the tournament, it just adds more stakes, and it will be a testament to see how quickly they can just be online and be hitting on all 4 cylinders. All right, Ted, I've got a question for you here. What do you think are the prerequisites here for Kono to, perform off the rip, given that I think many would consider them the underdog, given the history, although I think it's a little bit closer than that. What do you think should work for them early on for them to have the best chances possible to win this?
I think the best thing that could happen is for CJ to feel like he's smashing it out the bat with the calls, right? When you're a young game leader and you're going into a game that you even feel like it's a bit of a grudge match, right? You take it a little bit personally, which is the only, I guess, deduction that we can make on the back of the interview that we had with him a couple weeks ago. I think it's really important for you. It's like if you want to make a reference to a football matchup, the first couple passes are the most important ones, right? Especially when you're the captain, especially when you're one of the main people on the team. So if you're a CJ and you go into the game and you make a couple calls and everything starts going nicely, Kurtka's is hitting all the shots, then I guess that everything's going to be all right. Sure. Unfortunately, though, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get into all of that, Pavlos, as we're getting a short word that unfortunately the players are not ready to jump into the action, meaning that we can't jump in either. We would love to, by the way. We would love for me and Pavlos to actually slot in and play a little bit of Counter-Strike. I can promise you'd find that really entertaining, folks, but unfortunately we're going to have to
you'd see me get completely annihilated. What do you mean?
Unfortunately, we're going to have to send this one into a bit of a break and give a little bit of time to the players to get everything sorted, but make sure you don't go anywhere. Stay in front of the PCs because we're going to be right back in just a couple seconds.
1, 2. We told you it wouldn't take too long, and we are back for the first map of this series. Playoffs underway as Kono and Cybershock look to take this series on. Cybershock did have the better performance in the main Swiss, so it's Kono's time to show that they can go head-to-head with this roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy one, definitely, and it's not the ideal way that you want things to go, considering that CJ is your IGL as well, but we're going to have Highglane stepping it up. For those of you that this is an unfamiliar name, well, for some of you it might be a familiar name as well. He used to play on Virtus Pro's Academy back in 2020. He used to play in 2021. He used to play on Espada, which was Spirit's Academy, alongside guys like Dexter and Norway. So pretty familiar name to the CAS scene. Still though, not going to be an easy one, stepping in for an in-game leader, of course.
And we see already a very slow start here from Kono as they try to circumnavigate now into this A site. 3 defenders, solid set up here for the CT side. Cybershock just holding it strong. A bit of a bait with a smoke towards the other end, so some movement in connector, but this is where Kono start to make their move. Phenomenon. Good to get the first pick. Did look like he could have gotten a second one there. Kono not quite able to connect their pieces quick enough. Amstead all to himself as he's already surrounded. It's looking bleak. Oh, but when he moments like more than we would have expected him, but it's Cybershock with first blood.
Yeah, it's a great double kill coming out of Phantom, and we were talking about momentum and how important it was going to be for CJ calling into this game. We can have the same conversation about Phantom and with the AVP on the side of Cybershock, right? Hasn't been the most consistent of opers, I guess, in the last couple of weeks, but when he's got a good game, then he can definitely be a difference maker. And it's a nice little shutdown. Of course, now Cybershock going into this one, they're going to feel like they have a massive advantage considering the enemy's in-game leader is not in the server. So if you started off nicely on the CT side of Train, you could carry on with that momentum. And you know what? We could already have that conversation here, Pablos, because you've seen Train a couple times. What do you think about the map? Do you like it?
I like it. I feel like I still need to get used to it. I think that's still a bit of a difference. You know, I think that B site is also quite different with a setup. The cross isn't that easy. If you want to play back site for the CTs, you've got to be a little bit more proactive in that affair. So, in those terms, I think it adds an extra dynamic to it. So, yeah, I like it so far. A couple of cool spam positions as well.
You know what's the only thing I don't like?
Okay.
I think the trains were cooler in CSGO. I think the ladders on the trains were better, and just in general the trains were better and better positioned and all of that. But other than that, the layout of the map, you know, Long Dog now being in there, I like all of that. I'm a fan. I think they've done a good job with the lower B ramp and with some of the other positions. They've balanced it. Maybe Ivy I'm not the biggest fan of, but hey. Still susceptible to change, I guess, with time.
Yeah. Did you see the cast changes as well when the map got updated?
I mean,
what do you feel about that?
Changes are literally, let's revert it back to what the original version in CSGO looked like, and then forget about the green jungle-y cache towards the end of CSGO.
That's a good thing in my eyes. Yeah. I completely agree.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
Scratch the most recent cache, it was awful. This one is alright.
Yeah, I doubt it'll be going into the competitive pool, unfortunately, though. Unless anything changes in terms of, I don't know. Let's not get into that conversation.
I'm
but
not sure if
you know,
it should, by the way, because it's as much as I love it and I have some, you know, nostalgia bias towards it. I'm not sure if now is the time to remove another map for a map that was in the competitive pool of CS:GO in 2017.
Gotcha.
Because it's the same layout as the one in 2017. So I think I'd see it as more of a step back than a step forward.
Okay.
Although I like it.
So those nostalgia points, right? You could talk about that all day. Those Cybershock and Kono, on the majority, fairly young. I'm sure they have some older players. I don't want to call them old. You know, they're around my age, man. Damn.
I mean, Glowin is a little bit above your age.
Glowin's just a little bit old, yeah.
But he's like fine wine.
Yeah. Just
gets better with age.
Gets better as it goes. Cool stuff. Kono, this is a good chance to get back into the fight. Warp already onto Saltovsky. Nice little head-to-head that we'll have to keep in mind off later as well. The AWPs and Train being such a long-distance map could be pivotal. Climbing close up. Doing wonder work. and might just get away with a second flash from Saltovsky is good enough to allow Zoggin to get the pickup, but that's already the lead for Cybershock.
That's a massive play coming out of Glowin as well. He was the only one on an SMG in this bonus round, and he's able to get away with 1 kill and set himself up to get traded as well. And now Kono, look at him. I mean, they feel like they're forced to go for a B play, and it's because they are. Cybershock, question is, how proactive do you want to be? How quickly are you going to have someone rotate over to support Node and Eki on that B bomb side?
That is a good question. You don't really want to allow Cybershock to run away with things. After all, you brought in Train to replace Nuke. And you knew it'd be banned. So you've got to make this work. Naughty Neki. Cheeky beaky. Great shot onto the first, and now might have to have reinforcements from the other end. Blixie coming in the nick of time, and it's just enough to have a very clean round here on the CT side.
That off angle towards the right-hand side of Oil, by the way, the reason you're going to see so many people use that is because if you want to clear that, you're just leaving yourself exposed to so many different angles, right? So when you're just walking out the B bomb side, on paper, it doesn't feel like anything special because people could run, people could jump, but it's not too tight. You're giving yourself a chance to kill the guy that's crossing, and then in the meantime, it's highly likely he's not going to be looking at you. And the rotation from Blixie was quick enough. No, Neki with a lovely double on the defense. It's a good start from Cybershock. They don't even let Kono get the bomb plant.
Yeah, and I think we can start talking about Kono playing with a sub, right? Highlane joining in. And, I mean, he did play with a CJ, the player that he is actually replacing here. But even though he's had strong potential in the past, it's been 2.5 years since he's played in a roster.
Yeah, his last official game on HOTV was on the 16th of August 2022. That was when he was playing on Monte Carlo, which was the already mentioned team that he had CJ as a teammate on. And it was a game that they played in the I Am Road to Rio 2022 Europe Open Qualifier. So that was the Open Qualifier for the major that the Outsiders won. That's how long ago it was the last time HOTV saw anything of him. Apparently, if he's back in action, he has been playing Counter-Strike. We just don't know to what level.
And if he hasn't been in a roster in too long, organized play, that's something you also need to get used to. The systems that Kono might have in place. And, I mean, you don't really have too much time to do that in a single series.
The good news is, especially when we're talking about online Counter-Strike and we're talking about a game that he plays against another CAS team, chances are he knows the enemy team really well. Chances are he knows his teammates well. And if he's being called up that quickly, a lot of the time you're going to see guys like that that are not necessarily as active professionally anymore still keep playing a lot of pugs and 5-mans with people on set team, right? So there is and I'm just guessing right now. I don't have it as confirmed information, but there is a high chance that Highlane has been playing a lot of facets and has a good connection with CJ, for example. So he could be up to track with playing with some of the guys on the team.
Captain Kirker breakaway through smoke, already spotted. Gotta be wary as Cybershock want to close in onto the angle. Finally, Kono with openers, 3-0 here for them already.
The bomb site just collapses. Nodoneki finally getting one in return, but it still feels a little bit isolated. Venom's gonna get another one, and now this is getting a little bit interesting. That was the bomb being dropped as well, Pavlos, and Nodoneki's already rotating in. He's backed off from Pop, going all the way around in towards Z. I would still want to see Cybershock saving this one, but they still have a decent amount of money, and with the reposition of the rifle, might actually be worth to give it a bit of a go.
Yeah, they've called it off already. They wanted to see if any pick presented itself to them. And I think if it did, then there'd be a real chance they'd go for it. But yeah, no chances taken. But for Kono, this is a bit of a change of pace. They get the opener kills. They get themselves their way onto the A site. And just like that, find their way on the board.
I mean, a lot of the time, some of the rounds in towards the A-bomb side especially are going to come down to the mind games of how to use the utility and how to put pressure in towards A main, right? Or T mid, as you want to call it. So, in this specific round, we just saw Cybershock deploy that initial utility, get a little bit deeper. Kono just waited, right? Waited for the first 5-7 seconds, and then they started sending players outside. Great job by Kirk. He's the one to create the majority of the space, right? He was the one to open up all of that space, making his way out and towards Olof and getting both those kills, navigating his way around the boxes.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
0-2-3.
Let's see if there can be a follow-up here. Venom back into the AWPing ways. He holds on to the big green from the previous. Might be a bit of a collapse here. Gentleman holding the angle and has the reinforcements from Lovicus as well. Kono, quick collapse.
Yeah, it's a lovely double setup into Wars Pop, and Lovicus even drops another one in the meantime. This one is just a straight up shutdown. Amster finally getting something in return, but Cybershock just played perfectly with the bait and switch into Wars Pop.
I think that's also a massive change since the previous map, right? When it was just a ladder. Big change. The nades that were thrown in that position will always just be a memory of the past.
I think it's more balanced like that, because the CTs can
agree.
still establish control of Pop if they send 2 players like they did here, right, with the AVP and the rifle. But it's doable for the Ts to actually take that control, right? As in with the last version, if you had someone that knew how to play a Max 7, for example, it would be impossible for you to go down.
Ah, yeah, it's bringing the memories of JW.
Oh, seen him. Oh,
takes his teammate down as well. That is not what you want. That's a little bit unlucky. Oh, you can see Soltowski cringing a little bit there. Oh, man. Oh, falling deeper into his chair. And look at the giggle from Nothing Eki as well. What a cheeky man.
He's like, my teammate just got a 1-for-1. And he didn't even fire a bullet. Oh, man. That's tough. 6 rounds deep. They haven't even been able to get their hands on too many bomb plants, so every single time they lose around is back to the half bite. Yeah, that was unfortunate timing there.
Pain. Spain without the S.
Hero rifle to try and right his wrongs.
That's a Tech 9 round here from Connor. You can see how collective they're looking to break through.
Oh, they didn't see Kurtka. Still gonna check that.
No, although Glowing will have to be due diligent here and check everything. Notineki spots something, but he doesn't throw the molly instantly. It was just the one player.
That's good
expecting
patience.
a bit of a rush on the pistol.
Yeah, it is a good patience. You don't want to run out of utility early on. You know that when they have the pistols on, even beta now your Yuto could be job well done. And especially with your teammate spotting something in towards A main, you could make a gamble, I guess, under those circumstances. They could have tried to run you down, but you spot one guy towards the upper. You don't hear any steps. One person's in main. There's no reason for you to run out of mollies that early on. It's good patience.
And it just makes the situation worse for Kono.
And now he can molly them.
Sees a smoke, you can expect something to come out. And now Blixie also holding on to the other angle. Catwalk covered. 3 to move in through main. Blixie turns his attention towards it. That might be a bit of an opener. Oh, space created. But the fact that Blixie just flicks on everybody's bodies, it's just simple cleanup duty here for the Cybershock players.
High fives for Blixie, man. He's so crisp in some of those fights. He was on 1 kill before this round, and we can just see that he's warmed up as well. That's the dangerous, I guess, quality. One of the most dangerous qualities of this Cybershock team. Notineki, who's a supportive element, is a pretty good mechanical player. Glowing, we all know what he's capable of. Lovicus has always been the type of really proactive frag in IGL. And then Blixie coming out of Aurora Youngblood. He was one of their best players, one of their best rifles. There's just so much firepower on this team when they get going.
Oh, man.
Gun
I was about to
barrel gave him
talk
away.
about the AWP head-to-head, but Soltowski didn't even get to see his opponent there. Captain Kirker doubles up, somehow gives Kono a miracle way back in, but you still have time to readjust here as the majority of players start to move into this B site.
Yeah, Notineki's moved away as well, right? He's blocked lower with that smoke, so he feels like he's got enough time to regather with his teammates and re-push in towards the A-bomb side any moment. Now he's going to start moving back, but it might be a little bit too late.
Oh, if Sogan would have collected that one, he might as well call the round over. He gets it done either way. And now Cybershock left trailing behind 2v3. And it's not like they're grouped together to do something joint of an effort. Instead, it's isolated play, which High Lane will make easy work of.
Yeah, it's really important second round here on the board for Kono. Took them a little bit, but again able to get it over the line. And again, it comes down to Captain Kirka finding a double kill in towards A, by the way. This is absolutely crazy. Captain Kirka's on 4 kills, and those are the four most impactful kills you'll ever see in Counter-Strike. The first time he got a double entry out A for them to win the first round, and now he gets another double kill in towards A for them to be able to win a second. He's been doing such a good job, this Kirka. And Lovicus, of course, holding on to the AK, might be able to pick up that AVP. Lovicus, okay, turning around in the middle of the open, will stay alive somehow.
Yeah, no one there to punish. But the way that Captain Kaka miraculously brought his team back into the game, I mean, it all started off with Kono losing their AWP player. He started to, I think there was another trade that also went into Cybershock's way, but Captain Kaka just realizes this is the moment he needs to push. This is the moment his team needs an opening, you know, and that's exactly what he does. 2-0, and that's how the round got converted.
The question is, can you start winning rounds before Captain Kirka cools off as well? Can you start winning rounds without him, rather? Answer might be no. Captain Kirka gets shut down. Zogan again to the hands of the AVP. And this one is already a 5v3 and the round just started.
Yeah, it feels too many of these rounds are like this. Captain Kirka no longer around to give you the solutions, give you the key to break the lock. Now Cybershock have got a clean hold, smoke out as well from high lane, towards him rather. And Connor with a bit of a switch of approach. But either way, they won't be outnumbering this B-side defense for long, as you can already see Lovicus nearby that connector position that could instantly pounce. Well, this is their best chance, trying to break into the weaker of the two sides. Notineki gonna be such a menace from this angle. In and out of battle, weaving like a madman, but suddenly Kono have a breakaway, but Notineki still around, can create the space. Look how far forward Kono have placed themselves. Double up, high-low placement from Kono. Lovicus and Notineki turn things around, though. Sotovsky alone. These are two difficult angles. And it's the nade in combination of lead from Lovicus that end up giving Lovicus the retake before even the bomb settles.
Yeah, that was a little bit scrappy there for a second, right? You see a couple players falling down, doing damage, not getting a single kill, and you're thinking, well, if Notineki doesn't stay alive, if Notineki doesn't get a kill, then maybe Kono could actually turn the tides around, but it doesn't quite work out. Notineki's been doing a great job of navigating his way around the bomb side whenever he's been tested. Even with the team flash coming out of Glow, and even with losing his teammate there, was still able to stay alive and produce something. And Kono go for their first tactical timeout of this map. It's been a difficult one so far. Let's not forget, this is the map that Kono picked into it in hopes of changing how things went last time around, in hopes of picking up their own map pick. Mirage is coming up after that. Of course, it's a pretty balanced one, but Train in general has not been the cleanest game for, or the cleanest map for Cybershock. I made a tongue twister out of this.
Nice. I'll use it for the next pack.
They have been playing against good teams, though, even when they have been losing. We already mentioned the 13-16 loss against Bad Boom, a 10-13 loss to Ecstatic, a 17-19 loss against 9, and they were able to take down both Nemiga and Monty, so there has been some good results here for Cybershock.
Oh, for sure. Good trends. But now, serious time as playoffs is underway, but it just is an explosion on both sides of the map. Engagements one on Kono on one end and Cybershock on the other, but it's the A side that the breakaway seems to be for Kono. Thing is, you need to inch closer to this site, and the longer you take to do it, Cybershock have time to reposition.
He's pushed all the way in towards Ivy, and he's going despawn right now. This is such a great decision. They knew he was in towards Ivy. He knew that he was exposed so much, but
he's checking it.
They're actually thinking about it. Oprah's missed the shot.
It's okay, though. He's bought time to go ring around the Rosie, and now the other flank is Amster. A big turn of the tables.
Oh, my God.
Oh, what a sneaky man. Tiptoeing his way behind, realizes that there's a freebie in the making. Bomb also gets punched in. And now Blixie on the clutch.
You give this one a go. He doesn't have any Yuto, but he's got a kit, and you know one of those players is really low.
Oh, spots out the head. That's a pixel. Now is Amster. Time ticking down. You've got to start to amp things up. Time, pressure, mounting, and it's Saltovsky to get the easiest shot of his life for that clutch, and it's Kono that get themselves right back in the fight on this T side.
And it's another big double kill coming out of one of the individuals, right? The first two times it was Kurtka, this time it's Amster. The CT side doesn't look too bad, but it was just a straight up good reaction coming out of Kono. You go for that fight in towards B, you spot out the Oper, Fenneman misses a shot, but the refrags were there, Notineki gets one. The moment that you spot out the one player in towards upper as well, and you realize there's three here, you just react, you go out the A bomb side, Glowing goes down 1-for-1, and then Blixie gets completely isolated. Good reaction. You can still make a good T side out of this.
Sure.
Hoping for 5 rounds though.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy if they keep on losing players early on. But there have been some mid-round conversions.
What an
And
angle.
Lovicus finds the right position to take that fight on. High elevation, drops back onto the Y-axis again. And Kono struggling. They can't really chain two together, Ted. And I think it's being, you know, the crucial aspect of this T side, trying to build on some momentum, which really hasn't been going their way.
It's like you're running into a brick wall.
Yeah.
You win one round, and then you lose the next one before it's even started.
You lose the tempo once you try to break through.
You just go for individual peaks and you get destroyed. It's that simple. If you ask Lovicus how he wins that round, he's like, well, I saw that cool off angle there from an Austin CS video. I used it. I got the first one. Then I white peak. I got the second. Round was over. Phenomen lands a great quick scope. And Amster is in a 1v5. Just like that. And guess what? They don't have any money left again.
Oh,
that's a nice flick.
Not too shabby. But that's left them with 34 health points.
He needs to save.
Not going to be able to. Not giving the delicacy of doing so. 8-3, Cybershock. Not too shabby. 1 round left in the half to see if there's going to be a difference in this round exchange. Whether it's going to be an extension or a mitigation.
That's when you know an Oper got a little bit scared, by the way. But he still made it work. 11-2 for Phenomen so far. He's been playing a great game. Same for Lovicus. He's on 12-6. We were speaking so much about Glow and Noda, Neki, Blixie. They haven't really had to do too much. I mean, Noda, Neki's been really solid in towards the B-bomb side. This is one thing that we can give him, but Phenomen and Lovicus really have been the big stars of the show here on the CT side for Cybershock. And as we said, Kono have been able to get single rounds every now and then. It's all about chaining them up together. They might not be able to do that until the end of the half, because this is the final round, but getting 4 rounds is still going to leave you in the game to some extent.
Not doing as much as I expected, but Kono switching up the pace entirely. Captain Kirka frontlining within the smoke. Lovicus gets away with murder. And also able to just tuck himself back into the shadows. Captain Kirk, oh, his barrel is revealed. And Glowing just sneaks it out. Kono, the moment they wanted to go for something different, just backfires entirely.
Yeah, those A-pops have not been working whatsoever. Cybershock, they just push ahead of it, and then they were ready. The moment they get the first kill onto one player trying to go out, and that wasn't Captain Kirka, they're like, well, we know that Kirka's usually the guy to be ahead. Let's look for him around the smokes as well. You shut him down as well. And from here on out, it's just about time for this one to be a 9-3 CT side here on Train. Is the best start possible, and the legs are already giving away the position. No, the Nick even waited to make sure he's going to get the kill. And oh, okay. High Glade, 1v5.
The sub.
There's no way.
What can he really do here?
Oh my
Spots
goodness.
out one premeditated fire here from Venom. Repositions, but that's given
So
everything
close.
to Blixie. He's got no clue how close his opponent is, right under his nose. 9-3 is a half for Cybershock. A really good showing from them already on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is the way that you want to be coming into playoffs. High speed, high tempo, sharp shooting. Everyone looks as focused as it gets. If you're Kono, hopefully there's not going to be any frustration because, you know, you don't get to play with your in-game leader. We never know. And it doesn't feel like High Glane's doing anything wrong, right? If anything, he's actually shooting even more than some of his teammates right now. But
Yeah.
it's all about that last second change. But Cybershock have been doing a great job at capitalizing off of that opportunity.
Glowing. Looking at frontline this T-side push. Captain Kaka eases off as Cybershock winning this pistol might just break the back of their opponents. Grouping up together as a pool of death, really. Wherever they find a player, they just flood in and flush them out. Captain Kirka alone, low as well on health points. Zoggin and Highglane trying to make it work on the other end, holding hands, but they will be holding hands until their deaths, as it's double digits for Cybershock and the pistol collection.
Yeah, it's not even close right now. Better get the curtains ready, boys, because this train is about to be over in just a couple of minutes. That's what it feels like. The pistol round could have probably given them a bit of a chance, but now you gotta go for an eco when you're hoping for a 3-11 comeback, which on the city side of train is not impossible, don't get me wrong, but at this point it just feels highly unlikely Cybershock are going to slow it down individually so much. They've looked in shape. And Fenomen is going... Oh no, he actually died a second time. I missed that.
Oh.
He's going after a 6.5 KD, which is too
How dare he
impressive.
die twice and a half. How,
6.5 KD. He's living the best dreams of
yeah, the
any
HLTV
player.
stat streams.
Yeah. If you're a premium, face it premium player, you're dreaming for a game like Fenomen's. Like, oh man, but look at how scary I'm gonna be looking next time, IQ.
Into the meat grinder. Nothing much left but mush. But as expected, Cybershock will be winning this one. Just 2 away from this collection. I feel like this was basically a win condition for the series for Connor as well, getting this train pick. Mirage and Ancient, last time these 2 teams met, did not go their way.
I mean, you never know. And the reason I'm saying that, even though I still feel like Cybershock should be 2-0ing this, especially if CJ doesn't come back here. Although Mirage should be a little bit easier to play with a stand-in that is individually skilled.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that those 2 teams know each other so well. And it always depends, right? Someone could have a pop-out game, someone can have a great performance, and then it changes everything, right? When we're talking about a map like Mirage that in general both the teams love, it could come down to variables, and things could always get out of control for Cybershock. But yeah, if we keep the trend from this map, then it could be one of the quicker playoff games that we've seen in this event so far.
I think you gave me my most favorite line that you've ever said. It all comes down to variables.
Sure.
I love that phrase. I'm sorry. I'll just I'll keep that in the pocket. Yeah. All comes down to variables. Things that change.
Yeah. What happens if, I don't know, Fenomen spills water all over his keyboard, disconnects in the most important round of the game?
Yeah, it's a variable, isn't it?
Yeah.
What if there's an earthquake?
What if
Anything,
the world ends?
anything. What if the world ends? What if there's a zombie apocalypse? Still though, Cybershock. Yeah, clean work. Satovsky trying to keep it competitive, but the fact that there's a breakaway to the back of site just makes it ever so dangerous. Sure, Amster gets a pickup and gains control over the site, but it's not for long. Given that Lovicus is just on a higher angle, meters away, makes it look easy. Cybershock able to put themselves on match points on Train, which was the pick of their opponents.
Yeah, and still is, but it won't be in just a couple seconds. This D side has looked, I mean, it's looked good enough, right? This Train in general has looked incredibly solid for the side of Cybershock, but D side wise, they're just keeping it high tempo, right? Grouping up, going for a straight up side hit, running them down. Last and final tactical timeout. I mean, props to Kono for still taking their time to talk things over. As we know, we had a conversation before the start of this. The fact that CJ isn't around anymore doesn't feel like they're going to be strapped for ideas. Amster used to be an in-game leader back in the days, even when he was playing on Bait before MPL took over. Captain Kirk has always been a really big voice in the teams that he's played on. Zlotovsky as well has been a pretty vocal player. So there definitely is people to be giving up those ideas, but things have not really been clicking.
That's aggressive. There is a bit of a reply, and Cybershock suddenly just decided, sure, that's enough fun. You're having too much of it, high lane. Wait a minute. Oh, for a moment there, we thought he would be the last man standing, the sub to try and keep the hope alive for Kano won't be happening though. Cybershock, a decisive victory, a big dub already from the start of the series on Train.
A fantastic way to kick things off here in the playoffs for the side of Cybershock. Unfortunate circumstances for Kano not being able to play with their own in-game leader, but if you're talking about the perspective of Cybershock, now you know you've won 3 back-to-back-to-back maps against the same team on single digits. You're counting the maps from the previous time those two met in the group stage here on the 17th of February. You're talking about a 13-7 on Ensign, a 13-6 on Mirage, and now a 13-3 on Train. Cybershock just look like a team that's ready to fly away with this win.
It really does seem like that's the case. 13-3. Blimey. Yeah, I mean, for Kano, unfortunate circumstances. I think you said it right. I mean, coming down to variables after all. Yeah, not having CJ around with you for this one. Getting into playoffs as well. That's unfortunate. I mean, if it was a Swiss stage, it might have been a moment where you could have survived it, right? Because, you know, you drop a loss, you get into the lower bracket, maybe of that Swiss stage, but no. It's playoffs, which means you lose this and you're eliminated. I like the little CT picture with a mask for High Lane. Not too bad.
Yeah, I wonder where he bought that from.
Either way, though, 13-3 is a score. We have some highlight players, but I don't think it's just the individuals only. Yeah, sure, Lovicus had the time of his life on so many of these moments. But yeah, a collaborative effort, I feel, overall for Cybershock.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything worked out perfectly, right? On the CT side, it felt like the cohesion was good. Some of the rotations, some of the mid-round calls. You saw how they were trying to react on the back of what was happening around the map. No, the Naked was solid in towards B. They were doing a good job of blocking the Ts from getting that early, I guess, control in towards the A-bomb side with the initial utility. Sure, Captain Kirk was able to get away with double kills twice, but that was about it. And all in all, they looked pretty solid. So yeah, I feel like Cybershock played a map that they can be really proud of. And going forward, there's no reason for them not to be hopeful about this Mirage going a pretty similar direction.
Yeah, well, the next match is going to be Mirage, and hopefully it's easier for Kano to play with a stand, and we'll see if that is the case and it gives them a chance for a map win. We'll be back after this.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back to the Compass Winter Series, everybody, as things get rocking and rolling with one map in already with a matchup. Kono versus Cybershock, two CIS rosters, but one of them on a weaker version of themselves, right? CJ not being available, having to rely on a sub, hasn't really been the best of resources from them so far.
Yeah, but you know what's the best part about all of this? I bet all of you have played GTA San Andreas before, and you were like, well, oh no, it's GTA 5 actually. And you were like, where the hell is CJ? He's not around. Where CJ is coming back, and you remember all that sense of excitement whenever you found CJ and saw where he was and that he was alive and well. Well, he's gonna be back for map number 2 of action, and yeah, Pavlos needed a little bit of time to get clocked in on what I was saying right there. But good news for the side of Kono, and if you're a Kono fan, CJ is gonna be playing on that second map. So from here on out, Pavlos, game face on. We're getting serious here. Let's not pretend I just compare him to a dog from a video game. We're talking about Kono that is still a decent Mirage team, still is a decent Ancient team. So if you're Kono right now, CJ is coming back, you want to just have a fresh mindset, right? You don't want to think about map number 1. You want to just say, well, you know what, unfortunate circumstances, they beat us up, but it doesn't really mean as much because that wasn't our A game. That wasn't us playing to the level that we could on that train if we had our captain on. So now going into Mirage, we know that we can bring up a fight. We wanted to take those guys. We wanted to play them in the playoffs. Let's just prove to everyone that we actually have something to show against them.
Yeah, and maybe the players, you know, have warmed up a little bit. Oh man, you're just an absolute clown. I'm sorry. I just thought of what you said earlier, and my brain has just stopped functioning. You know,
you want to tell me that joke never ran through your mind the moment that you saw CJ?
To be honest, no. To be honest, no. It's been way too long. It's been way too long. But you're right. I got it. It's cool. But still, you're a clown. Either way, Kono, you're right. We'll be able to play better. But you know, you mentioned they're a strong Mirage team. They play a lot of that map. It just doesn't get reflected on the results over time. Sure, you could look at some more recent performances, and it's trending upwards. But for a team that plays it so much, you kind of want it to be a gun in your pocket, right? You kind of want it to be a pistol ready to fire, but I don't feel like that's the case.
I mean, it doesn't feel like that's the case. I still want to say that it's a good map for them, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's not consistent, fantastic results and dominant showing against every single team, but they still have won 5 out of their last 6 Mirages, right? What more can we ask of them? Sure, you haven't been playing against the best teams in the world. You've been playing against there's some wins against teams like Leo, Adventurers, but you were able to take down the Eyeballers, Sango, Copenhagen Wolves, which are decent teams, right? And you lost it against Whoppa, which I think it is a pretty big Whoppa, to be fair, to Kono, but still every now and then you're gonna have those results, right? And the truth is, Mirage has been a lot more solid in the last 2 weeks than it was beforehand when they actually lost to Cybershock, right? When they lost to Cybershock, it was actually a bit of a negative. There was actually a bit of a negative streak going on that map. So I still believe that if you want to look for positive sides for Kono, you could. The question is whether Cybershock are actually going to let them do anything, because Mirage has been the perma pick for Cybershock in a lot of their games lately, and most of the time it's been going really well.
You're right. 13-6 was a score in the previous time these two teams met, so you're right. It's going to be a hard one. But you're also right in the fact that Kono might have fixed some things, because ever since they've started to have a better result, and I think you need to address, if you play a map so much, you need to address some of these issues, and it feels like they have. I wonder if those are enough, to compete against Cybershock, and now being the full strength 5-man roster for Kono. This actually is giving them some better chances. But you know, I felt like if there was ever going to be a chance, you might want to rely on your first pick on Train a little bit more, especially given that Ancient was also a struggle last time around, and that's the decider in this one, a third map. So you know, if we take the conversation there, Ted, say Mirage does end up going Kono's way in, you know, some universe, maybe it does happen, right? Do they have a chance of a reverse sweep?
I want to say, on paper, everything screams a 2-0 so much right in my face that if they're able to actually fight against adversity as much on Mirage and win it, sure. I mean, anything's possible. We could see a unicorn outside of the window if they do, but I feel like it's just going to be incredibly difficult, right? I have a list of team names that I'm going to read out to you now, and the one thing that unifies all of those teams is that those are the only teams that have been able to beat Cybershock on Mirage since the start of February. Bed Boom, Bait, OG, BC Game, Amcal. Those are the teams that Cybershock, if they're losing on Mirage, are losing to, and then they're taking down everybody else. So I guess when you're going into this one in your Kono, you're like, well, we either need to provide a Mirage that is to the level of some of the best teams in the tier 2 space, or we're done for.
Well, 3 out of those 5 teams start with a letter B. So Kono doesn't. So the chances are already not as high.
I can't believe that's the logic you went for.
Obviously. I mean, come on. Like, I'm a top-tier analyst. What can I say? For sure. All right, let's see what they've got here. Now on the T side, Kono will have to get things rolling from the start. And if they don't, I fear for their lives in this tournament. Already Captain Kirker having a trade going his way, but it's not without the trade. Amster, oh dear, he's flown under the radar at the start, able to get one without being traded. A brilliant beginning for Kono as they put their foot down on this B site.
Still locked down. You still have a lot of time to work with. The bomb dropped in towards the B bomb side. You need to get the kill onto the A player. You need to drop the kid there. And then Lovicus still going for the fight. Not really being provided a fair one. And that was just the bait for Sotovsky to get into a good position in towards the jungle and shut him down. That's going to leave Phenomen in a pretty unwinnable clutch with the Pit 250. Going to try and do as much damage as possible. But there should be no way back for him. Unless you keep giving him that 1v1. Sotovsky, time to go back.
Give him a bit of that hip. Bit of the hip, bit of the shin.
Hip? We're talking about Shakira now?
Hippity hip. I said a hip, happity hip. Ooh.
Oh no.
Doable.
Those hips do talk.
They don't lie.
Okay.
Neither does that bullet from Saltovsky. Kono, great start. And I think the response to that B site was the money in that round.
I guess it was, yeah. I mean, the round in itself felt pretty badly here, or Kono were able to counter really nicely. It's all about the damage that Phenomen was able to do with that Pit 250, where I find a triple kill, keep that CT side economy low. Now, we're probably not going to see a forest buy, considering there wasn't a bomb. Plot, never mind. What do we know? Hero AK right out of the hands of Phenomen into the pocket of Glowin.
I mean, he's the most high-flying player in terms of performances here for Cybershock. Look and see if they can do any damage. So far, just the one. Famas having to do some picking up in the far distance. AK didn't pay off, and it just might be an upgrade if you can get there on time. Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they weren't ready for a forest buy. When you see an MP9 pushing top middle, and everybody else, or there was just one player, by the way. So thankfully for them, they were able to get a couple kills at the beginning. Thankfully for them, the MP9 and the rifle in towards window got a couple. This could have gone really, really wrong there for a second, but Kono do what they had to. Captain Kirka 5-1 star, Sotovsky 3-0. You get the pistol, you deal with the anti-force. Now you get probably a third one for free on the board. One step at a time.
Indeed.
Not those steps.
Not those type of steps. No. Maybe these are better. The steps on stairs. Things should fall within the realm of reason, unless Phenomen is given anything else here. But I'm quite far off of a site.
Pre-fireable angle.
Even
if
touched the
Lovicus is
1
locked
minute
in,
mark.
he can get this kill.
Does he pre-fight though? Look at Amster, how laser focused he is into that position.
Okay.
And he's not going to hand that one over. And Saltovsky is nearby to pounce. 3-0 for Kono. Did get scary on the first kill, but no, clean collection.
Okay, so we're now covering some of the requirements that we had posted for Kono to be competitive on this map.
Sure.
Get a good start. CJ yet to post his first kill, but it doesn't really matter, right? It's the same conversation we had on Train. It's all about feeling like the ideas are flowing, all about feeling like the individuals are hitting their shots, and the fact that you're getting some comfortable rounds on the board is going to make you feel like you're still in the game. First buy round for Cybershock though, and this is the first proper investment. Not just glowing on the Hero AK, everyone on the rifles. And again, we're going to see a bit of an aggressive stance in towards middle from the CTs.
Yeah, Glowing needs to be careful here. I think he can feel there's some presence around Amster. Going for it. Ooh. Where did that dink go? Onto Amster's head. Damn. Tarkowski in trouble. Pressured, but dealt with instantly here by Cybershock, though they are being stopped up by Catwalk. As two players already found their way in that position. It's dangerous, it's treacherous, and no crosses permitted. Kono, a strong CT-sided start. Phenomen left on the hot seat, and it's blazing.
Oh, got on.
Yeah, Captain Kirker's crouch peaks ended up giving him the dub there, but got a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, that was really dangerous, but Captain Kirk is able to get away with another triple kill, and you can understand why Cybershock actually get baited to reacting towards the B-bomb side. They wanted to go for a split, but they get denied in towards top middle. You see how deep actually the CTs were, and how much they wanted to pick up the fight with you and towards your own spawn. That was Amster there, and you're like, well, surely the B-bomb side is going to be a little bit weaker. We're going to go out, but the rotations were just so quick from the players in towards that B-bomb side. And Captain Kirk is still keeping it going. Gets triple in the previous one. He's on 8-1 already.
Oh, nothing like it. Trying to be the sacrificial lamb, allow the opening, but Amster being very, very dangerous so far. Holding up a clean sheet, only just been dealt with. We just had to talk about the clean sheet. And Phenomen might be giving away in at least
That's
the bomb
not
plant.
unwinnable.
Cash in the pocket. But with Saltovsky posted up on the angle, the chances get depleted, and the streak continues for Kono.
You know what's the one thing that worries me a little bit? Kono are winning the rounds.
Sure.
They're even winning them with 2-3 people alive. They're shutting down Cybershock a lot at the beginning. Is the fact that every single time it feels like there is a universe in which one single individual from Cybershock pulls off a massive clutch. All of those look doable. All of those feel winnable. Sure, you need a couple consecutive instant headshots, but the chances are being given to them. Even under those circumstances, even in this round, Phenomen is left in a 1v5. He gets 1v1s. Even the one against Saltovsky with the AVP. Saltovsky shift walking with an AVP. Phenomen could get that kill with an AK. It's just the fact that Kono, even though they're winning the majority of the fights, are giving Cybershock opportunities right now. It's a completely different story, of course, whether Cybershock take advantage of one or two of those. And to be fair to Kono, the opening 20, 30, 40 seconds of each round, they've been dominating perfectly.
Not too shabby. Best case scenario. Confidence builder for the series reversal. Got a long way to go though. Can't count a team like Cybershock out. But a steady walk up in mid. Phenomen looking to walk into the crossfire of Zoggen. But now creates a sideline that Zoggen may not want to cross. Gives him two opportunities, but the flash disorientates. And Glowing falls as well. This is not going the way Cybershock intended.
He actually flicked away from him. He didn't get blinded. He was still there, but couldn't hit the shot. And then the Oper from Ticket peaks right as the refrag attempt was coming in. It's an early 5v3. It's all about keeping this one clean here. This is where they've been struggling so far, Kono.
To make matters worse, it's just the fortress on this B side. Blixie waiting for the attention to be drawn away from him, but still there's a guarantee player. Amster long distance favors. And Lovicus up against the four-man squad. Amster caught off guard, but how much more can you find? Captain Kirker is low. Saltovsky posted up, doesn't give him an inch into the sight. 6-0 for Kono. After what was a dominating showing from Cybershock on Train, this has caught us off guard.
Yeah, this is not even close for us playing some great Counter-Strike. And at this point, you can't even fault him for giving some 1v1s towards the last couple rounds, because every single time they started it off with 1 or 2 man advantage, they're just not letting Cybershock feel like they're in the rounds. Every single time, it feels like Cybershock just needs to try and find a way back. Not a single time have they been in the better position. Sotovsky moving around perfectly with the AVP. He's on 8-1 right now. Captain Kirka 8-2. Amster 9-2 as your B player is absolutely fantastic. And the first tactical timeout coming in for the side of Cybershock. This one is definitely getting out of hand. It's still salvageable, but you're gonna need a quick reaction.
Ted.
Yeah.
Last time these two teams met, 6 rounds was a max that Kono accumulated throughout it. 6 rounds in, they're already there.
Yep. That is right. It is much better.
You think?
I think we can make that statement.
Cool.
It could be a little bit of a risque thing to say, right? But I think we can take the chance and say
I admire the
it's looking
confidence.
better.
Here comes the breakaway, though. Cybershock want to be explosive here, but the mollies could be danger. Instead, it's the big green of Saltowski that cause the most havoc. CJ and Zogan just both flood into that position. This allow any movement from Cybershock. Don't even give them the space to take over the site. 7-0. The buy is coming back in for Cybershock. They need to hit a round win here. Otherwise, I think you can already say goodbye to this map.
They were so ready for this as well, right? We've seen so many B hits and mid plays from Cybershock so far, and not a lot of action in towards the A bomb side. Kono were ready for Cybershock to try something a little bit more sneak in towards A, bit of a set piece. As soon as they go down to the pistols, have 3 people there. Everything is working out right now, and up there in towards top box. This has been spotted, glowing, still going for the fights though.
There's a flash thrown in by his teammate to allow him the escape, which he is granted. But this time a little bit more spread out from Cybershock, a bit of a more feel-out approach before they begin with a take.
It's probably the first round since the beginning of this T side when Cybershock haven't lost the player 35 seconds in. So the first time we're going to see them actually gather up and go for a side hit without being in a man or a 2-man disadvantage. Still a bit spread out though. Bomb still dropped in towards the A bomb side, so it will inevitably be an A play. Lovic is trying to make his way in towards connector, supposedly from under, and Glowin will join in from top middle. They don't have a lot of util left on those A players though. Not a single smoke. The only smoke is on Lovicus and he's on mid. They need to just walk out.
And it's just been spent as well. Cybershock playing the time game, letting the util to be depleted. Nade, breakaway, CJ close by, Saltovsky upper angle, Cybershock are scrambling now. Just a couple of flashes remaining, trying to get the breakaway smoke. That's one for that to allow the flood out. Fenneman, good breakout in Palace. Captain Kirka tries to deny it though, but he's also being spotted out by another bunch of players trying to break through. He's smart enough to reposition. Amster joins in on time. Look how Kono, how quickly they reacted to this. 15 seconds, the bomb needs to go down. You need to start punching in the numbers, but Kono have circulated around. This is so tough. Notineki not with the confidence to break through into spawn. You've got Saltowski with the big green in hand. Fenneman wants to punish it, can't quite pull the trigger on time, goes for the post shot, but it's Amster to close in. Kono not going to be stopped on the CT side.
They killed him after time. Saltowski just BM'd him. He refused to shoot him. Fenneman's got $150 going into this one. Saltowski could have killed him. He was just staring at him with a pistol in hand, and he was like, I'm gonna wait for that final second to take before I take you down. Look at that once again. Here's the moment. Time runs out. Fenneman goes down. He's out of cash, out of chances. Cybershock is going out of hope right now. Running dry on that T side. They are being humiliated right now.
Yeah. And Notineki will have to limp into the B side as well to make matters worse.
Fenneman's got 7 kills. All of his teammates combined have 7 as well. 8 rounds in. They have 14 frags. Saltowski has 12. Same for Amster.
And CJ, although his presence...
Oh, he's the happiest captain in the world.
right? His teammates are doing everything right.
I mean,
But you could also feel
calls.
like how big of a change his presence makes onto the server, right? How much his calls must be helping.
Yeah, he's given excellent calls. It feels like Kono's ready for everything. Sure, the individuals are hitting the shots, but the rotations are really quick. Apparently, the communication flow is nice. They're just moving around the map like a unit. So I guess we can safely say CJ is winning the award for the most impactful 1 kill in a game of Counter-Strike.
It's the most impactful 0 kills.
Sure. He does have 1. We're gonna give him that.
Yeah, he does. But for sure. But I mean, you know.
No, I get you.
The impact is not the kill itself.
Yeah.
That's what. You know. Thanks for understanding. Hey, is there a chance? Never mind. Nothing happened. Upgrade for Lovicus. Didn't he start the round with an AK? I feel like he did. Either way, time's up. And Kono have a 9-round streak. How about that for a change up from Train?
Ready for the comeback? That's where it starts.
You sure? Well, 3 rounds remaining on the half.
Yeah,
they
they
need
get
all of them to be
They
competitive.
get those 3, they win the pistol in the second, and they carry on the CT side.
I'd love to see it. Make things competitive. Just seeing a slaughter on both maps from 2 different teams makes it a bit awkward.
Yep. Probably won't happen. Kono would have to drop the ball massively, and I feel like it would even be disrespectful to say that for real. To the type of Counter-Strike they've been playing, Glowin still will get an opening kill, and I feel like this might have just been the first opening kill we've seen on a buy round so far for Cybershock. Let's see how they use it.
Well, Blixie also got an opener, so it feels like Cybershock are starting to shine true with kills. You create an extra aspect down in lower mid, and it just works out on the pincer. Saltovsky pressured to peek out there, and Naughty Neki there to receive. Is this the start of the comeback?
Oh,
Why are you
man.
laughing, Ted?
We sound so crazy saying this could be the start of a comeback, but I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's a
And
question, right?
Just factually, just to confirm, that was the second opening kill for Cybershock in 10 rounds.
And I think the first, where they had two openers to nothing, where they went two kills up.
That was
as well.
definitely a first. The 5v3 they haven't had before that, or haven't had before that. Let's see if they can make it 3. This is the minimum. Bare minimum.
So up close, Glowing. The timing on it! Answer turns around! And Glowing will definitely take advantage of that one. Captain Kirker holding down the line. Molly in front of him, but hits a fire of bullets onto his opponents. Fenneman to drop. He needs to create the extra space, an extra angle. Saltovsky backside.
One more.
Fenneman gets a pick up on his teammate. Doubles up as well. This is different. It breathes fresh air really in the lungs of Cybershock as they go 2 consecutive in this half. 1 round to spare, and it might just be a 3rd.
I'm not sure if we should be getting excited about Cybershock picking up rounds, but at least it makes the game a little bit more entertaining towards the end of the first half. If they really do end up winning 3 rounds here and they get the pistol and the convergence in the second half, we might actually have a map on our hands. Kono, you don't want to give them that hope. You don't want to give them those 3 rounds. And a double op setup coming out of Kono. Triple op setup, never mind. So top Scamster and CJ.
I'm sure there must be another rifle around for them to exchange into if it comes to a retake scenario. But the AWP doesn't hit at first, and I think that's a prerequisite to
What a flash.
an AWP setup like that. Blixie breaking through off the back of Fenneman's assist.
How do you retake this? Surely they have M4s dropped in CT spawn, right? You can't retake this with 3 AWPs. Okay, it's 2 AWPs
Another
now.
rifle picked up. Okay. That is something. Captain Kirker doubles up. That is something. CJ interrupting the cross from Naughty Neki, and Saltovsky sees there's a chance to pounce as well. Fenneman, 1v3. At least there's no one behind him. He can just focus his attention forwards. That's a nice pickup. Let's see what the pretty boy has got in store. 2 AWPs against the 1. Oh, the flash. pops just on time. There goes another. Now switches back to the rifle, tries to find the shot. Spray down, and the headshot connects. The 1v3 clutch is in Phenomen's hand, and a 3-round collection by the end of the half is secured.
A hat trick out of hell. What a play from Phenomen. That's going to keep them in the game. That keeps it competitive. CJ, Captain Kirk, and Soltovsky felt like they did enough, but Phenomen's able to clutch up with a 1 versus 3, isolating every single 1v1 after the other one, and the AK dropped right next to him. Made it perfect. That's what keeps you on the map. If you end up winning the pistol round and the conversions now, and I know I'm saying this for the 3rd time, but I want to stress out enough how important this pistol is. It wouldn't be impossible for a team like Cybershock to get fired up after 3 consecutive rounds like that. Kono needs to shut them down, and they need to shut them down quickly.
How do you even do that? It's a pistol, can be a 50-50 at times. Let's see if the odds are in their favor. Smokes out, indication that it's an A hit already. 2 players of the defense, 1 through connector, could flood in quickly. Bit of a crossfire setup, leaving a play out on Ticket Booth is a good obfuscation, but still gets dealt with. Notineki not able to really find a second reply. Bomb does go down, and it's Connor with all of the picks. 3v4. Oh, you turn your back. That's not the right call. And now Connor look to group together. Look to pounce into the smoke. Go all the way into jungle with Cybershock. Also hold hands throughout the process.
They have a smoke in the kit. They can stick
And
it.
they throw it onto the bomb, already touching it, putting pressure onto Connor to try and break through. A human meat shield gets in front of it to stop the bullets flying towards the diffuser. Sure, Connor get all the picks, but the round is for Cybershock.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't expect him to go for the round that quickly, right? It didn't feel like they were on the same page there in the post plan. The fact that Zoken felt so invested into fighting for City, he was receiving no help, and then he's trying to turn around, but it was out of timing. It's like he expected more people to go and fight with him. He gets caught off guard. Captain Kirk is going around the world and towards CT, but you wanted to make sure you're a little bit more active then to make sure the CTs can't get on the defuse if you want him to come into play. The force buy is still going to come in, though. You do get all the kills, but there is an opportunity for Cybershock.
I mean, there is a silver lining. Last time they met on Mirage, it was a T side it was a CT side rather that was strong for Cybershock. Comeback potential, definitely. And the vibes are in the air. Blixie. How much of a holdout nade could be huge? Juicy. Only connects on 2 players though. Lavicus trying to deter the cross. Reinforcements called in. Look how quickly Cybershock are moving into this one. AK's able to find some answers here, but the fact that Blixie is already onto the backside, causing havoc, disallowing the cross. Saltovsky playing off a van is a superb position. Now it's all down to 1, and a 1v3 seems like a really hard ask.
Yeah, this is a great round from Kono. You just gather up, you go for the pop. Of course, early presence in towards middle as well, but you knew that the money on the side of Cybershock wouldn't be ideal, so from here on out, for Nodenek, it's all about holding on to that M4. A1S a necessity for the next one as the force is going to come in. Good work from Blixie, by the way, towards the back of the bomb side. He was able to get a double, but Sotovsky with a double himself. Zogan and CJ joining in with 1 apiece. And they were able to run them down there with a couple nice shots coming out of the Deagles and the AK. You get a 10-4. That's how you put this map to bed. Now you just need a clean conversion. The force buy is coming up in the next one for Cybershock. You deal with that, we're probably going to an ancient.
I think you're right, Ted. Cybershock kind of needed a 2 in a row at the start. But obviously losing all players, their opponents getting a plant. The force was a bit too strong. Scout and play, and 4. Ooh, it's a complete force. They know this round is a necessity.
Look at the double pushes. That's interesting. Scout posted. Tag landed. Lovicus needs to give this one away. Or, no, sorry, Amster needs to give this one away.
Look, Notineki's going even further.
Similar haircuts. A bit confusing.
They have no idea Notineki has walked this far in. Now, there's no one in under. But could be a potential breakaway considering how far forwards kind of moved into mid. Oh, Siege is going to walk in front of it. And it's going to be an easy pick here for Notanoki. He's going to try and drop back before the trade comes in, and that's the only rifle in play. MP9 also does work for Lovely because he backs out, knows that there's a 5v3 here. Don't taking the engagements, play the numbers game, and this should be in Cybershock's hands. Break out onto the smoke. Connor want to go for it, glowing. Bumping heads. Amster is the one to find the pickup. It's getting close. Blixie on the flank. Oh, dear me. The timing on it. Zogan. The turnaround. The intuition. Connor are now in pole position.
There's another one coming out of the ramp though. Look at Nodoneki. He's going to be in a good position to get a kill potentially.
Again, a lurk, a flank, a flirt. Zogan didn't stand the chance.
No kit.
Captain Kirker, high-flying performances since the start of him being back in this. But in a 1v3, without a kit in hand, you kind of hope for a Hail Mary to go your way. Some mistake from the opposing side. It's not going to be handed over. Double-sided peak, 2 different directions, 2 different positions, and it's enough. Cybershock are right back in this fight.
There's no way they're still giving it a go. Kono, the game was right there. You win a force buy, you just needed to win the conversion and it was all yours. The third map was coming in, but it's not a sure thing anymore. This is the kill that they needed. Lovikus winning the fight with the MP9. A great turnaround from Zogan, but there was no way you're ready for a second player. Nodoneki's able to gobble up a double kill. Lovely double push in towards the B apartments with the scout and the rifle, in towards Palace on that A bomb site. Cybershock were just incredibly proactive with this round and it pays dividends.
True MVP, Notanoki in that one. His team, if they were around with him, pats on the back for sure. Ooh, the blind. Oh! Uncomfortable for both. I guess both blinded? Maybe. Potentially. And now this is looking clean from Cybershock.
That's terrifying. You don't want this round to be so assertive for the CT side. That would reset the T side economy as well. You're after at least the bomb plant here. You've already lost 2 players in towards it. Don't know that he's all alone on A though, and this is tricky. He's low on HP.
Good molly as well. Not enough of a flush. Kono look to use the power of friendship as a group in, but the Cybershock response is impressive, especially when Glowing can run away with shots like that. What do you do for Kono? You know your economy's in the dump. 2 players against the 5. No ground control. No space control. None of it. Do you hold on to the rifles for the next, trying to give you a chance?
You're safe. Yeah, you're safe and you have buy in the next. I mean, you could understand why they would want to group up and still try and get a couple kills and do a little bit of economical damage. But if you lose those 2 rifles and you don't get a single kill, the next one is on the pistols. You're just letting the CTs run away with a solid economy. You need those 2 AKs for the next one. This is happening, though. It really is. A 9-0.
And the fact that Cybershock survived with all 5 players, that's also huge for them, right?
Yep. Builds up a lot of money. A lot of cash. Thankfully, they still don't have the AVP. I say thankfully. That's for Kono's sake. They have no ult on the CT side, but they probably will in a couple rounds' time, and that means that they can still keep getting aggressive with the rifles. If you ask Kono, though, in this round, it's all about doing a little bit of damage. So Tovsky, Amster, if you had that one special round somewhere within you, that would be the time to let it out.
Jump boost, nade, and it disorientates, cooling off the peak. CJ down to 63. Going for the jump boost again. How about it? Glowing and Fenneman both line up the barrage of fire. Not really giving them a chance. I mean, they knew there were a couple of AKs in this fight. They knew they had to respect it, but I see no respect. Cyber Show, get away. Look, I was about to say none of their players lost HP. Well, Blixie lost all of his, but the rest, clean.
It's still good though, right? And the fact that Blixie goes down means that he can drop over an AVP to Fenneman and he can have the rifle. So tactical thinking there from Blixie actually to offer his life away.
Yeah, free money.
Yeah, works out in the end of the day, especially for Fenneman. But Fenomen has been playing a great game of Counter-Strike so far. He's on 18-12, top of the server as of right now. One of the main reasons for this comeback of Cybershock to be happening potentially. And with the last round not going in favor of Kono, and with them not getting a bomb plant, not finding any kills, and 2 players not having enough money for a full buy, it's another half buy with a hero scout that they go for.
That's rough. Creating space. It's Captain Kirk first up. I think his
Scary.
aggression may have caught Cybershock off guard. Oh, dear
my
me!
goodness.
Hang on a second. The buy rounds don't work, but the Deagles are chiming.
There's no way. Not against the Deagles. Not like this. He's not already. You might have to call it off.
I mean, rifles have been upgraded to, and I think they've got money for days, so they might just try and go for it if an opportunity is granted. But no, Lovicus has to back out, and I feel like he might not be getting away with his life, so has to stick around. There's a pickup. Lovely clean headshot. But again, you go through jungle, try to get back into T spawn, CT spawn rather, or go towards market, you're going to die. So he's going to have to go down with a ship, see how many more he can take down with him, giving his opponents rifles as well to spare by the end of this round. It's not what you'd want. You thought Cybershock might be there for the comeback, but Kano say, no.
What a blunder. That really is a blunder. The fact that Nodoneki's playing alone in towards the bomb site. Sure, Glowin is supporting him from the stairs, but you know they're on the pistols. You probably thought that they would force up. Maybe that's the thing that catches them off guard. I'm not sure. But Nodoneki, they just walked through the smoke. They kill him blindsided. No one's watching for that palace walk. It was just a really weird round there for Cybershock. Kono's right back at it.
Hamster, such a dangerous angle. Who's going to spot us who first? Venoman! What a flick! Although Kono's teammates are able to bring it back and have the advantage for themselves.
Sosovsky's low on HP. They can use the time to regather though. Venoman caught off guard. Glowin shut down. That could actually lead them to think that the A bomb side is a little bit weaker, but no, they're reading perfectly into this, and you can't hate the fact that Cybershock want to put the majority of their numbers in towards A right here. You're stacking up. If they go A, you have a great chance to pick up the round. If they go B, you're just saving.
Boy. And when Kono on match point, that's when you think Cybershock, not real. Opportunity for them to come back, because you can't make a mistake, and this hasn't been a flawless Mirage by all means. Hard to imagine they'll be able to do it. There's a possibility, right? It's a lot better than what it was. I think it was a 7-0 lead for Kono at the start. Was it 8? Was it 9?
9-0.
9-0, damn. Yeah, so it's a lot better than it was, but it's not great.
No, absolutely not great, but it feels like they will be able to close it out in the end of the day. And you know what? It's all about getting the win. And if you get a 13-7, it's not the biggest disaster ever.
It looked to me that fight took a little bit too long there. That 2 rifles taken over.
They should be good now.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Timeout. Okay, Cybershock, take their time here. Want to figure out how they have the best chance of winning this one, because it's a streak that is required. Not just one round, it's an attitude that they need to correct as well.
Yeah, you go for that attack. It's difficult to come up with a solution. Of course, the fact that you're going to have the AVP in the hands of Fenomen is a bit of a silver lining. He's been without a doubt the saving grace for the team so far. Even in the first half when everyone was struggling so much, Fenomen was still pulling off good plays every now and then. And at least towards the start of the CT side, it felt like it would have been enough to get everyone else fired up. But that round that they lost against the Pistols just might have put an end to their efforts to bring this game back. Still not impossible on paper. 5 rounds is not a crazy amount. But you need to start it now, and you need to be incredibly assertive, and that's a lovely way to kick things off for Sotovsky.
I didn't even see glowing there, man. Didn't even appear on my screen.
I mean, it's a timing shot.
Yeah.
Especially over the molly.
Brilliantly done. Nokineki, though, gives him a chance, although he's stranded and surrounded. Kono, this looks like it's it. Just a couple more kills, and it's over. CJ holding the flank, making sure no odd angles appear, and Blixie does not have the gun for the case. Kono players spread across the map, bomb punched in, and impending doom. Ancient already so close to you. You can smell it, you can feel it. We're entering the mossy, humid areas of Ancient, and there's nothing that can be done about it. 13-7 is the call. Kono are able to make it happen and bring back a comeback on their opponent's map pick.
And that's a comeback to remember as well. After how things went down on Train, it felt absolutely impossible, right? It felt lost and done for Kono, but they say, hell no, CJ is back on the team, so are we. A 9-0 start on Mirage, and sure, there was a bit of a jump scare for a potential comeback for Cybershock, but on the back of a round with the pistols, on the back of some, again, excellent calling coming out of CJ, Kono were able to bring it back. They get a 13-7, and this is the second time those teams have faced off against each other in this event, and the second time they've exchanged map picks.
I'm not going to lie, I also got impressed by Cybershock's little fake comeback at some point. The fact that they started lining up rounds. It did get scary, and I think Kono might have gotten scared. Sure, they were able to bring it back, and it didn't take much to break the momentum, given the lead they already had. But you know, it goes to show that, you know, there's resilience, and that there is a way into a map no matter what the situation is, and it's the attitude you want in a playoffs match like this, right? You lose it, you're out. You win, you progress. It's just as simple as that. So I'm glad to see that both teams are online for this one, and Ancient will be the battleground for the decider to see who will be moving on and who will leave.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, pops up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Playoffs of the Compass Winter Series are really popping off right now, as the one match that we've already had in hand is already at a 1-1 score. Both teams trading their opponents' map picks, and now it's Ancient with all to play for, right? Whether you win this, you qualify. If you lose this, you're out. Stakes could never have been higher.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes down to one map of Counter-Strike, and I feel like this is the right way things should have gone, right? It would have been a shame if CJ couldn't play map 1 and then Kono just got 2-0'd, right? And he didn't get the chance to actually call in and show what type of preparation, what type of a game plan he had going in for this series. And at least now he gets to do that on the second map on Mirage, and it worked pretty nicely, even though there was a bit of a jump scare for a comeback. But, you know, maybe things could have been a little bit better for Cybershock if they didn't lose this specific round against the Pistols. And Phenomen did have a great performance. Felt like towards the end the others were starting to wake up slowly as well. But yeah, weren't really given the opportunity to shine as much. And sadly, one Phenomen is not enough to win a map of Counter-Strike. Well, sometimes it could be, but not under those particular circumstances.
And even though Saltovsky didn't top the charts in terms of the kills, look at his deaths, 19-6. I mean, whenever he had a trade, whenever he had a fight, he won it, right? Straight up, whether that was on the defense or whether that was in the attack. And not only
Jame
with the
would
AWP,
love
but with...
what you're saying right now. Both Jame and BlameF.
Nice, cool. Yeah. Because, look, not only on the AWP, not only on the AK, he's done a lot.
Yeah, he really has been, right? And I think it's more about the team effort on the side of Kono on the second map, more than it is towards more than it is just a single or two individuals having a good performance. Because sure, Kurtka had a couple good moments. Amsterdam towards the B-bomb side, especially on the CT side, was great. Saltovsky was, as you said, pretty much incredible. Every single time he was put in a situation where he could get a kill, he was getting it. But it's all about the way that the team was moving around and making cohesive decisions as a unit, right? The proactiveness in the middle of the rounds, some of the mid-round decisions in calling in reactions, all of that seemed to be on a pretty high level, and everyone seemed to be playing really well off of each other, which is pretty much the energy you want to be keeping on the team going into that Ancient. Of course, especially if you're able to win the pistol round and start on the CT side, I think you're going to have a pretty good opportunity to try and transfer some of that cohesiveness that we saw on the CT side of Mirage onto map 3.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like there's already a lot to prove. Sure, on Mirage, you're able to improve since the last time. Kono, solid start for them. The last time, the first half kind of went 4-8, and it's a big difference being a 3-9 after that, right? A 9-3, rather. So not only being more competitive, but being the most competitive from the two teams. Now, they need to do the same thing on Ancient, right? Do you remember what side they're starting off on, though, Ted, going into this one?
Right
because
now,
I feel that also...
There's going to be a knife round. There's going to be a knife round, and then whoever wins it decides what side to start on. So it's impossible
not down to
for
seeding,
us to
then.
predict. No, it's impossible for us to predict. Last time around when they played against each other, Kono got a T-side start. They got 5 rounds, and then the second half they got absolutely bish bash boshed.
Yeah.
But yeah, the interesting part about all of it is that both teams, I think, last time around won their T-side pistol rounds and thus had an opportunity to start building up the momentum. Unfortunately for Kono, that momentum didn't lead to them winning the map or the series. It led to Cybershock actually running away with it. So now going into that third and final map, it's all to play for. Winner goes over into the quarterfinal, loser goes home.
It'll be competitive. There's no doubt about it. Both teams online, full force. Will be the aggressors as they look to put that B site under their control very quick. Glowing with the dualies close by. He's going to be a menace to deal with. Flash is a breakthrough, but it affects both sides. Glowing does find cover for a little bit. There is a trade, and the breakout into the site is successful so far, but Cybershock have had time to rotate over. 3 already nearby, and a 4th is impending. Bomb not going down yet. You want to make sure that you've got all angles clear, but the numbers are being punched in.
Yeah, the retake is going to come in. No kid dropped anywhere on the map, though. They have a smoke. They could go for the ninja, and especially with that kill from Phenomen, that's going to open up the retake so much more.
2 players in ramp, slowly closing in. Both corner players playing backside. 2 different angles, though. They're going to be close, or strong at least, with their pickups, but it's Naughty Neki. Blixie as well, chiming in. The best start Cybershock could hope for.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after the previous map, right? Because we did have that conversation towards the end. We could say that in the second half of Mirage, the comeback was on if it wasn't for that one round that they lost against the Pistols. By round-wise, they looked impeccable. And the one thing that Cybershock want to fight right now is a potential slow start, right? Or the one thing that they want to avoid pretty much. It doesn't get more evened up than Ancient between those 2 teams, but still, recent form for Cybershock has been absolutely insane. We're talking about a team that's won their last 8 Ancient games in a row, and they've been able to take down teams like Bad Boom, Nemiga twice, Bait, Wild Lotus, Amcal, Nemiga again. So we're talking serious names right now. The worst enemy that Cybershock could have in a game like this one is themselves. If again they can't start it off, and they can't start getting consecutive rounds on the board early on.
Yeah, even in the tournament as a whole, the reason why this match is taking place is because Cybershock was in the top 2 seeds, getting a 3-0 start of the main Swiss, and Kono in the bottom 2 seeds, as they did have 2 losses in the process. You could argue the strongest of the 2 in that seeding position, as their wins were dominating 2-0s, and their losses were close, as them being able to pick up maps.
That's what makes this matchup so interesting as well, right? Because Cybershock is the most and has been the most comfortable, or the more comfortable out of those 2. But then in the same time, recency bias tells you that Kono's in better shape. Even though we're not talking about the same level of opposition, right? Cybershock have been able to get some really decent results against some higher echelon names.
But that history doesn't matter. It's what happens on the server right now. This map decides whether Kono or Cybershock can progress in the playoffs knockout run.
Of course, if you're just joining in, winner of this one gets to play against Big in the quarterfinals. And I know it might sound like a terrible one, but Big online is actually a good draw, I think, nowadays. So pretty doable, I think, for both those teams if they're able to win here. And Eco is going to get shut down. Of course, there was a hero rifle that was able to find 1 kill on Sotovsky, but all in all, a clean 2-0 start. But yeah, just to get everyone up to speed here, Pavlos, we do have... Jesus, they want to kill him after time. There's a smile on the face of Kurtka. He knows exactly what happened. They just sacrificed one of their teammates to get the kill after time and not give him bonus money. But just to make sure that everyone is up to speed with what is going on right now. This is day 1 of playoff round number 1 here at the YaLLa Compass Winter 2025. Winner of this game between Cybershock and Kono gets to play against Big in the quarterfinals. We're going to have only 3 best of 3s today, though, because 9 couldn't schedule things up. So Sashi do get a forfeit win, and they will be playing against Passion UA in the other quarterfinal. And then obviously we have the Bad News Eagles taking on Forza Reload, and Chimera taking on Eclot later on today as well. Now we can watch CJ.
We can. And the break-in from the MAC-10 good. You're probably wondering, do you pick up the AK here? Probably not, given how close the Cybershock defenders were. Although Kono take over the B site, there might be interruption coming in from lane. No, not yet. Not on time. And especially with a late rotation from the Kono player. I think that's Eltovsky taking his time to wrap around. I think that's just a guarantee as well in the round.
Yeah, sticking around, playing for a couple exits here. Might not be that bad of a deal if you're Cybershock to get a couple kills. You're still gonna have, I guess, a fair amount to go for a forest bite. There goes Noda Neki to get 1. And Might actually get a second here. It is gonna land right on top. That's great damage from Nodanek. He wants to make sure he doesn't go down to the bomb, though. And he'll be alright.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Because of those 2 kills, he can actually drop over an M4 now. I mean, he had the most amount of money either way, but he's gonna drop over a rifle. They can go for another investment here on the CT side, and Lovicus was able to hold on to an AK-47, so you're gonna be pretty healthy in the rifle department.
Also, there is a difference as well for Cybershock. Being on boot camp is a massive advantage. Because it's a completely different atmosphere, right? It's a different mood. Notineki, first in, making sure the mid priority still falls into the hands of Cybershock. And Kono, they can't do anything right in the first few seconds.
No, it doesn't feel like it. You just get completely shut down. You try and take a little bit of space. And now they're ready for the B-walk, by the way. The moment that you see one solo player trying to take all that space in towards middle, you just know the logical reaction would be for the T's to try and make their way up the ramp. Another player spotted in towards middle. Cybershock are just slowly but surely gathering extra information. And at this point, they can even leave the B-bomb side if they want to. They can just play that bomb side on the retake. Just gather up in towards red. Make sure Captain Kurt can one walk forward. This is still a big pickup coming out of Amsterdam, though. Blixie going down. This is some space for the T's to work with.
Not too bad at all, actually. Amster just needs to make sure he stays around here, and he does, taking Glowing down with him. That's a big uppercut to the face. Oh, no! No one smoke! Oh, Novicus might have just overcooked this, because if he just waited, 2 players coming in from behind that now need to be solely relied on. Spray down from a distance, but it's Venom to close up the gap, and now an upgrade could mean a 2v2. A very doable one at that. Spotting out one of them, spray down, chip damage to the knees.
You're calling it off, though. The spam quite close, actually not connecting by a really thin margin, but you can't go for this. Even with the kid on Nodaneki, time was just not enough. You get blocked off. And that is a 5 versus 3 that you're unable to convert. What a round from Amster. What a triple kill from the man. I mean, even if you want to overlook the third one, what a double kill from the man to find the space for them to get back into the round. They were completely blocked out, and he's still somehow able to find a way back in.
Counter them out. Ever again. Give him an inch, they'll take it a mile. Kono determined here. They want vengeance. Losing in the main Swiss against Cybershock is not something they liked. It could have allowed them the qualification, or at least put them in the upper seed. But now it's payback time, and it's the best time to do it, because they could be knocking down Cybershock entirely from this tournament.
I still feel like, and I think Kono know it as well, up until you start finding a way to actually win the rounds from the get-go and get yourselves in comfortable position, sure, winning those 3v5s and those two-man disadvantage situations is valuable, but up until the point when you start dominating cleanly, you can't really rest, because you do know that Cybershock are giving you chances to get back into some of those rounds, but they still are starting them off a little bit better, and this one is going to be no different. Again, Zogan gets sent out middle, completely denied.
Indeed. Kono bunching up together now towards this left-hand side, and that's the weakest link. Dealing with that. Could break the entire chain. One defender, Phenomen. All he's got to do is beat the scout duty, right? You don't expect him to get away with anything, but it would be great if he could.
Information gathered. He's going to start rolling for help. You just don't want to peek into it. You spotted the ult now. He's actually going to hold the line. This is incredibly risky from Phenomen.
Doesn't quite go his way, but it doesn't go against it either. Still, Captain Kirker being a menace in Donut. Now the scales have evened up. 3 versus 3. Fight again out in mid.
Kill.
Glowing wins it with a pistol? Hang on a bit. Cybershock might actually have a real chance in this. The thing is, though, you've got Amster with a nade, Molly onto Saltovsky, and through 2 big rifles right for this position. High ground for Amster hasn't really been shown just yet. Cybershock need to be aware of it though as they move in. The time pressure mounts. Molly deters one, so Blixie has to be alone for the first engagement. Peek out from Saltovsky, hoping you can get the counteraction. From above, Amster joins in, and Kono are able to find the lead.
Oh, wow, that comes down so close. It goes down to the wire. Amster just 12 HP to spare there towards the end. It felt like it was possible for Blixie to actually get the first kill and turn around. They knew exactly what the setup was. Open towards the back of Big Box. You get the refrag. Amster wasn't clean on the execution. Certainly gave them a chance. And this is another opening kill that Cybershock are unable to convert into a round win. Kono have been having issues in the first seconds of the rounds, but regardless of all of that, again, they find a way back. And now they've reset the CT side economy. This is a great opportunity for Kono to run away with a big lead at the start of the T side.
Glowing. Went really fast into that push. I'm not quite sure if it was assisted by a pop flash or anything. Either way.
It was assisted by his confidence and self-belief.
That sometimes is good enough, isn't it?
And
Not this
that
time,
is
though.
what you need to succeed in life.
Yeah, self-confidence.
Trust me in my TED talk.
Ted, I think you need to be a guru, a coach, a life coach.
On Instagram.
On Instagram, on MySpace. Anywhere, dude. I think you'll make it work. MSN. Platforms that would allow you to, you know, escalate your business.
Only friends.
Yeah, just friends. Yeah. Yeah, see, subscription based. You're already thinking of the business model, man. Good. Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving people better life.
I mean,
And
yeah,
what is
you can't put a price on that.
$4.99 for a better life?
And honestly, that's a great bargain.
It's a great deal.
And they can also listen to you
I bet,
on free.
I bet
for
that's
free.
really what goes through the minds of those people.
Okay. Well. Oh, he dies post-timer. Still plenty of time, plenty of money in the pocket. Rifles will be bought up either way. But Kono have started to edge away, if you will.
Yeah, they get a 4-2 lead. I feel like, again, if you're Cybershock, you do really feel like your worst enemy so far, or your biggest enemy so far in the game has been yourselves. On Mirage, the comeback would have worked if it wasn't for the round against the Pistols. Now you're getting a 5v3 that you lose, then in the next round a 5v4 that you end up losing as well. So now it's looking a little bit terrifying, but again, a double push going in towards middle and in towards the ramp. Kono looking to pounce in towards Veto.
Ooh, Captain Kirker. Again, showing his impressiveness on the openers. Has to get traded, but he's bought the space and time for his team. Hamster might be in trouble. Ooh, they touch each other. It's getting uncomfortable. They can smell each other's armpits. They're so close. Lovicus ends up being on top in that exchange. Kono need to find presence together here. Need a group up. Figure this one out. So Tosky, he's a bit isolated here. He needs this pickup, but he does get traded 2v3 on the pounce. Naughty Neki holds his own, and he's alone in this fight. CJ, able to stand tall for this one. Fully focused up. His impact in calls evidence, but can his impact be shown as well on the post round?
Oh, he's
Blixie
off
the spot. No
time.
That still makes it work with a pickup, but with no time available to him, has to give this round over. Kono end up being on top, albeit being the final player standing.
I thought he was holding it. That
Same.
must have been what, like 2-3 seconds off it? He thought that CJ would push him probably. CJ had no intentions to do that. There's no way they win this round again, Kono. They've been getting away with so many of these. It's a 1 versus 3 clutch from the in-game leader. Looking at the first one is as easy as it gets. The moment he gets the second kill, it felt like Blixie was just gonna hold it and run away with the round though. CJ just plays the mind games.
Damn.
Knife out, runs back, 5 rounds on the board for Kono. Cybershock are gonna be kicking themselves.
And that's the closest Cybershock have gotten to a win for the past few. They're going to be hitting themselves after that one. That could have been a W.
Let's look at the last 3 buy rounds that Cybershock have lost. The first one was a 5v3, the second one was a 5v4, and now that was a 3 versus 1.
And hang on, Kono have actually gone gun blazing in this one. Cybershock did have a lot of control in mid, but completely denied Glowing. Needs a Hail Mary. A double would be massive, but it's just not enough. The single collection shall not do it. Fenomen, only man standing on an island. It's tropical down there. At least he's got a friend, the big green, with him. But honestly, Kono are running away with things here, and the confidence is exuberating.
This is starting to get a little bit frustrating right now for Cybershock, because you feel like you should have been in the lead with quite a margin. You feel like you should have been 6-2 up, maybe even more. And you've just been losing every single key fight, every single key situation. I think that step in the water has been heard here. So they know exactly where Phenomen is. And sure, money on the T side isn't ideal, but you can actually risk a little bit if you're able to get the AVP out of his hands. That would be absolutely massive. They still want to keep 3 alive. It's a 6-2 lead on the T side, with the potential for future growth as well. It could get even better. Now, Cybershock, because of the loss bonus, they do actually have a decision to make. Phenomen could drop some rifles or MP9s for a dangerous half-buy around that hero op if he really wanted to. Instead, he's gonna do what every single oper in the world does, and he's gonna look after his own money. And get a little bit of veto. That too.
Well, it's going to be an aggressive start for Cybershock, making their way fully out of Cheetah. A couple of pre-fires here and there, but I think Kono have realized what this is and make the call to traverse fully to the left-hand side. Plenty of players to throw at this, plenty of bodies to give you a solution. The rifle can't be picked up, though, for Cybershock, albeit the pick, and I think Kono might have a simple plant. Phenomen does find another answer. Wait a minute. If the spray across the bomb plant succeeds, there's a real opportunity. But I still feel like there is, given the tempo control, and Phenomen's angle doesn't quite connect. I think that was crucial. Without it, they might just struggle, given the crossfire setup Kono have against tunnels. And Kono keep it going.
Someone's starting to get hyped up. CJ just jumping in his own chair there. You can feel the energy going right through his veins right now. It's electrifying. Kono, that would be the epitome of a comeback here. If they're able to bring it back after not being able to even play with their IGL map #1, getting absolutely stomped on train. And just 2 hours later, look at that now. The scenery has changed completely, Pavlos.
It really has. And then, you know, there's always going to be a conversation about low fragging IGLs, but then show the impact CJ has on the roster, then I think that discussion instantly gets crushed.
I mean, I'm not sure if we can call him a low frag in IGO even, because we haven't really seen too much of him, right? He's been playing on this level for only 2 months. Maybe he is a high frag in IGO, just needs a little bit more time to get comfortable.
Maybe. That's what we're looking forward to see. Cybershock actually have the best opportunity they've had so far. The AWPs are shining. Phenomen looking to lead his team here. But it's Saltovsky that will have to bear the weight of his fallen teammates, having to carry them through to the end, but I don't think it will be needed this round. At least not on the list of possibilities. Looking to hug that gun till the next round.
Yeah, just holding on to it. I love the pace coming out of CJ on the call, by the way, and he does get the opening kill. It's nice to try and keep them at bay. It's a bit of a bully call, this one. You just check the fundamentals of the CT side in towards B. You go for a quicker round. If it works, it works. And you know they're going to get even more frustrated that you're able to just break through their defenses with something that simple. If it doesn't work, you still have a 7-3 lead. You still have an alright amount of money and enough leeway to work with on that T side. Still plenty of chances to get even more rounds here. But for Cybershock, this is a bit of hope now being brought in. And again, it's courtesy of Phenomen getting a double kill. He really has been the shining light in the tunnel for Cybershock, both on the second and the third map so far.
Yeah, when he does well, the rest of the team does. When he creates the space.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm usually not the guy that's gonna go out there and say Phenomen is the best oper in the tier 2 space. But when he plays well, he plays well. And credit where credit's due. He's been the most consistent of this team. The most consistent player of this team so far today.
Yeah, you're not far off from saying that. That's a valid statement. Solid performance. And a solid buy coming from both sides. It could be the last one for Kono. There are 2 rounds remaining in this half. You want to make sure you've got a full buy on all of them, but it's Cybershock with first blood.
That's a big opening coming out of Node and Eki. Gotta be careful about the potential reaction in towards the A-bomb side though. CJ's got himself into a good position. He still needs his teammates to make something happen in towards A first.
Phenomen, his position can be reinforced from two players out in mid. It's Lovica's attention towards the other side of the map, O'Connor Cross. Phenomen here to do the heavy lifting. Connects, but it's through the wooden pillar, therefore not the pickup. Amsterdam low, but he does get collected eventually. Phenomen won't be able to see this round out, as Kono, determined here, pull the pedal to the metal.
Oh!
Not Ineki no more. And suddenly there's a real
Hold
chance.
on.
Made might be doing the cleanup, but it's Zoggin's bullets that do it instead. Down to Saltovsky. Open hand, switches to the Glock. Post up close to the smoke. He's got to feel this one out.
He's got
50
time.
seconds. He's got time.
He can walk donut towards B right now. If he doesn't see anyone in towards that donut area, he can just leave. And they're not going to see him. They're going to miss the timing just narrowly. So Tusk casually crosses towards the left-hand side. Where does he want to go with this one?
How do you... Never mind. Yeah, Glowing gets across on time and spots him. There was an option for him to get an AK there as well. Plenty of possibilities.
I mean, he didn't want to give away his position in case there was anyone in towards A main. I'm just trying to understand the thought process about going from the right-hand side of Donut instead of the left. Because when you go from the right, you are giving them even more time to get proactive.
And that's exactly what happens. Glowing gets there on time.
Yeah, the moment you go right, I thought he was just gonna turn around and hold on and wait for them to get active and push in towards Donut from the A-bomb side. That would have been smart. It just felt like he got caught up between two mines there for a second.
And I still feel like Cybershock have got a solid showing here. Kono's economy crushed, therefore have to rely on 2 Galils and a Tech 9. A very real possibility we'll be seeing a 50, and that's the second base, best case scenario here for Cybershock given the start to this map.
Well, we get 5 rounds out of that CT side, at least it's a bit of a silver lining, something to work with in the second half, but still not going to be easy. The fake is happening in towards the A-bomb side right now. Captain Kirk throwing a massive spanner into the works with that presence, and he's already out on the bomb side. Cybershock are not rotating players away from the B-bomb side, though. They seem to be aware of the possibility.
It's enough to keep 3 players busy, and with Phenomen not connecting on that shot, Connor can cross.
Oh.
He's hurt. He's mollied out.
Tough.
Sure, he's going to throw one of his own to try and deter them from pushing, but that's the bomb plant. And now Captain Kirk can close out the rotations. Not only 1 pick, but 2. That should not be legal. Saltovsky also takes up the K fight. And now 2 left for Cybershock. Very fast split from one another. Looking for individual heroics as Captain Kirky gets caught on the cross. 2v2 now.
Gotta be quick on the retake, though. Phenomen's low. Node and Eki down to 43 HP. You gotta be really clinical with the kills.
And now they post up quickly. 2 different angles. Phenomen low. A bullet wherever it lands on his body should be the end of him. Shaw has a kit, but the time is ticking away. This round is handed over to Kono, and it's a pistol force to get them across the finish line.
It's like you dodged the bullet right there if you're Kono. With how comfortably that T-side started, well, I'm gonna rephrase that, not comfortably, but how successfully it all started with them picking up the rounds, even the closer ones. You felt like you needed more than 7 here on the T-side, and you make it work. A fantastic round by Captain Kirk. He never actually saw that B-bomb side, which was the targeted area, but with the double kill he gets in towards A, he throws a massive spanner into the works. Even the bonus damage onto the 3rd player as well. Kono have put themselves in a great position going into the CT side. They just need a couple more now. 5 rounds. And it could all start here with a pistol.
Yeah, a bit uncomfortable for Zoggin there for sure. Overwhelmed by a lot of T's heading in his direction. Pause button pressed. Not really want to be flooding in that quickly. Allowing for Glowing at least to try and do some interrupting over in mid. The fight's still going. I could see both of them dancing around in mid for quite some time, but it's CJ's hold that does so much. Venom left all to himself. Sure, he's got the bomb in hand, a 1 minute to work with, thinking about the temple cross. But time isn't on his favor, given the fact that Amster can close in.
He knows there's only one player. He knows that both of them got kills from Donut, but he just sees CJ. He hasn't seen both of them at the same time, so he seems to realize that CJ is just keeping his eyes on him. It's all about figuring out where Amster is going to come from, but Amster is just playing it passively.
Smart to go for the bomb plant. Put the ball in your opponent's court. Now I can just play the safe game. Wait for Connor to cross. Doesn't quite catch the move into Temple. Got the box there for cover. Not anymore, though. Spots out one. Damage done. Good flash
He's
on
sticking
the bomb. And it's stuck with fully standing Venom. Doesn't quite know what to do with this. Amster holding down the line and keeping his teammate alive. 9-4 as Connor collect the second half pistol.
Whew, it does get a little bit tricky there for a second. A big double kill coming out of Amster, and CJ just a straight up flash into the stick of the defuse, trusting his teammate that he's going to be able to cover him. And that's a big pistol round now. That sets up the tempo for this entire second half and potentially for Kono to run away with the win. Cybershock, of course, are going to go for a force buy, but this is the one that you're putting all your hopes into. What do you go for? 3 rifles, a Mag-10, a Tech-9. Could be a B-pop. Looking like a B-pop. It probably will be a B-pop.
Beep-bop. Sorry, it sounded like a lot like a robot sound. Here we go, though. Beep-pop. Successful! As 2
One
pickups
more.
come through from Venom, but you haven't dealt with Amster just yet. And he's being such a big nemesis in this situation. Drive-by, though, is a solution. And Zogan left by himself. Lovely pink headset. Speaks volumes in character. But can his play speak volumes in this round? Needs to read that Lovicus position, but cannot in time. Cybershock able to answer back. Snappy.
They were just not ready. I mean, they were and they weren't. They had 3 people on that B-bomb side. Kono did strengthen it up. It's like they expected the play, but they just didn't know how to deal with it. Amster still able to get a double kill in the end, but needed the third if he wanted to keep it honest. And a nice try coming out of Zogan, but Cybershock answered back with fire here. This was the round that they needed. Another force coming in from the other side, but now this game could just turn around completely. That's been one of the most difficult to predict matchups so far in this event.
I think so.
So many momentum
Nail-bitingly
shifts.
close.
There's
So
no way.
many situations that can change the tides. They just walk into Notineki here. And they fall like flies.
Oh no.
Woo! Wait a minute! And he gets away? Surely not. And he finds safety within the smoke. He doesn't mind it because he's waiting for his teammate to come around. And he's found himself a bit of an upgrade.
Sutovsky's left.
M4. Well aware that ramp could definitely be a possibility. But he just walks in. No pixel spotted. Knows where 1 is, given the util
He knows.
usage. A push. Given the call over to Saltovsky. Bixie wins it. Down to Zogan. Nade. So much done. Tries to pre-fire, but the Mag-10 at a close angle. Still good for the job. And Cybershock are able to stick the landing on this one.
1 HP. 1 health point. That's it. I'm not sure if there was enough time for the defuse either way, but it's such a close one. After the triple kill from Notineki felt like it was supposed to be a free one, then Sotovsky's able to get a 1D, get away with it. Zogan gets the information, and again, he falls really, really short in the clutch. So close, yet so far. 9-6. Money gone. Game on.
Indeed. Anyone's game. Intentions shown towards B. But Connor have made the B site their hangout spot. Surviving. Now,
Chilling with the friends. Chilling with the gang.
Spurs being grown.
Chilling. Dying.
Same thing. Saltovsky. His seconds in this round are numbered. He is playing with fire, let's be fair. Yeah, but this little comeback has brought some life to this game. Cybershock, as soon as they won that second round of the half, they just haven't let go of the pace.
Oh, they absolutely haven't. As we said, it wouldn't be a new thing for this game to offer another comeback, and both those teams have been putting everything they have forward so far in the series. And you can see the expression of Amster. It's been a really exhausting game emotionally for both the teams. So exhausting that Zogan is gone. So is Amster.
And Amster.
Yeah.
They're leaving.
They've all seen enough.
Ah! I've given up. No. PP break.
You did really
Maybe
call
not.
it a peaky break.
I called it a PP break, but
Okay,
sure.
a PP break, sure. Oh!
I don't think that's the
You
intention.
see the outfit.
Yeah, just the robe, bedroom robe. Why not? If you're playing with the comfort of your home, you might as well be comfortable,
Zogan,
right?
Zogan's just doing his best Charlie Sheen impression. I love it.
This is brilliant. But Connor have got themselves a buy of some sort. Saltovsky now on the big green. This could become competitive here. It's just that if you lose this, Cybershock are well and truly in demand.
That's the one.
Ooh, gets
You
away.
get the comfort of the rope. Should be helping you. It's definitely not helping Captain Kirker right now. So Tusk able to land the first shot. A lot of pressure, though. Gotta get out of dodge quickly.
He's done so, and now as readjusts towards the mid-fight, Smoke fades and finds the right chance to shine. Red, in his position of contact. CJ reads it, given the information handed over from Saltovsky moments ago. And you've got to fear for Cybershock's life here, sure. They can play together. They can dance around this one. Into Temple, but Amster pre-fires. Fenomen has brought his team right back in it. But do you really think there's a third player hanging out there? I don't think so. And neither did he. Saltovsky, defuse and round win, finally relieving the pressure that Cybershock have been mounting.
Yeah, as cool as a cucumber, Saltovsky, as you pointed out, that one felt doable again. Glowin gets run down and Fenomen gets a double. Maybe if he knew there was an opportunity, if there was a flash, if I actually think there was a flash. Maybe they didn't realize or thought the second player that actually peeked did throw the flash there. Didn't realize the Opera was still in tempo and holding for the re-aggression. Kono get a 10th on the board, double digits achieved, money still enough to go for reinvestment, but it's a bit of a scrappy one. They gotta take the hit and go for the triple MP9 in order to have the utility.
Breakout. Strong nade. Both players down to half HP. But CJ wants to aggress himself. Right opportunity to do so. Elixir was low, so the cleanup is there, glowing. Makes an educated guess of where to spray and is successful in doing so. So even scaled at the start of this round.
Amster's still in the angle though. And after seeing how aggressive CJ was, did he see him? I think Glow has seen him. Straight up pre-fire. He's out.
Indeed. Now, all left to do for Cybershock is to use this advantage to end up with a round win.
It's terrifying because they haven't seen the OP yet, right? That's why they might be afraid to even go back the A-bomb side. And Zogan's in that type of a position where he could take first contact, go for rotations. If he gets a kill, God forbid two, it's a pretty winnable round. They're not going to clear.
No, they're not. Potential for two, just the one. I mean, props to Fenomen for not pulling the trigger there. He did not panic in that situation.
Impressive.
Break away the smoke. Connor going to try and play this aggressive. Try to deny the bomb plant altogether. Captain Kirker's feet, though, is burnt to a crisp. Confidence not quite there. Interrupting the bomb plant is what he will do. But Lovikas is there to make the show go in his direction.
Some of those rounds have been hard stopping. Some of those rounds have been insanely close. It all comes down to a couple individual fights, and I feel like for both the teams it's becoming really exhausting. Good news is here, Pavlos, we're going to get to see the tactical timeout. That's going to give me even more time to let you know. Kono are out of money. We're probably looking at a 10-9. This could be heading in towards overtime. It's that type of a game.
It is, isn't it?
Yep.
A lot of back and forth. Amster, look at that facial expression. Concern, I think. Same for
And what about
Zoggin.
this one?
Damn, pressure mounting. I think Kono know their chances here, know that a reverse sweep would have been difficult. The belief is theirs, but the fact that Cybershock are right back in this,
You know what that facial
equilibrium
expression
is on the
was?
line.
That's all the kids, all the taxes, all the wife, all the... Oh my god, I have so many things to do and it's just Monday.
I was thinking about something else there, but I won't mention it because it's not stream appropriate.
Okay. At least this is gonna be a quickie. The rush against the USPs never felt easier. Right? Right? Right?
Right? Hang on. It's away.
Why is he alive?
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Dealt with, finally. Although it's a Glock to do it.
One more kill, and this is officially not an easy round.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so.
Oh my god, he's a lucky man. Does someone walk in and just ignore the angle? Surely not. Oh. No, the Nick is doing it.
Slowly walking forward, isn't he? But CJ doesn't really have the delicacy of time. It's just a matter of denying guns
Do
at
it.
this point. Not quite the satisfying sound of a one dig. It's more of, I don't know, just cannon fire.
Yeah.
Though,
Lot
look
of
at the
guns
shriek.
spamming at a box.
T-side really seeming favorable for both sides so far.
Yeah. They've been struggling to build up a comfortable economy on the CT side, both of them. Even, I mean, Cybershock at least had the comfort of winning the first half pistol round. For Kono, it's been even more complicated here. And Phenomen, you can tell that he's feeling really comfortable. Decides to go for that early opening pick in towards middle. Does get denied by the Yuto, but he's still gonna keep walking.
That's what you need. But in exchange for Cybershock, keeps things square.
Look at Zogan.
Look how far he's gone. Information gathered. Making sure his team can go for a play in a ramp. Oh, CJ got spotted. Can he get away in time? I think he can. Lovicus does get the pick on Zogan, though. So Cybershock's plans may change.
Yeah, this is a big one. Zogan was able to push on the back of the opening kill from the Oper. Sotovsky. Here's the bullets. Doesn't want to repeat, though. He doesn't know exactly how many players were out middle. He should be aware of the possibility of a donut timing, though. The bomb is still B. Lovicus is just faking it, and they're gonna buy it.
Huge. Very smart under threat. Always calm.
Oh my
Lovicus with the pick, and that just sealed the round in. Stamp on it.
This is turning around once again. And this time, they're gonna hunt a little bit. Lovicus is still sticking around. He knows how precious those guns are for the CT side. The fake works out perfectly. You just walk out on an empty bomb site. Sotovsky and Amster need to try and hold on. And judging by the way that the T's have been moving around, the CTs should be good. They should be able to hold on to what they already have. That's going to give them a bit of a chance, but we're leveled up officially, Pavlos.
We are. Things are close. One map apiece.
Could get one.
10 rounds per
Okay.
team. Still though, Kono, yes, they saved 2 rifles. It is a saving grace in this instance, but the rest of the team can't really do too much because it feels like those 2 guns will have to be the heroes in this instance.
Scary bar for Kono. It feels like for the majority of the round, Cybershock have been the ones to put themselves in a winnable position. Kono have the ones to get away, or have been the ones to get away with the scrappier rounds. So if the ending is going to be clean, then you gotta feel like it should be favoring Cybershock. Money, Not there for an investment. Half buy. Hero Hope, Hero M4, couple pistols and rounds. Still a dangerous round, but one that Cybershock needs to take really diligently. And if they do, they should be able to get. They're already walking out the bomb side.
Okay. Oh, seemed like Lovikus could have ended up with a second one there. Instead, Kono do find some answers. An extra rifle in play. I wonder if this is enough, though, to make the call. Yeah, I thought so.
It's a good save. They don't have the kit. They have, sure, you have a couple smokes, but Captain Kirk is low. Sotovsky's got an AVP. You just called this one off. You can let Zogan go for a little bit more because he's holding on to just the armor and the 5.7. If he's able to get his hands on a rifle, then that would be a perfect upgrade. But for everybody else, it's a bit of a no-brainer. And Zogan, unfortunately, won't be able to get away with another kill.
Yeah, not happening. Not this time. Cybershock with the lead, though, for the first time this map. Pro teams fully equipped.
I mean, yeah, it is crazy, right? The last time Cybershock did have the lead was 2 rounds in, literally. Winning the first half, pissed around the second, and then from that point on, it was Kono just going on a massive streak, getting 7 in a row and running away with a big one. But now Cybershock have regained their position in the driver's seat, and at what a time have they done that? Going for the mid fight. Kono have 3 people there. Again, they're playing so light and towards the B-bomb side.
Oh, Blixie. You can hear the movement. And they don't know he's here. Able to get a freebie. Now CJ's wondering, how do I get back into this fight? Cybershock are securing yet another. You've got a player just breaking through enemy lines. Blixie still being a menace within opposing positions as well. CJ under treacherous fire. And Cybershock get the bomb down. Sure, Kono do get a pick to even up the scales just a bit, but is that really enough? Especially with Lovikus on the flank. CJ trying to break through to give his team some space, some possibilities in this map, in this round, but it's not handed over. Cybershock instead will place themselves on map and series points.
And this is starting to run away. I mean, not even starting, it's already out of control here for Kono. Sotovsky, you need to hold on to the big green. You need to hold on to the ope.
Full sprint ahead for Cybershock, that's for sure.
And they'll take him down. Nodaneki with another one. This is starting to look good now for Cybershock. 2 consecutive chances to close it out and deny Kono's redemption.
Yeah, and the money's not great. You can see a couple of players, sure, they can buy, and maybe a drop, actually. Could be worse. Could be much worse. Never mind. The 2 players that did have money have enough to drop, so it's solid. It's just that you don't have any nades on your Saltovsky player. Never mind. That also is a lie. So, decent buy from Kono. It's just that they've got no margin for error.
No, absolutely not. Captain Kirk, if there was a time for him to step it up and get a couple opening kills, that would be the round. And he's going to go for the fight, but Lovikus denies him.
Indeed, so that's already Cybershock with a numbers advantage. Now what do you do with it? You've got a lot of presence towards that left-hand side. Kono have got most of their pressure now out on Cheetah, trying to get some damage onto Notineki. Avoids it by 3 HP.
You're still walking out with a man advantage though, right? And this is the time where you need to pulse the brake, or to press the brake button. Slow things down a little bit. You can get Nodaneki on an AVP. You know the CTs don't have the perfect economy, so utility is going to be low. 1 smoke, 3 flashes left on the CT side, and Zogan down to 51 HP. You just gather up, you go for the B play. It's been working out so well for you so far, but this time you're going to have to deal with Sotovsky here.
If you're Kono, you'd love a molly right now. You'd love an HE. Instead, maybe the play will have to be the post plant. Saltovsky holding the angle for so long. Didn't quite have the reaction timing for glowing. CJ, heavy lifting. A lot of it. Pounds and pounds of it. Now 3v3. Kono might just found themselves back into this fight. Bomb can't go down.
Way.
CJ with a shot across cave. Now there's a real chance. Notineki really low. Stepping on her now would be his demise. Connor still have a player that is in a similar fate. Stogan very low, but the full health play of CJ is in the dirt already. 20 seconds, you got to get the bomb down. Blixie, flash down. Amsa sees there's a chance now. 1v2, Naughty Neck, he can't really do anything about this. Has got to see this clock run dry, sees the play, allow Connor to get ever closer to you, and then it'll be a fight for overtime.
There is no way they make this one work. They're just gonna win it by time as well. No, the Necki's holding on to the big green. Kono stay alive. And you have one man to thank for this one, and it's the captain. It's CJ going absolutely nuclear in towards the cave with a triple kill. Everything collapsed. The mid fight doesn't go your way. Your Oper falls asleep on the wheel, and CJ from the cave blindsides the first one. Second one is straight up 1v1. Third one through the wall from cave. What a round from the captain to keep them in this.
No, it's brilliant. It's gorgeous. Cybershock.
If you're a Cybershock, it's sickening, because this is another 5v3 you've lost.
Yeah, but again, Connor can't make a mistake here, but at least they've got comfort going their way. The what-if question starts to appear in Cybershock's brains, right? What if we make a mistake? What if we lose an early player? What if we throw a 3v5 again? Scary questions to have in your mind.
Those are the things that you gotta look at Glowing for solutions with, right? Even though he's not the in-game leader, even though he's one of the newer players, he's bringing a lot of experience to this team, and you need experience in moments like those to stay composed.
Cybershock, again, focusing towards the left-hand side and might want to take the extremity, leaving the bomb behind, allowing Connor to have the prio of mid. It's a big priority handover. Oh! 2 picks to nothing! This game is lined up for OT unless Cybershock can bring out madness here. Saltowski with the line, scoped in. Blixie breaking in through tunnel, not quite getting the double. Which means, again, on the back foot, how do you even salvage this? All play from Saltowski, dropping back, but not enough! Hang on. Captain Kirker closing in. 1 minute 15 on the clock. Phenomen. Patience pays off. But does it this time? Because it's costed his teammates' life down to 3. Kono, they know they've got all the comfort.
They don't know where he is. They've just left.
He's cut noise.
Amster is alone here.
All we can hope for is isolated fights. Damn, that was snappy. Now gets the bomb plant for free. 1v2. Does he have the safety to drop back here? Captain Kirko, he could hear him. He knew he got close, and that's why he posts up closer. Flash in, gets the shot. Now needs to turn his attention towards the other side. He heard him completely. Phenomen, the 1v3. It's enough to secure the dub for Cybershock.
Absolute blunder from the CT side, and Phenomen triumphs with a 1 versus 3 clutch out of hell to send Kono the hell out of the tournament, and Cybershock right into the quarterfinals. This one will sting.
It was this close. This close, Ted. It could have gone OT. It could have been Cybershock out of this tournament. It could have been so many different things than what we're seeing right now. Blimey. What a result. Cybershock, sure, it got hairy, it got dicey. It didn't continue with the dominance it started with, given that CJ wasn't available for Chrono on the first map. But they get it done. They show resilience and close it out in 13-11 on Ancient. That is a 2-win matchup against Kono. And what a way to start off the playoffs here at Winter Series Compass.
Man, I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. What a way to put an end to a game like this one. That was a heart-stopping, show-stopping type of series, right, to open up the playoffs. It felt like it was impossible to predict. It was one of the craziest games I've seen in such a long time. Map 1, you play with a stand-in without your in-game leader for Kono. You get completely annihilated. Second map, Cybershock is supposed to win. They started 0-9, then they start bringing it back only to deny themselves after losing a round against the Pistols. And that is how they win the third map after 24 rounds of play. Absolutely insane.
It is, and we're supposed to react to it now. I think we're supposed to analyze it. How do you even do that after a play like that? Damn. You know, I think that guy deserves a raise.
Yeah, I don't know what type of a contract Phenomen is on right now, but you better raise him next time he's resigning. You better give him more money, because this guy's been playing some good Counter-Strike lately. You know what? Today, I think it's fair to say that he's been the MVP of the game so far, and he was the hero of Cybershock.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I think so, 100%. You could say the same about the first matchup on Train, the way he's been behaving, but you could see how comfortable he's in that position, right? I think if you watch the replay over again, Phenomen with the AWP kind of scoped in, the snappiness, even though he was in that position, damn, that's crazy. I think we've got an interview lined up. I do believe it's with Captain Kirker.
No, it's not an Eki. It's not an Eki. Would have been. You don't want to speak to Captain Kirker right now. He's probably a little bit furious. We have Nodaneki coming in, I think.
All right, bring him in. Congrats on the win, Nodaneki. That was insane. How did you react after that clutch from Phenomen?
We like hello. Like every one of us, just like a boom. I don't know. I instantly started to hug the Phenomen. That was insane. That was a really nice clutch from him.
Yeah, it was insane. Almost like the biceps was glowing. By the way, that's a nice place there. You've been hitting the gym. Okay. Gotta ask about the bench press BB. Talk to me a little bit about the entire matchup here, Nodaneki. It felt like after map 1, were you guys confident that you're just gonna take this one in a clean 2-0? Because that's what we thought. That's what we felt like. And then Mirage starts. And suddenly you start losing round after round after round after round, and even when you try to come back in the end, you drop the ball against the Pistols. So was there a little bit of frustration? What happened on that second map?
Well, first of all, yes, we were really confident. We thought we were gonna win it easily, but I don't know. We started Mirage, we lost Pistol. They were 3B, I guess. Then we lose first buy, and you know, round after round we losing. And yes, on City side we could come back. I felt comeback, but I ruined the round against Pistols on above Palace. That was fully my bad. And yes, we lost the map.
Well, you did end up winning the series in the end, so that's a positive. So congrats again for that. But I think this boot camp is also allowing you guys to stay strong mentally through series overall. You know, how long are you sticking around in the boot camp? How long have you got this going for? And how do you think it's helping you perform recently?
We boot camp in like 11 days. It's 11th day, and especially for me, it's nice to be together with a team. You can see Phenomen. It's nice to me to be together with the team, to communicate with them in real life between maps, etc. And I feel nice about it.
One other thing that I wanted to ask you about, now that you've played a little bit of longer time, you've had Glowin and Blixie on the lineup, how do you feel about those new additions? What is the atmosphere like on the team? Because now it feels like you have a lot more aggressive rifles, right? You have Blixie, you have Lovicus, who used to be a really aggressive guy and still has some aggressive plays, and then obviously you have Glowin too. You yourself as a supportive rifle, do you feel like that creates even more responsibility for you in the server when you have so many guys that love running around and shooting people?
Like for me, I always played more like a support role on rifle, like a lurker, and nothing changed for me. Like for big percent, I don't know how to say, and so it's my comfortable zone to play this passive player. And nothing changed for me.
Okay, and how do you feel about Glowin and Blixie now that they've been on the team for a longer time? Tell me a little bit more about them, about the two of them. What is the dynamic like on the team?
Like they both add like experience. Like they add their experience to our team, and our game look more. It look more like clever. I don't know how to say. And
okay.
Yeah.
And yes, we like it's Yobaný translator.
Yeah, go.
And
your
we
time
like
with this.
developing. We like developing very fast, as I feel, and
Okay.
it feels very nice.
Brilliant. Yeah, it definitely looks nice. It definitely looks impressive, and I hope you guys have the same amount of success leading into this tournament. So again, thank you for joining us on the interview. I don't want to take too much of your time, and best of luck with your next matches.
Thank you. Bye.
I feel like he doesn't give himself enough credit with his English. I think we understood everything he said perfectly.
Yeah.
But
you know what it feels like, right? When your native language is different than English and you just want to use a specific word, you don't care if the other person understands what you want to tell to them. You just want to use that specific word because that's how it sounds better in your head. So
yeah, completely agreed. Yeah, we get the match MVP though, Fenneman. Sure, score looks nice, but I think what was the prettiest about it isn't just his hair, it's also the final clutch he had, the last round, the 1v3. God, that was gorgeous.
Yeah, it was. And the fact that Fenneman was all in all consistent, I feel like this is the one thing I've been missing out from him, and I feel like the one thing that could take Cybershock to a whole different level as well, now that they have Glowin and Blixie on the team, is the, I guess, presence of a solid Oper. Presence of an Oper that could be the star of the team, that can bail you out in tough situations. But most of anything, I feel like the fact that they just need someone to be relying on, right? They need someone reliable with the big green, and that's what Fenneman has been so far this year. 2025 has been a much more improved, much more consistent year from Fenneman all in all, and the performance that we've seen in this series so far is just a compliment to all the other games that he's played. And I feel like if he's able to keep it going, I mean, I know they're going to be playing against arguably much more difficult opposition in Big in the quarterfinals, but if Fenneman is playing to that level, if Nodanek is as happy with his teammates as he is, and if Glowin and Blixie are really bringing in what he says that they're bringing to the table, I really believe that Cybershock could have an opportunity. Now, today was not the cleanest game of Counter-Strike from Cybershock, and the one thing they probably need to focus on is you know, trying to be a little bit cleaner in the way that they're converting 5v3s and 5v4s, just 1-2 man advantage situations, and some of the ways that they're closing out the rounds. But the openings, some of the mid-round decisions, some of the clutches, some of the individuals, all of that is looking great. It's all about converting the, I guess, advantageous situations.
Yeah, there's definitely more layers to Cybershock. The longer they've existed, the more, you know, more complex, I'd say, the more there is to this team. There's more about it that makes it good and makes it strong, and can give them wins like this. Connor, on the other hand, they did have a strong showing. If you put the first map behind them, obviously playing with a sub without your IGL, that's not optimal for you. But yeah, that's their run done from this tournament, and now it's Cybershock to try and hold that CIS banner high as they keep it going, and I think they play up against Big next. But for this day, there are a couple more matches in playoffs, and the next one will be around 4 o'clock CET, so make sure you tune in for that one, everybody. But yeah, thank you for joining for now, and we'll see you again then.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
And a warm welcome back to Compass once again. We roll into our second half of the day. It's now time for our next two round of 12 matches to see who will be progressing towards those invite stages and who will be making their way out of the Swiss top 8. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for this portion of today's broadcast. And look, you know, this is going to be proving time. It's do or die. It's crunch time for everyone who's been playing over the last few weeks. They've tried to play to prove themselves, but now it really comes down to this one best of 3 to enable them the top 8 spot.
And I think for a lot of people that will be watching the broadcast today for this best of 3 and the next one, they'll be looking at it and say, there's some weak names that have made it into the round of 12. And I guess you do have to say, you've got to beat the team in front of you, right? But this is normally where the big dogs and the more experienced squads can outrun those upsetting teams who might be able to edge through from an early stage of the tournament. But once you get to single Elim, that's when pressure's really on.
All right, now the big dogs of the bracket of Sashi and Cybershoku made their way into their victories earlier on today. Now we move towards Bad News Eagles versus Forza Reload as our third match of tonight's proceedings. And two teams that, I mean, look, certainly you wouldn't have expected either of them to be in these positions, particularly with the easiness of, the newness, rather, I should say, how new and recentness is the word I'm looking for there for one of them, and the other team being very, very inexperienced by comparison. Bad News Eagles are the team of recency that I discussed here, Dwayne, and obviously their rebuild has been making headlines. People have been watching out for them to see how far they're going to go compared to the Guild Eagles of old. And if I remember correctly, Dwayne, you had some good things to say about them in the main Swiss.
Indeed, I did. I thought they were clobbering teams. They smashed Eyeballers in the opening round. They smashed Copenhagen Wolves in the second. They got humbled by 9, an experienced squad with strong players in Tier 2. But the way that they performed last week against Eclot caught my eye. 13-5, 13-5 on Ancient and Inferno back-to-back. They didn't give them a chance. And I even thought it was slight individual mistakes in maybe anti-ecos that even gave Eclot a few rounds. That could have been one of the most one-sided best-of-3 series we saw in the entirety of the main Swiss.
Indeed, it could have been. The only loss that they've taken so far here was against the 9 side, who forfeit earlier on today as well to let Sashi into those quarterfinals. So for them, like, look, they've been doing extremely well here in Compass, and for them, obviously, their main goal is to try and get ranked at some particular point. That's not going to be an option here in this particular competition, but to see the fact that they're gaining some confidence against the Tier 2 and Tier 3 squads, the fact that they're playing as a decent unit, they can really show themselves up. I'm really excited to see what they can do in the next round, if anything else, because that's going to be the key proving ground, I feel like, for BNE to be able to show whether they can make it back to the top.
Well, let's put it into perspective. This team's been together for what? Just over a month now. And outside of open qualifiers, they've played in 2 tournaments. One being Compass, where they're already in the playoffs, and the other one being a European Pro League, where they're going into the decider matchup of a best of 3 in a few days' time to see if they can make the playoffs. They're already beating Eclot and even taking a map off of Aurora. So while the sample size might be limited, I have been impressed with the results that have been shown and the overall game style that we've been seeing from BNE. The players are hitting hard. Individually, they're showing up. And that's how you're going to be able to beat a lot of the squads, especially at this kind of level.
Will that be enough to beat out a very young Forza side, Forza Reload, the academy squad of this particular organization, and in a position as well where they are also so new to this environment as a 5-man unit. Obviously, they are a core of players from the old VP Prodigy roster, but their position obviously is much less tenured, I guess you could say, by comparison.
Well, I look at Forza Reload, and I think to myself, Jay, geez, they upset some decent names in main Swiss. Or did they? I mean, they beat Sashi, and we've seen them be very inconsistent across 2025. They beat Eclot, who, let's be honest, looked very shaky in this main Swiss stage. They get smashed by Cybershock, and then the one close official they have is against Copenhagen Wolves, who I don't rate highly. I think they're a low-end Tier 2 squad. That went OT in Map 1, 23 rounds in Map 2, and then they edged it over in Map 3. So, I don't know. I haven't been too impressed with what Forza Reload have proven against the teams that they've played.
Well, I mean, I would give at least a little bit of leeway the fact that they've taken down Sashi and Eclot, and I know what you want to say about the fact that Eclot have been inconsistent. They are also within the top 40 at the moment in time, so they are a very well considered unit. They have recognised their own consistency issues, and they understand that they can perform much better than they did in that particular Forza matchup. So I give them at least a little bit of credit, but you are right. Like, you take a look at the other matches that they've had as of late, and haven't really been having the best of times of things, losing out to Rush B, beating out teams like K27 as well in other competitions on HLTV. There's not a lot of HLTV experience as well for this roster, so there isn't a huge amount to pull from for me to go, right, this is going to be their match to take overall.
Well, I did watch a stream a little bit earlier on this morning, Jay, in the Exhort Series 8 tournament where Forza Reload took on the new Sangle team. That's the Beanox and Kriaz team, and they 2-0'd them. And I was quite impressed with what I was seeing. They were performing quite well on Anubis. That went down 13-11. They had themselves a good CT side on Nuke to close it out 13-9. So maybe it's a little bit of a positive day already. We've got a 2-0 against a new squad versus Sangle, and now we've got another new squad of B&E to face up against.
Or is this the old Forza or the new Forza? Because remember as well, they've also had a recent benching at the same time. They're looking for a new fifth, as I understand it. They're playing with something here today, but I wonder how that benching is going to impact their cohesion and unity. They have had victories over Guild Eagles. They had one series a year ago where they were able to beat them out during the Sky Esports tournament, but now it's a case of hunkering down and getting this next victory on the board many, many moons later. And I imagine they're coming into a very, very different matchup by comparison to that last one. So talk me through the veto process.
Yeah, well, it should be an Inferno ban to come in from Forza Reload. Should be a nuke ban from B&E, and it's a real shame for Forza Reload because they're a great nuke team. So they've got a disadvantage in the veto today. So what are Forza Reload's option? Well, they pick Mirage, but that's a good map for B&E. So I think realistically, the only good option that Forza Reload have as a pick is Dust 2. I think that's the only choice that they can go down. And for B&E, they'll just pick into Ancient and probably throw Mirage towards a decider. They're quite happy to play that map.
Yeah, quite possibly. Even then, that nuke obviously has been lost throughout this competition as well to the Cybershock roster. You mentioned the smashing that they took. However, I think it is a map that you want to look at the most when it comes to Forza Reload as being one of those key things. So having that removed from play, obviously, big thing for them. Anubis picked in first, Mirage taken in as the next map. So not that Dust 2 pick that you were expecting there.
No, and Dust 2's looked very weak from B&E. I thought that would have been a really good option. Anubis has not been played for Forza Reload on HLTV. They had, again, the 13-11 that they had this morning. Looking at some of the other tournaments, aren't seeing a lot. 13-4 versus Rush B, 13-7 in Exhort Series, overtime loss to K27, 3 rounds against the Warrior 2K and Mesnal team of the Adventures on Anubis. So, yeah, this is a risk. And whenever you've got the start of a veto being a risk, it makes you wonder whether we are actually going to be going to 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly like they've got a lot of information to pull from to counter-strat a team like a B&E, like at the same time. Like, there's just not a lot in terms of their possibilities. The fact that you're taking one of those key maps away from the pool just in that first wave of the veto process. Ancient will be able to decider. I mean, like, you talk about the fact that there probably isn't going to be 3 maps in the pool, or a 3-map series right here for them. So is there even any hope if they do drag it out that far?
If it does go towards Ancient, you'd expect B&E to close pretty easily. They've been playing a lot of Ancient in the open qualifiers and best of ones. They've also been playing it in best of threes, and they've looked comfortable on it. I don't think many teams have been able to really compete on this map of Ancient. So because of that, I look at map 1, 2, and 3 and say it's all a decent likelihood that B&E can win either of those 3.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, all things considered, for them to hold dominion over this matchup. I mean, even just from experience basis, right? These are players that have played at majors. They've been towards top-end playoff positions. They've been doing extremely good things in their limited time in the higher ends of the space. Yes, Tier 2 hasn't always been all that kind towards them, but they are a team of players that have had their chances. They've had opportunities that Forza have not been able to gain, at least in this particular iteration. So I do worry for the youngsters in this context. I hope that there's a future ahead of them, but unfortunately, the future isn't now. Now is what Bad News Eagles are going to look to dominate right here. And I also do have a fear that that's what things could look like at the moment. So is there anything that Forza can do? Is there anything that Forza can count on to look at this match and find a way to sort of exploit what B&E have been doing recently?
Well, I think it's got to come down to the calling style, the very slow passive nature of their T-sides, getting frustration out from your opposition. Got to remember, this is still a core 3 that's been together for 6 months. This is still a roster that's been working hard across this year. Yeah, they might not have a huge amount of HLTV officials, and they're struggling to get on the VRS, same as B&E, but this is a squad that's been playing Exhort series one after the other, main Swiss stage, contenders stage. They got into advanced. They went 7-7 this season. They went 6-6 in the last season. So while maybe I might look at them in a little bit more of a negative light with just the result basis, they do have so many more officials under their belt than B&E do.
It's very true, and you would hope that would give them at least the team cohesion in order to balance out against the B&E side, but you have to wonder whether or not that firepower is truly there to match up to some of the guys over on the other side of the board. And as well as that, to their credit as well, even though they are unranked and very low-level Tier 3 events like Exhort Series, they're going pretty deep in some of these competitions. Second places, top 4s, very, very significant runs in those competitions, but the opportunity to get ranked is obviously the thing that they're missing the most. And I guess you could say that for both teams, that very much is a true case in point. So for me, I'm going to back the Bad News Eagles. I'm going to go 2-0. They feel like the stronger unit for me. I want to see a little bit more out of Forza Reload, and if they can bring it, then maybe they might stand a chance to at least make this look decent.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a 2-0 as well. This is a debut for both Forza Reload and for B&E on Anubis in the last 3 months. So let's just see how exactly the comfortability is shaping up for both teams. Fast, aggressive, into mid, but not as if they're going to go into camera. Instead, they're going to drop the canal and split B through Temple.
Quick up and through, Flatro spotting a player out towards main. Crispy forced towards a forward position. Seen of his shoulder. Rigon can land the headshot quick and easy. Advantage taken for BNE. Bomb plant will look to get secured right here. Shady's Julies moving up towards the back lines. Got 2 players alongside him as well to try and flank from this position. The 5-on-4 for BNE at the moment.
Well, they've got to wait this smoke out before anything happens. You've got a CT player that's coming in against 3 players towards the canal. This is just getting slowed from B&E. This is a strong-looking post plant because they've got another flash on Synopsy too.
Ball and back, Rigon sees players, headshot taken on something. And Spirit should also drop alongside Shady, who's gone down as well. So this is just clean up for the Bad News Eagles, as they will take a very confident pistol round.
Yeah, B&E have just played 14 maps on HLTV since coming back together, and you feel that every map, every series, it's starting to get a little bit more of a feeling of what we remember from the past. Aggressive style players, hard-hitting individuals, making moves and creating opportunities. I just want to see, when's that deep run coming? When is a title win? How soon can we realistically expect it? I think it's tough to expect a title win, or at least be in the conversation of it when it's your second tournament since coming back together. But when you look at a first-round playoff going up against a Forza Reload side, and you're looking at the bracket, surely B&E have got to at least have it in the back of their mind that it's a possibility.
Both sides aiming to get on the board, if nothing else. B&E about claiming their legacy, so to speak. Forza Reload is about forging one of their own. Very, very young players on this academy side. Maximum age of 20 or so at the moment. Very significant stuff available towards them. B&E have made their way in towards the A-bomb site. Have lost a player in the interim of that mid-fight. Senna's got a couple of kills out of the MAC-10 flat throw. Similar story onto Spirit. Does struggle against the MAC-10 picked up by Shady. So it actually makes it rather expensive here for Forza. Bomb can make his way back towards that B-bomb site. AKs have been recovered as well. So very decent damage being done here.
A bit of separation. You've got cutting of rotation out towards camera, and then towards a canal, just a spot of information. GXX just needs to slow and make sure that these CTs can't get in quickly.
No real access allowed at the moment. Just back off and hold on to the weapons here, particularly that AK for Shady. Be very valuable towards the CT side as BNE lock in number 2. And again, very good for 0 investment on the CT basis. But BNE are going to be the ones at 2-0 up, and with a rifle buy of their own to try and control this situation.
Bit of a difficult period too for Forza Reload, and I guess not making advanced playoffs probably shifted the roster change. You've got to look at the whole VRS system, Jay, with the new 5 ranked matches, and opportunities need to come. And if they were 1 extra win away in the regular season, they would have been able to make the playoffs. They went 7-7 and finished 29th. They get 8 wins there, they go top 24 for sure. So it probably could have been anyone on this Forza Reload side. It ends up being something that's getting bench, getting transfer listed. So I guess now it's let's try and make the most out of Compass and reset when we come to the next tournament.
Both teams eyeing up confidence above all else. It's a confident start thus far here for the Bad News Eagles, but it could get shifted in a moment's notice. Damage was done to those 3 players, so Economy is not exactly in a great position. A swing round opportunity available to the Forza Reload side. Spirit ready for players to start peeking in from A main. About to receive a number of them here. Molly set, M4 looks for the first fight of Rexy. Good starting kill. AG's to open a smoke and a quickly line up Spirit. See that second player as well. And GXX and Flatro can quickly stomp the A bomb site. The split comes in towards mid as well. Advantage taken. Rigon's going for a hunt. Hearing players on rotate as well. Can prepare his teammates. Synopsy hugs the wall. And something should go falling pretty quickly for it. Now a save from any players that have made their way up. Mac Ted next to fight from Customary and does catch Flatro looking the wrong way. It will not lead to a retake.
They're pretty poor there from Forza Reload. I felt that they were being quite active with the AWP searching towards the canal, the extension out to B main, making good info. They get a good kill towards A main, but notice how there's not a lot of coverage. Not getting back behind the pillar, not tucking yourself on the wall. As soon as there's the HE break of the smoke, you've got a player just in the open, which is an easy frag. And then from that point onwards, it's a double entry. And Forza Reload will be frustrated with themselves because that could have been a much cleaner defensive on A than what it actually was.
The 3-0 start for the Eagles, who have taken flight in the early match. T-side starting advantage, and the Forza are feeling the effects of that. At least they can keep a couple guns in. I said a moment ago that they really had the chance to reset the state of BNE, do the damage and compound against the rifle victory. Instead, they've allowed another rifle round to come against them. And they can buy back of their own right, to their credit.
It's a good sign to see how good the trading's been for BNE, how the individuals are making sure that anytime Forza Reload get a chance of maybe an opening pick, that they're not holding on to that.
Now we've got AWPs in for both sides. GXX is the one set over at the canals. You've got Shady working around the bomb site over on the B play, I believe. Smokes in something. Spray. Flatro gets his kill. It's actually Customary on that B bomb site. Rotations are coming in thick and fast right now, though. Forza Reload trying to set themselves up. And Shady doesn't go for the full wrap around the A bomb site. Instead, sticks up ahead of him.
This is BNE just starting to slow the round and bait in a slight info play. Create a little bit of movement. You've got an individual towards A that's just creating a bit more space. And Customary defensively on the bomb site, trying to put that smoke down. I reckon they just run through it, though.
.60 seconds on the clock. Flatro still expecting there to be some sort of backline presence, or they're going for a rotation here. BNE be walking right into the trap with now 3 players on Forza Reload's defensives, but Flatro catches Customary going aggressive in towards Electric. B bomb site is open for the time being. They don't have that information yet. They're going to catch off Spirit anyway over at the main press. 5-on-2 now for the Bad News Eagles. 1 player per bomb site. M4 of Rexy gets away with that kill. Now they look back in towards the execution here, back through the canals, in towards the B bomb site. Rigon will look for the exit onto this rotating man. Flashes a sent to Shady, and will not see anything for now. A flow fight coming in. The shot misses out from the AWP battle. Synopsy will put that bomb down at last, and Rexy has no idea of Rigon's lurk. BNE allowed so much map control there.
Geez, they're getting farmed at the moment, aren't they? This is incompetitive, and this is not a promising sign if you're a Forza Reload fan or even a player. You want to be holding weight in a playoff game. You want to be showing the back and forth nature, not constantly being reset. It's another round where you're just looking for exits. And Shady's going to try his best to recover this AWP, to bring it forward into the next round. But GXX wants to make sure that doesn't happen. BNE up to 4. And it's a bit of an uncomfortable timing. The re-aggression through the smoke. Might have been able to wait it out. Player on the other side. It's just a collapse. And I think that's the problem, is that a lot of the mid-round to late round has just been a full collapse. Just players dropping so quickly.
Decent exit round trades there from Shady to at least make it expensive, but this time they don't have a follow-up.
Probably see a canal crunch in this round. Not a lot of money. Get aggressive.
And buy a couple of hero weapons on the high roller players here, an M4 and an MP9. Plus upgrade pistols overall, but it's not going to be the true investment. They will have guns for the next round here. I'll end up being their focus. And I mean, look, the pistol players at least do lean themselves towards a potential crunch setup.
Well, I'm going to ask just quickly. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot in the main Swiss teams' perspectives on this kind of tournament. Is Forza Reload just dead? With them having a roster change, do they just look at all officials with something still in the team and say, we'll play them, but we're waiting for the new fifth? Is that the mindset?
Yeah. It's very true. Will they take this not seriously, or will they get that dead team buff that we frequently see?
Well, the last week, you would expect with the transfer happening that they're scrimming with stand-ins or maybe with players on trial. So you've got something that just has not pracked with the team for the last week or so.
True, very true. And for a team whose main one-up in this series, their main point of favoritism is the fact that they play a lot more officials. They should be a much more well-oiled machine by comparison to BNE, who have only got 14 maps. Look at that position. You consider those opportunities that Forza may have wasted away, or may have at least had taken away from them by virtue of their attempted roster shifts. And see players making their way into that B-bomb site now for the BNE camp. The utility will come down to block off vision from Cusme. Good dink down whilst blinded onto GXX, so that's a potential exit frag. We've got M4s fighting from Rain. Spirit's going to get picked up by Synopsy's timing. Dive back down towards the canals, but the CTs are just held up against them. Cusme can take center at least, but traded back very quickly. Something tries to continue the fight, but all CTs will drop towards the flanks and the main defensive 5-0 start for the Bad News Eagles. And Forza Reload, I mean, their best round was a little bit of damage on an eco so far. The guns will return, an opportunity to return some more potential and disallow BNE to walk away with this one in a significant T-half streak.
I've been impressed by Flatro's performance since joining back up with BNE. I thought his time on ITB didn't reflect his true colours. I thought in that roster he was a little bit overshadowed at times by Red Star or even Smooya, and just didn't show the full capabilities, whereas the last few best of threes, and especially this one, he's been on fire. He's been creating chances.
Flatro, the top fragger of the server, Synopsy as to try and take points in terms of that mid-fight. Flatro is continuing to fight from Electric. Their backs are turned towards the main, but they're going to double up to focus on that individual player. Rigon with a swing, kill found. Second player known about, stands in front of the pillar, something, gets a decent fight. A second 1v1 doesn't quite go his way. Senna will be tagged low, but it's still a 3-on-2 right now for BNE. Forza Reload will also get hurt in these canals position. This mid player is going to get all the information back. Will fight on one. Not expecting that second man to also be there, but Rexy should get sussed out soon enough. GXX posted, actually does miss out the chance to fight a low HP player on the bomb site as well. Rexy's going to have a little bit of time to work with, but the AK survives on the bomb. He'll look to hold the defuse right here. Senna needs to spray, and that's exactly what he'll do. 6-0 on the streak for Bad News Eagles.
Oh boy. Well, it's a tough game where even if you adapt, if you're not getting opening picks, you are just going to lose rounds. It has to be said, there is a 5v4 central from BNE in this first half. Even with the trade back towards the canal, they're always losing the disadvantage. Anytime the bomb goes down, it's always a man up for BNE. And Forza Reload might try and get active, they might try and get defensively, but individually they're letting themselves down. I mean, you've got, what, something on 1 kill, Spirit on none? Players need to step up, and need to step up quickly, because 6-0 on the T side is giving a gut feeling that we're just not going to have a competitive best of 3.
And now the economy is getting to a place where the damaging rounds that Forza have been taking over the course of this match are going to mean very little here. The economy is now well built. They've got high rollers, a good flawless victory in a round like this where you've got very little to play with on the Forza Reload side. Keep 5 players alive. At that point, you're fighting to try and take 2 off the back of them before you get even in the conversation of a reset there.
Well, we've got to look at where are the danger zones. It's Synopsy and his aggressive mid challenges towards House, and it's Flatro and his aggressive canal. So this is where the in-game leader of Cusme needs to work out a system on trying to silence those kind of players and those areas across the map.
It's a half buy for Forza Reload here. No range available. HEs to dish out early damage. A lot more taken by BNE. With the second HE that lands nice towards those stairs, but in over a main. Flatro lands against Rexy. GXX still getting pressured here. The CTs will back off from that electric position. Flatro still hunting outside of the bomb site. Look how far forward he's going to make his way in. Spirit has no idea. BNE are just toying with Forza now. A site is fully opened up. A 5-on-3 situation. Bomb plant incoming. And even the utilities debate the fact that Synopsy's not here in mid. Cusme will still get that kill regardless, but another player's out there to try and punish him. Rigon missing his chance. Eventually gets his kill.
And now you just hope for some exit damage. Try and see if you can recover a rifle if at all possible, because the T's are hungry. They're still trying to fight you, aggro.
And GXX just got another kill on Shady. Something knows he's off to the left. Maybe able to isolate this Deagle shot back. And a second onto Senna. So again, we'll try and keep the damage going. But I mentioned how meaningless it's going to be. Smoke down. There is no kit for something. It does land on towards the bomb. He sees the player coming. Gets another decent kill. The smoke doesn't stretch all the way. And Flatcher will catch him in an open fight. Very good effort again for Forza Reload. But it's not enough to deny the half advantage. 7 on the trot for BNE now.
It wasn't necessary there for BNE to go aggressive and fight for the last player, considering it was just against an eco. And normally, Jay, I'd probably be a bit more critical and say you've lost a lot of players, you've given a chance, but I actually like that. You're 6-0 up, mate, fight everything! If you're hitting all these shots right now, I don't care if it almost loses you a round. It sets an example. It sets a precedent that you are going to get nothing in this best of 3.
Can Forza Reload turn that into a long-term blunder on the BNE side, though? Economy now not looking quite as hot as it did in the previous round. A good victory into a reset. And 5 on the trot would be the best-case scenario that Forza would need. BNE still hold Dominion over them here with the better weapon sets, even with the buy-up here on Forza. We're doing an SMG in for Spirit. Still yet to start, 0 and 7. Certainly not on a very good stat line right now for the Bad News Eagles. They're happy for that. B is the target.
There's something out from Jail. Slight aggro play from Rexy catches off 1. Now there's still a mid lurk to try and put some emphasis down, try and pull some over rotations.
Smoke's up here towards the B site. Molly's getting sent up. One player to try and cut off potential rotations, and now the Jail player will be able to strike something. Takes a player down, and the damage being done to the next 2 as well. 5 on 3, and need that third player to come in with the flank here, BNE. Bomb's still in their control, but all the CTs have rotated up. And GXX checks those bat lines, checks position. I think something may be aware of potential flank. They've left mid completely opened up for the time being. No, he's so focused on this main position. He does turn his way back towards that pillar, but finally, GXX comes in with the strike. Another flank working successful. The AWP player gets isolated by Flatcher, turning it into a 3 versus 3. And GXX ready for custody. They've turned it all around.
CTs can try and keep coming in here from Electric, but it's down to Spirit. Is this finally going to be the round that he gets a kill?
He leads him in. Rexy right behind him. Check the left. Look to the side. Flat throw. Not quite required yet, but he does get that trade on Rigon. And now it's all left to Rexy this time. He can get a trade back, but GXX, the AWP, very far back position. The bomb's not even planted for him. Rexy can hold the 5 seconds. GXX is going to charge right up right here. Needs to get right on it. He's going for knife kills. And that will cost BNE their first round at last. Forza Reload sneaking one in underneath the noses of the T side.
It's a shame that GXX has got the AWP instead of the AK. Would have been able to spam a lot easier with the other rifle. I look at that from BNE and say they should have no chance of going into winning that round. They've got almost no space. They're not only in a 3v5, but there's low HP. Rigon's half, Flatro's at 25, and they've nearly recovered that entire round. That is not a promising sign for Forza Reload at all, because not only do you win your first, but look at the follow-up. You've got an MP9 down for Spirit, you've got no AWP, but a lack of U2 and kids.
Look how quickly they're going to make their way into aggressive stance as well, trying to see if they can win this off the fights alone. They do isolate Rigon, very well placed on their position. Synopsy trades with something that's right back on him. 2K to his name. Advantage looking to get established. Spirit will be known towards that corner of main. As BNE did try a secondary piece of action, but nothing is secured for it. Advantage stays with Forza now.
The HP differential could be quite a large factor later on in the round, because for Forza Reload, even though they've got the man up, they're probably not going to be active. When you've got Rexy at 24, something at 57, 36 on Spirit, you have to just sit there and play passive, and GXX has just held the patient angle and probably gets a 2K towards A main.
Gets Spirit most certainly for that much. Second player in this main position is also low HP. The fight towards Canals gets nothing. Custody trading. GXX turns up the frag as well, and BNE will recover an 8th.
Oh, they are finished, mate. They are so done. We've just seen a 5v3 almost get lost and a 4v3 get lost within 5 seconds. Mate, I'm calling it right here. We are seeing nothing from Forza Reload.
Yeah.
They are just getting farmed. Not only at the moment on Anubis, but it's going to translate into the second half. It's going to translate out to Mirage. And this is probably going to be the most one-sided best of 3 we're going to have in the entirety of the playoffs.
I mean, you say they're finished, but did they even start to begin with?
Well, it's a good point.
BNE only recently conceding their first round of this best of 3. Forza Instantly followed up upon. Even a Mach 10 from range can get kills. Rexy can take back one of the MP9, but being tagged up to 35. Synopsy moving up towards Electric. That's Smoke on the way to cover his backside. He takes a fight back onto Shady, onto Rexy. Clean up time, BNE or 9.
And it's BNE at their best when you look at the kill distribution, and it's not just a single star player that's completely overwhelming, having mass impact, producing opportunities in rounds. You've got GXX at 9, Flatro at 13, a 7 on for Synopsy, 8 for Rigon. Those are the numbers that I want to see. Everyone chipping in, everyone being involved with the trade frag, the entries. A 9-1. Unfortunately for Forza Reload, they've tried to call in some attacks, but they just haven't slowed the game down. After they haven't been able to slow momentum in this first half on their map pick. And I said it from the start of the video, I thought Dust 2 was the only option. So when I see Anubis, I go, geez, that's a risk. We don't see it getting played very much for either squad, and well, this is the outcome of it.
Eight rounds to the good on BNE. Oh, Flatraven, just a quick drive-by shot on the AWP of Shady. Smoke's involved to try to block vision, but look at Flatcher. Look how quickly he wants to make his way up. The HE down through. The Smoke will reveal his position. They will not swing towards that corner, though. Instead, GXX gets just a modicum of information, finds his kill. Flatcher swings on something. Yeah, this is the experience I was talking about. The coordination of BNE and the ability to win these fights. They are just walking all over Forza. All 5 alive. 10-1. This map is almost done.
And they're looking sharp as hell. Anytime you can wide swing an AWPer and win the fight, you know that they're feeling confident individually. You know that spirits are high to basically fight every single duel possible. And just that annihilation of the canals and into Electric, the HE, everything just going wrong for the CTs. And Forza Reload have used all their tacticals, and fair play to them. I think they've tried to adapt as much as possible in the first half. They've been quite active on the CT side. They've just lost gunfights. That is basically what it's come down to.
Yeah. And Forza forced to use all 3 of their tacticals, but if you're losing gunfights, there's not really a tactical change you can make.
No, the only thing that a tactical helps is to try and stabilize the mental, right? Try and not over tilt and keep the comms clear. But you're right about what happens on the server. That can't be changed by attack.
Well, Forza Reload picked this map, hoping they could curveball their way into a veto, play something that hasn't been seen by BNE. And their high winning maps being taken out in the opening stages of the veto, meaning that there's very little to speak of here in terms of potential in this map, and now possibly in this series right now, especially with the way they're working, especially with Mirage coming up next. Most played and second most won map in the pool for the Bad News Eagles, so expecting good things out of them. And if this is anything to go by, then it might be another quick whitewashing if Forza Reload can't get their shots hit. Rexy does isolate Synopsy to a decent fight in at mid, but the trades from Flatro and Rigon can get him and Shady to return 3-on-3.
Just trying to put emphasis onto mid, but it's going to be a B split. They should drop mid and go into the canal. You've got a single B player at the moment with a second player that could be fast on rotation. And there's plenty of time left on the clock and even decent amount of util. 2 smokes to still follow here for BNE.
Something's trying to make a play. Got a teammate behind him as well. Check those windows, but again, a peek forward from Cuspy, isolates himself towards center. Right place, right time, watching at that Ruggs angle. Utility will get sent down to indicate this presence out here over at the water position. They are peeking in towards the A-bomb site with the centralized defender. The timing on something felt like it was so good, but Flatro checked it at the right moment. Smokes are missed, but I don't think that matters. MP9 to fight against 3, isolates the AWP first and foremost. The bomb can make its way back in towards that B bomb site. It'll be a little bit leery with how late the rotation's coming in from, but Spirit can't really do much to defend against them right here. They're going to have to run their way forwards. 10 seconds. Are you going to beat Rigon here? No, he won't. Plant down the back side. Actually going to try and see to go for the fight instead. Not risk the potential denial. So 11-1 at the turn. BNE in full control.
I look at that last round, Jay, and I think 3v3, they're working with a FAMAS, they're working with an MP9. Stylistically, they've made the right call. Get active, make an info play, try and catch a timing, and just both duels are just awful timings. You're being watched by Ruggs, You then have a timing where it looked like Flatro was peeking in towards A main, turns around, and you just feel that everything is going wrong. Flatro is just loving it.
Look, I've not seen him that happy since Elisa.
It's been a while, yeah, and maybe that's what they need, right? Is they need some success coming. They need one of those deep tournament runs, and this is just the start of the playoffs here in Compass.
They're having a ball right now, BNE, and rightfully so, because they are all over the opposition. And Force Reload will at least respond with some crispiness of their own. Shady, first tap, first blood in the half. Flatro down in the pistol round.
Yeah, Forza Reload just need to try and keep baiting in more mistakes from BNE now that the opening pick's gone the way of the T side. Try and force in an over-rotation perhaps, or even just a slight prod of info. And Shady's waiting for that mid-bridge pick or just something to present from Canal, but it's been quite passive from BNE. They haven't been able to finally walk up. GXX is going to give just that right timing, and Shady sees the info, and Synopsy's now trying to see if he can press. He doesn't see anything from the Canal either.
Me catches GXS off guard, so we're down to a 5-on-3 and an open A bomb site at that. Smokes to suppress potential vision if Cusby takes down Grigon. And Senna bats up here in mid. The flank of Synopsy finally gets a kill on the trade, but now they need a whole lot more than just that to retake in the pistol. Now 1 versus 4 for Senna. And Forza Reload. If there was a half to get some decency out, it would be on the T side. And even with the pistol win, it's a very long way back. 1 out of 10 on the comeback.
Well, you expect a force buy straight away. Expect BNE to be buying it up and just putting pressure on every round to start off this second half. Just give no breathing room for Forza Reload to get settled.
And take the fight right back to them. The economical advantage you'd gain by winning a steal would basically put you in good stead to end the map at 13-2.
Terrorists win.
Well, it's 11-2 for the Bad News Eagles. They will have a little bit more leeway going the way of Forza.
And it shows parallels to the similarities of the fall event of 2023, where we had BNE going into the main Swiss stage, getting the invite, beating Eyeballers, beating Godsend, beating Ecstatic, going into the first round of the playoffs, beating Anonymo 2-0, but losing out to Aurora in the next round. And we've got Aurora again being invited in. And BNE are going to hope that they can at least try and facilitate a minimum top 8 performance.
Well, victory of this match faces 500 in the quarterfinals.
That would be a fantastic game. 500's in good touch, especially if BNE create a 2-0 and create a lot of threat. I think that could be an exciting matchup.
There's some history there between BNE and 500 players. All to discuss in tomorrow's matches. For now, focus turns towards Forza Reload and their attempted efforts, which they will get onto Synopsy pretty nicely. It was a force buy, as you mentioned there, Dwag, but BNE went for the 4-man stack over at A. The 1 player at B was isolated. Quickly dealt with the Forza Reload and quickly get their 3rd on the board.
I'm sure Rigon's looking at big in this comp and thinking, are we going to face them at some point? Because he played a couple of Compass tournaments with them. Fall and summer of last year, getting invited into the quarters, getting knocked out straight away every single time. And then Flatro and Synopsy had a top 4 only in summer with ITB. Got invited into the contender stage, went on all the way to main Swiss and kept beating teams and got close to at least being in the conversation to qualify to the LAM. 11-2, now 11-3. Forza Reload. Well, they didn't run into the stack, but what they will be running into is still an upgraded buy. You're not going to have many upgrades to follow in the next round, but with 4 alive, you've got to treat it almost as if it's a second force buy that you're up against another strong buy.
Let's see if they can isolate some players, however, get these exit frags onto the BNE side, and they only end up with 2 pistols to walk away with. So a slightly upgraded eco with the pistols on the ecos of those 3 that fell. But Deagles for Rigon and GXX. Headshots to pick out of the Forza side. Those are with the 2 guys you're watching again to try to dish out some damage, but at this point you are just focusing on the rifle into round 16. Round 15 should be a theoretical write-off. Let's see what they can make of it.
Forza Reload know that with a heavy stack on the A-bomb site, they probably won't be trying that again. Cuspy just prodding out to Electric, loses quite a bit of damage towards Rigon, so he's not going to be that involved for the late portion of the round. Everyone gambling, rotate out towards B though. B&E are just hoping, can we stack the right bomb site at the right time?
And the defaults are in play for Forza to try and avoid that, and ran into one player on what is a B stack, and the prod towards A will start to come through. The bomb is going to get recovered by Shady. We'll go around the safe way. And just as they start peeking in towards B main as well, B&E, not the best of timings in the world. Forza go with the pistol conversion and eco success. As the next Deagle player will get some damage done against him. Flatro's picked up the Deagle off the dead body of Rigon. And Synopsy will apply on one of his own. Rexy has fallen. Are there any more to drop?
Well, I don't really know why Rexy's done that. He's just given a free AK away. They know that it's a light and buy. No one's aggressive outside of him. That just seems as if such a waste. Even something is way too far forward. I'm not like... I much prefer a more passive post-plant here. Don't even attempt to try and give away another AK.
They're ready for him to go peeking back up towards mid, and to be fair, assume that to be the case given how far forward Forza are playing. There may be an escape towards that position later. The bomb starts to go off, but no such action at the moment. Even another casualty to remove another AK from play from Forza would impact them relatively significantly. They don't finish off the kill onto Cuspy, but that's fine. And Forza will not overextend much further here. So just the free AK, and again, talk about like lack of investment and everything. Like that's still pretty decent for the CT side.
Yeah, well, GXX has the least amount of maps played on HLTV out of anyone on this B&E side, and he still has more than the entire Forza Reload side combined. And I think we talked about that a little bit at the start of the best of 3, Jay, is that while Forza Reload have been together for a decent amount of time for the core and for the 4th and 5th player at the start of the year, it's the change of going into these high-pressure matchups, going into these single elim brackets, and going up against much stronger teams. And B&E will look at the next few months and say, okay, we want to cause ourselves to be a bit of a threat in Tier 2. We want to get on the VRS. Want to see what the next sort of ranked matches is going to be, where the next open qualifiers are going to come from, how they can slowly start getting into the CCT closed qualifiers, and then eventually the CCT circuit. That will probably be a goal and an expectation for them across the next couple of months.
I think the 3rd season of that circuit begins in May, so the last European event is just is on the way at the moment. A little bit of time to make up before we hit that particular point. Balls up. And the Mac-10 and the Galil as part of this buy up here, and running into a bit more stand defensive, but all 5 players need to go towards this A bomb site. GXX with a decent kill, flashbang keeping him blinded, but Smokes are in the way. He still turns up with Flatro support of the M4. Something takes one back. Senna is held behind utility. Flashes are coming in. They've got more backup on the way in as well. 4 versus 2 from range. They look to fight with the Galil and an AK. The AK in particular is looking to provide cover for Cuspy, but falls towards Synopsis. Blind spray through the smoke. Senna sees his last man, and that's the round that B&E were looking for. Map points.
Absolute quality there from GXX. It's tough as an AWPer defending A, because you'd like to be a bit of a mobile AWPer where you can get a pick, try and fall back. When you're up against the exec, there is just nowhere that you can go except keep fighting, and that's what he was able to do to the highest degree. I expect him to get 1 kill there. I expect him to slow down and buy time for rotations. I'm not anticipating him to get that second. That shot against the player rotating up to the top of the water angle out there on the pillar, that was a cracker of a shot. That's a great round from B&E and GXX in particular.
Now 8 map points for Forza Reload to come back against Shady, boosting his AWP up in the hopes that someone extends out towards mid and catches that one player, but no such opportunity is given over. Smokes involved, something He allowed mid access towards the doorway, seeing absolutely nothing of it right now. They're also focused on main. That this might end up being a bit of a point of contention, but the players now watching it. A second man's also on the way in towards the temple entrance. Something catches Synopsy. All important. Second kill not landed though. Senna knows that they might be compromised. GXX waits for Rexy and drops him. The bomb also got dropped there over a camera, so Spirits will just sneak forward and main, recover it, and try and put some exit frags or some damage being done to return on the CT side. Molotov in against Rigon. HG to open a smoke. The AWPer can't quite see the M4. Spirit's going to try and get involved here though, and he does take his man down. Cuspy also follows up onto Flatro. 3-on-2 for the Forza Reload side. Incendiaries will block the entries of GXX and Senna.
Well, they might as well at least search. If they can get a kill off of this 2v3 situation, then the CTs are going to go for it.
Flash their way in. Senna to check. Spirit undetected. See the man back towards the fountain. And Smoke's involved with that entryway. Now the AK can lean forward. Blind sprays won't connect quite frivolously this time. Not quite on accuracy. And without a kit, BNE basically ran out of time. So they'll fall back, keep their guns, and Forza Reload live to fight another day.
Well, it's a good timing. So Forza Reload have the boost out in mid, and it allows something to just keep lurking. And you can feel that the CTs have just missed that timing by a handful of seconds. GXX on rotation out from camera was too late. Synopsy was passing util back over to Senna. He goes back into camera. He gets jump scared. He's not ready for that fight straight away. It's a decent chance of recovery, but it's a solo lurk and a solo mission from something where not only is he gathering good space, but he's impacting with key kills that makes a difference in the round to turn it into a victory.
Now, 7 rounds to go before they can come back into overtime. Still that impact on Forza's part, how much they need, how much they've gained, but need to sustain it all the way through towards the very end of this. The first kill's gone against them already. GXX with a quick shot onto something. Shady did try and see if he can respond back with an AWP battle. Also got trailers in towards this electric position. Cuspy pushing forward to that smoke. Flatcher just catches him. I don't think he had any flash support in that position either. So 5-on-3.
Yeah, this is 35 kills between GXX and Flatro going into round 18. They have been a powerful duo. They've been creating 5v4s, multi-frags, and round-winning plays. And Forza Reload have just not been able to quiet either of them in the first half or the second half.
Just been monsters. Forza creep forward into mid. GXX is watching the camera entrance. Take the shot. Use it out towards Shady. That quickly sends Forza Reload into an action, and Rexy is going to get a secondary kill. Senna cannot hold on. Forza are turning this around.
Indeed they are. Players are out of position. Flatro is trying to come in from A main. Rigon to come through from camera. They've got one incendiary. They've got a kit up. And you've got the beach area in towards storage being taken by Forza Reloads. They're getting aggressive on the post plant.
Diffuse gets in on Rigon. Flatro's going to have to draw attention towards himself at half HP, though. Now watching for the camera entrance first, though. Spirit not seeing the man. AWP is Shady posted and ready. Rigon faces in, still gets Spirit somehow. Incendiary up. Shady's going to get forced into the open. He sees that shoulder bait. He falls for it. Runs right into Flatro. And BNE have this one on mark. 13-5. End of Anubis. Very well attempted. Recovered there from Forza Reload, but it was just too little, too late.
Jay mentioned at the start of the series the head-to-head in Sky Esports between Guild Eagles and VP Prodigy at the time. That was a 13-5 towards the Shady and the boys. Now it's the complete reverse. It's for BNE, a one-sided map victory where they gave very few chances over to the opposition and they silenced them on their map pick.
Indeed they did, and that has got to be just a hell of a way to start the series, a hell of a feeling to have. And I know that obviously Forza Reload are not quite as experienced as the Bad News Eagles side, but you just take a look at the mentality of these players, right? You saw the cameras on several players and what they were looking like throughout the course of that map up, and they were having fun, they were smiling, they were feeling really good about themselves, and they decimated in this one. And for Forza Reload to pick into it and to lose it this spectacularly, it doesn't bode well for their whole series campaign.
No, it doesn't at all. And I know you and we came into this series predicting a 2-0. I know that there's a veto disadvantage for Forza Reload in this one isolated best of 3, but this is not good enough. This is still a team that's playing at an ESEA advanced level and was one game away from making playoffs. This is still a team that's been able to beat some decent known names in the Tier 2 landscape across the last 3 months, and they're in a single Elim playoff game where they haven't shown anything. They haven't shown fight, they haven't shown determination, they've been simply outclassed, and I really hope that they can at least show something come map 2, because I'm disappointed after map 1.
Yeah, outclass is the right way to describe it. So they have to get back in class because it is in session, and it will be in session as well on their second period, their second map. Mirage is coming up after this very short break. It was picked by the BNE side. Will they continue to dominate? We'll find out when we return.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Well, this would be the part where I would say that it wasn't the best of showings from Forza, Dwayne, but let's be honest here, it wasn't much of a showing from Forza. On map number 1 and decimating 13-5 for the Bad News Eagles, Forza Reload picked into that one, so now we go to home territory for the BNE side. And it feels like our 2-0 prediction feels like it's going to come pretty nice and easily true. I was hoping that there'd be some amount of clapback from Forza. I wasn't expecting to win a map, but I was hoping they could make it competitive. I was hoping that young firepower of a bunch of academy players would at least try and answer back, but actually that was the thing that they lacked the most by comparison to BNE in that first map.
It's just a shame of a day, to be honest. We've closed out the main Swiss stage, we've come into the playoffs, we've had a forfeit, we've had now a series where we're just not seeing anything, we're not being entertained. And I think for Forza Reload, out of anything, if you're going to bow out in this best of 3, entertain us. Give us something that we can look at, something tangible out of Mirage. They've been able to post one good victory so far in the main Swiss, beating Eclot 13-7 on this map. Other than that, though, they played Mirage in every single series, and they were having some really tough losses. So I'm not anticipating a result in terms of a win, but I am just hoping, above all else, that they give us a little bit of a game here.
Yeah, and that really is the one thing that you hope for the most out of anything else. And look, some of their map-ups have been close in recent times. The Copenhagen Wolves, obviously the 10-13 is a prime example of that. I just obviously compare and contrast to what we've seen from the opposite end of the board, and it's just like, that's where my whole hope sort of really falls apart, because Bad News Eagles only recently lost this map for the very first time since their reintroduction on HLTV. So I do worry that this could be another blowout. Again, I'm hoping that Forza Reload will just at least make it somewhat competitive, because that's what I think is the ultimate goal right now. Like, I don't think they were walking into this series thinking that they were the favourites, or that I think they might have thought that they had a chance, but I don't think at this point you're thinking much of a chance at all.
I actually think it could be a bit of a mistake for Forza Reload to pick into the city side of Mirage. I think most times you would always do it, but I think with how strong BNE looked individually on the T side, with some of the aggressive movers that you've got in Flatro and some of those star roles with GXX on the AWP, I would prefer to see Forza Reload start on T side. I think they need to try and give a fight back towards BNE, and I don't think they need to allow some of those key players to get in, because you just look at even the first few gun rounds of Anubis, and I think it set a pretty good example of how BNE were going to play and how they were just going to destroy their opposition.
Yeah, it feels like at this point they're just picking into CT side because they just want to get towards what should theoretically be the stronger half of the map, right? And just to be able to utilize that as their sort of key jumping off point to get started in the map up and try and establish some sort of lead over the Bad News Eagles side. But you're right in your analysis in the way that BNE are playing. Again, just go back on that last map and see how many fights they are winning, how many unlikely fights they are winning at that, and just goes to show exactly where they stand against Forza Reload as a result. So for me, I'm expecting this one might end up being similarly one-sided. I'm expecting Bad News Eagles won't really miss much of a beat. If Forza are going to take anything, it will be in the pistol win conversion. So these first 3 rounds are the ones I'm eyeing up the most.
Well, I think from a coaching perspective and even from an in-game leading perspective, I want to see Forza Reload close down advantages. We saw back-to-back 5v3 and 4v3 rounds look uncomfortable. That can't be happening on Mirage, otherwise you'll have the same outcome with the scoreline.
Need to get comfortable, need to get started, and need to get started well. Something into the apartments in the pistol round, spotting that first player taking the first shot off against Senna. Decent flashbangs in from his teammates, going to allow that kill against the bomb carrier, and Rexy doubles up, triple in fact in the P2K in the back. Something's not nearly involved at all. Rigon gets a frag to return, but Custody trades him back. Now is the short player to act out, seen and dealt with by the backup dancer as Forza Reload indeed take a pistol.
Well, it's a clever little setup. You've got a fairly heavy stack out on B, a lot of players there, and the notion of consistently fighting rather than just dropping off of the apartments from that aggressive sightline, sit in the window, wait for the flash, and then that's when everyone swings and where all the impact is being generated from. B&E don't get close to getting that bomb down, so lack of really anything to work with in round 2. Go down to a Glock round, try and get the rifles in straight away and put your presence on in round number 3.
Good kill from Customary as well to follow up into this eco. Deagle was out for Rigon and gets shut down in an instant. The follow-up should look to be similarly confident right here for the Forza Reload side. One player caught off in mid, but it's a Glock rather to fight back against the man. The M4 of Shady will come in with final support. Now center being seen as well, so no real opportunities available for B&E. Nice try not to be Deagle. Does pick one out of the air, so that's a bit of damage. Not the second player. So 2-0 start, B&E to the guns.
And it will be a good test for someone like Peacemaker to prove from a coaching standpoint that he offers a little bit more than what the previous coaches have done, from the local scene coach in Stickle to Devil Walk and even all the assistant coaches that the Guild Eagles have. You've got a Brazilian name that hasn't had a lot of experience working with European squads coming in, and already we're seeing them into a playoff. Already we're seeing them being quite threatening. Perhaps it's when B&E faced those tougher squads like a 500 where we see the depth of what he can bring to a game plan.
Charge up from the CT side with Purdy by these AK players. Senna catches one on the jump, and Flatro can double back on the trade. 2 for 1. As Forza Reload tried to pick up the pace and run right into B&E, but again, the fighting, again, the weapons better in that particular exchange. At least they're down to the M4s now for Forza Reload, and potentially easy trade against Flatro if they can isolate him. We've got Rigon that may be next up the task.
It's all about patience here from Rigon on the Palace Lurk, because you've still got regrouping players. Everyone's separated at the moment, and there's a lot of time on the clock. There was an aggressive challenge towards Underpass, and there's going to be a further one. Lazy check there from GXX, not even jiggling down towards Underpass, who gets caught by the M4.
Spurring gets returned with Rigon, drops down in towards the site and does see Rexy in a dark. The 2 versus 2 can ensue. Flatro needs support from his teammate here. He's got the bomb on his back at 10 points of health. Synopsy is going to spot them. Is going to spot the fact that there's nobody here on B.
But he's going to fake they're going B. Try and build an over-rotation to allow the bomb to go down on A.
It might just work out as well. Rexy's pushed on towards the ramp. Customary coming in from short, loses his life, however, to some Synopsy. Flatro is all alone. 10 HP in the 1 versus 2. Can plant the bomb at least down a default. But everything else after that is going to be a concern. Still got tagged a little bit. Forced to use that smoke. It just extinguishes the flames. Second flashbang as well to try and blind them off. CT's coming in from both different directions. A simple spam kill will be enough. The Deagles have to fight back. Flatro waiting. The M4 still not catching. He's playing with the ultimate patience, but finally a stray bullet's going to catch him. Forza Reload. We'll take number 3.
Well, it's a good methodical take of the Underpass for Forza Reload, knowing that the bind that they've got weakened weapons, they're using it as a bonus round, try and get aggressive, get up close and personal. It's just the timing of constant refacing. We saw that from the M4's perspective. Look at that, 139 on the clock and then about 110. So 30-odd seconds later of that re-aggress that comes in. Rigon not expecting that secondary player. Good effort for Synopsy to try and drive the over-rotations. And Flatro eventually getting spammed up, but lost bonus kicking in. Bomb goes down, they can force again, or at least buy down. Seems if they want to go hero here onto Flatro, just upgrade a few others.
MVP picking the last map on the AK. B&E. See what Forza really wanted here, and again, the pistol conversions are going to be the key rounds in which may bolster them some sort of potential advantage. Catching the opposition completely off guard with that previous round. A HE lands pretty nicely for Rexy, damaging all 5 players there. Incendiary also to suppress any action towards that short position. HE to open smokes on connector that Shady can look down into, but seeing nothing so far of B&E.
As soon as this top con smoke fades, you expect it to just be a pounce on a contact. A Shady waiting to see if anyone's scale going to edge on the side of it. You've got an aggro play in from Spawn. So making quite a lot of info plays right now, Forza Reload.
Jump over the smokes, all the players in connector. Rex is going to try and fight for that alongside something coming in with support. Bomb dropped, all players in that position cleaned up. There is a potential push forward of this Tech 9 man. Backs a turn, the kill comes in alongside an AK kill from Flatro, but Spirit shuts down center, so it's all Flatro now, needing a 4K in this 1v3. Bomb has been picked up and there's 35 seconds to play with. Where does he go from here?
Well, it's decent damage already, considering the upgrades of a couple of kills, so anything more would just be a bonus. No one's facing. This is real discipline in the 3v1 from Forza Reload. No one even giving him a jiggle at the moment.
Gets his man, but turns away from Cuspy. Staggered his push, staggered his peak, and shut down the round. So damage certainly compounding against the Forza Reload side. Chance of BNE to reset with the true rifle buy. The money gained off the AK kills for Flatcher can afford another AK as well, but limited utility for him, meaning that Senna's still going to sacrifice for a Mac 10. It's 4-0 right now for Forza. Their opening streak is the one that looks dominant, at least in terms of the scoreline itself. But will it continue to hold dominance in these next 2 rounds?
AWP missing that aggro short play, so has to back out towards Con, break the smoke and look for a peek elsewhere. And could be aggressive in towards the B apartments. Now 3 players fell in the last round, so Senna probably feels as if there's a lack ahead Kevlar. That's why he's going in for the Mac 10.
And they're getting a fast push out of the apartments. They are going to stagger it a little bit more for more utility, but they are going to finally able to commit these players in with a short presence as well. The split plays in, and something is out of the round. Senna and Flatro come up with those kills. Synopsy in the back gets Shady on the AWP trade. Spirit can take one back from beyond the smoke, once again trading back something more, but still to the advantage of B&E at the moment. 3-on-2 with AKs involved. The short push that's coming in from one player is not going to extend towards Rexy all the way. But B&E just found their breaking point, and Forza found a reason to fall back and escape.
Well, that's a nice, tidy set piece for B&E, and it's something slightly different than what we've seen from them on Anubis. Rather than just committing with the exec, notice how they're stalling and they're driving distraction out to the apartments, and the reason for that is because they've got 2 short runners. They've got an aggro mid setup to get those 2 individuals into short quickly. So try and catch off the Forza Reload side, trying to reposition, get caught on the bomb site, maybe trying to hold counter utility rather than having their guns up. Just get beaten by pace. Good entry from the Mac 10 too from Senna to get that opener, and then just collapse. And the CT's prodded around to see if they can find an exit, but they end up saving. And now you start feeling that if Forza Reload don't answer back straight away, that's when you can start generating a streak and target that weak economy line on the CT basis.
Bringing up to the fold on both sides. GXX. And the other guy you could look at alongside Flatro in the last map. Shady with a big green out for Forza. A 3-2 split, favourites with that 8 bomb site. Not a lot of directive mid-defensive here from the Forza Reload side. But BNE are pressing on towards top mid. Slowly around this smoke, they'll creep and see nothing as of yet. Passive line of defensive for now.
It could be an accelerated A split. Try and get up to Con quickly. Work with your ramp player too.
Push on that smoke and nothing gained by Spirit. Cutsby trying to trade back on 2. Synopsy doubles up. One more player back at dark. The AWP in the meantime. A GXX extends towards something with sniper pulled out. Rexy gets 2 back at dark, but Rigon can finally trade him. It's all on Shady now. The AWP at CT. The bomb will get recovered, knowing it's safe towards short. No one's peeking in from that position, and Shady has got a retake to make happen.
Now, Rigon's got that molly. It's all about timing for Shady on whether he can catch the AWP, but he's already been seen now.
Jumps up on top of the attempt to jump up on the ticket brief rather, but GXX shuts him down in an instant. Spotted him on the drop down, and of course the shot ringing out to ensure that was guaranteed. 2 for the board of BNE. They start to return back to Forza Reload.
Good trades out here in jungle. Good cutting of the rotation from GXX. You feel from Rexy because he's done everything. He's the last A defender. He's got 2 kills. He's set himself up in a position that he might be able to catch that 3rd if he gets the jump onto Rigon. He's done as much as he can, and he's still not rewarded with the round. So now what? You have to eco. You feel that the momentum's starting to shift, and BNE can start targeting potentially 5, even 6 T rounds in this first half.
Good shot from Rexy, who's been by far and away the most stellar defender right now for the CT side. But with a pistol only in his hands, the rifle's available for BNE. They quickly hired that tray, and now it's onto the USPs. And Customer with another Deagle in play. Something close range around this corner. Needs a couple of good headshots to make this even a possibility, let alone a viability. Senna checks in, kill found. Synopsy and GXX follow up. And Customer eventually go down towards the BNE side. That strong lead that Forza had gained at the start about to be negated. They have a rifle round to deny.
just to look at the best of threes that BNE have played across the tenure on HLTV, 2-0 versus Eyeballers, 2-0 versus Copenhagen Wolves, 2-0 versus Eclot, 2-0 versus Eclot, the only losses being 0-2 to 9 and 1-2 to Aurora. We're seeing that when they're looking confident, they're getting 2-0 wins. And this is just kind of embedding that whole culture of the team potentially being back to strong ways.
They look confident, they look cohesive. Albeit against much weaker opposition.
There's even a player out to Tetris.
Regon's made a lot of extensions, hearing those footsteps where the code down low. Bites him, takes him, hearing that second man creeping up as well, but not quite able to adjust against Zora. Push forward lurk, though the main presence in at mid will start to back off. M4 from Cuspy sees a man, that's information gained. Shady gets nothing for it. Oh yeah, you're right about that. Synopsy boosted up. Gap in the defense. Several of those over the course of the day so far, and this could be 2 more casualties against the Forza Reload side. You're seeing potential considerations of a wrap. Nothing seen on short. Something will just get taken out with a knife kill as well. AWP, no access to bomb site execution. Will have to get locked in. He'll try and stick around inside the fire and does take GXX on the way out, but 20 HP for him is a 3-on-3.
This is BNE having good pressure points, allowing themselves to work aggressive duels on the lurks like what Rigon was doing out towards Tetris, and then just the fadeaway towards underpass, driving all of the distraction away from window.
Flashing in quick, or just a gun peeking up from Cusme. That does bait Flatro to make a mistake and lose his life. Spirit's traded back by center in the meantime, though. The AWP's made his way up, but Synopsy gets his main attacking forces. Now the 28 HP player in a 1 versus 2. No kit. Not enough util to go for a retake and not enough access to the bomb site either, so best to hold on to the AWP. Best to give over a 4th to BNE, and that's 4 on the trot for BNE. And the lead is completely wiped out.
I don't really know why they went for that retake. It's a 3v3, players aren't in the best of positions, they have a lack of util. It feels desperate, and maybe you understand it. You're a map down in the series, you want to be positive, you want to give a fight back to BNE, but at sometimes you have to look at the position and make the correct call. And for me, going for that retake has denied a rebuy. It's denied consistent pressure in round 9. And now you've got what? A saved AWP with a slight amount of upgrades. This is where BNE are now going to be able to take the lead in the first half.
Tactical's now called in by Forza Reload. Their first of this map. 4th overall, burned through all 3 on that first half of Anubis to get very little impact out of it. And said earlier as well that the tacticals weren't going to mean much in terms of tactical changes because they were getting beaten out by BNE in terms of the firepower. Does that still apply here on Mirage so far?
It's been more competitive. I mean, we're definitely seeing a lot more from the A defense. Rexy in particular has been giving us a bit of a glimpse, and we're seeing a lot more competitive early rounds. I think it's the late round where BNE have maybe been able to slightly pull ahead, but I'd say there's definitely been a lot more challenge. There's been a much better fight back. It's a much better performance overall.
Quick in towards mid. AWP watching from both sides. GXX, that is a crispy flick. Bit of El Clasico from him. And shades of the old days. Forza's shade has been removed from play. Advantage BNE.
Bloody hell, that's a proper flick and a half.
Yeah.
And there's not even a solo lurk here. Everyone is in mid for BNE, and GXX is going to try and challenge Con when this smoke starts to clear.
Back off, the AWP takes a shot towards another player, but Rexy peeks back in and gets dealt with. Or still close, needs to win a fight. He gets one of them, but no more. Flatro deals with Cusme, back around, misses one chance. He will not get a chance to miss another at the same time. Something 1v4, BNE are in the lead. When's
the streak going to end, Jay? 4-0, and now 4-5 down. I have a look at how that first half of Anubis went down, and I'm just thinking, for Forza Reload, they're not creating many chances. This is going to be an uncomfortable first half for them. Thought something was going to get a little bit of knife revenge for a moment. Flatro checked him at the right moment, so they do avoid that little bit of cash injection, which actually might be a little bit more impactful to Forza Reload than they might have realised. Can't hold on to that AK, unfortunately. Actually, they do still have a pretty good buy, and max loss bonus comes into effect. BNE indeed on fire, and as you mentioned, the streak has been
prevalent towards their position in that last map especially.
I think they need to avoid AWPing, honestly. With how B&E are playing, with the high pressure in mid, and then as soon as contact gets made, it's pure acceleration. I believe that Forza Reload will get more impact out of 5 M4s than they will with Shady on the AWP.
Well, they're sticking to the big green. B&E blocked by utility early into round number 10. Talk about that streak from the Bad News Eagles. It was 7 in a row in the last map before it was broken by Forza. Quick up towards the site. HE's down. Shady's AWP does land onto Senna. Something is protecting them. Molly on towards the balcony. There's nothing to Spirit. Follows up with a secondary kill in. The blind sprays from something. I think just what inflected before that smoke had bloomed. So it's a 5-on-2 instead. BNE have been responded to pretty nicely here.
Well, it's the first time that we see a bit more of a set piece than a default. The last few gun rounds have been mid-heavy, lurk-heavy. They go in for a complete palace lurk and then 4 out to the apartments just on a dive. Maybe thinking that the CT is going to be a bit more active on taking mid or having an aggressive A challenge. It doesn't work out at all. The best you can hope for now is make the round expensive.
Raygon never going to win that fight, unfortunately. Shady's AWP posted. Rexy closes against GXX. We can see more rounds like that from Shady, then maybe can justify staying on the AWP. It has at least denied the streak for now, so not quite the 7 on the trot that B&E were hoping for. 5 apiece instead as Forza trying to abuse that pistol and conversion advantage they had gained on this map to allow themselves a little bit more potential and try and take the lead back away from the Bad News Eagles.
A big disparity would form on Mirage for this Forza Reload side. Just 1 win out of 6 matches in the last 3 months on HLTV. Weak CT side win rate is 2. GXX misses his shot, but at least he's got the AK teammate Rigon to help him out.
HE goes very deep though, so Spirit's not going down here. Backs away entirely, Flatcher up towards mid, as center in support from underpass. Watching for someone on the CT side to post up. Got smokes in the way, HE's at the ready. Utilized by the CT side first to try to open the smokes and dish out a little bit of damage towards several T-side players, but nothing major at this juncture here. The M4 fight for Customs a little bit more so. Loses out towards Rigon, takes his teammate down low. Rexy trying to follow on the trades of Molotovs. Actually, Mike Ashby's players completely caught off. No, Rexy swings up to the kill, and now it's low for Synopsy, unawares of where Spirit is, up on Tetris to turn it into a 4 versus 2 instead. Senna finally with a response, but they're going to go back to the CT side to get towards the bomb in the first place. Seeing that AWPer taking shots back. Spirit still sits at Tetris, still gets a kill out of it. Finally shut down by Senna, who's in a 1 versus 3. Just the 1 pick found for now. Back down to at least 1 CT no matter where he goes.
And that's Rexy just pure trolling in that round. I can't believe he's run through the molly on low HP and just try and keep that pressure up, make it uncomfortable against the AWPer. And GXX, he'll be frustrated with himself. He knows that he should be winning that fight against the aggressive rifler. And this is B&E having some trouble in the last couple of rounds. So I would say late half resurgence from Forza Reload for sure, because the only thing that Senate can do is hold on to the big green, bring it into the next round. This is going to be 6 for Forza Reload now.
Rex are going to continue to be the round difference maker here for Forza Reload. Great defensives at Dark over on A, and then that silliness. 2 kills found, the extension towards the bomb. Even if Senna went for those fights, he would have had to deal with Rexy and not know exactly where he's holding from.
He's only averaged a 1.03 rating on Mirage in his last 3 months of officials.
Almost Maxima here. Forza Reload on minimum 6. Can they take a half advantage over Bad News Eagles? Did the CT side pick actually work out for them? Know how strong B&E can be on this CT half. Last round of the current half, though, for them to try and close on a high note. Utility sent in. A is the target for the set piece. Center first player out, player of Firebox. Spirit undetected for the time being. Rex is just trying to hide as Cuspy will fall. Spirit will go down in turn. He is the wild card though. He's been the consistent, great defender in the back lines. Rigon. doesn't check him. Oh, this is perfect. He strikes in that first player, though. Trying to light that bomb plant through the smoke. Teammate also at CT spawns about to strike. No, Senna and GXX get those returning frags. Something. Trying to make a hero play, but he's not getting anything out of this one. 6 apiece as BNE equalise at the turn of the half.
Well, my eye's going to be on Rexy in the second half to see if he can continue to be a difference maker and an impact player to win rounds. Because even in that one, you can feel that he's creating something. Both of his A defenders just offer nothing. They're getting dropped straight away. He nearly gets away with a couple of kills. He gets a bit unlucky with the timing that he doesn't get that first kill straight away or the spam kill against the player behind the smoke on the left-hand side of triple. 6-6. You're right about B&E's CT side. Have a round win percentage of 62.6 in their last 4 officials. And they'll be looking at a pistol win and a rifle win and saying, let's get this wrapped up quickly. Let's have a comfortable 2-0 today.
And to more directly relate towards Cumbers, for those of you watching the round 2 match between BNE and Copenhagen Wolves, it was a complete flyer in the second half CT side where they ran away with that 13-9. Kills found first towards the favour of the T half though, and Synopsy struggles to get anything out of Dark. Rexy catching Flatro, so maybe Pistol's success out of Forza Reload is something not to be underestimated, although Rigon is taking some picks back of his own. Spirit trades back onto the man and doubles up the centre as well. Might have been low HP on one, but Forza Reload have the pistol.
And Forza Reload are making as much of a game out of this as possible, which is without a doubt the best outcome in this kind of best of 3. They didn't show much out on Anubis, they've shown a hell of a lot more on Mirage. And they've given themselves a chance. You're 6-6 at the turn, you win pistol, you're up against the anti-eco. You can just feel that every round that they win in this second half, they get closer to being in the conversation of, can we take Mirage? Can we send it towards Ancient? Can we make it a third map?
Can they return to an unlikely map win? Having fumbled completely over on Anubis, never truly getting into that map up to come back and establish the lead that they've gained to try and continue alongside it with the rifles in their hands here for round number 14. Bad News Eagles playing mostly Eco. The scout player of Rigon is hoping for some lucky headshots here and there, but nothing is offered up. The CTs actually get the kills through the smoke. Oh no, this doesn't look good right now for Forza Reload. USPs continue to fight back. The Mac 10 is something finding as a headable CT spawn, but look how quickly they've traded places with the CT side. AK struggling. Flatro gets Customy. It's a 3 versus 2, make it 2 versus 2 with Shady's picked back. And now the scout looking to finish off the job against something or Shady. The HE sent towards the USP player as well. GXX has got no weapons that he can try and utilize here. HP is being warmed down on the Mac 10 as it is for the scout individual. USP tries to reposition as the bomb taps, gives Rigon the info he requires. Something, not even getting the cash bonus as of yet. The taps of Shady unable to capitalize, and he's aware there's a second player somewhere in play, but it's all distraction right now. He looks back to GXX, his USP goes down, and it finally looks like Shady's going to win this round out, and finally he secures it. But for BNE, that is a mass amount of expense and damn near a steal.
Whoa, that got close. That got way too close. It's the right idea that once they get the spam kill of the scout and the USP, notice how they just start sending it. They start getting into the bomb site because that's where you can catch players napping with util out in the open, slightly off of position. Flatro gets in there to sandwich, but it was dealing with the last player that was the struggle. Jeez, nearly a steal. You look at this next gun round and say you can reset them straight away. You can pretty much force the double eco onto Forza Reload on a round loss here.
All they have to do is win it. They're so close to doing so at that. GXX flashed off position. He's got back up in Flatro on top of the boost. Over at short, takes Shady down, but now the emphasis turns towards that B bomb site and the one defender that's on it. Low HP for Flatro, still swings up to a double kill in the M4 of Senna. Tries to get involved. Flatro's mowed through Senna, getting damage on the second player alongside the kill on the first. USP comes out, he flicks towards Rexy, and Customy will trade back, but only for the one man. GXX comes through with supports. And Forza get nothing out of this round.
And there's the double eco, 1,400 for a couple of players, 1,800, you've got to buy it up. The shot from Flatro is just electric. I mean, you've got Senna, he's playing the hard bait, isn't he? Flatro's just trying to draw that crossfire, draw him into the bomb site, then you play her at the back of jail. That's where he's going to start farming in the process. Instead, Flatro just swings onto the window angle, gets one, and then that's the cue for Senna. Okay, I might as well peek here. I might as well peek on the contact rather than being the hard bait. A weakened buy. This is Forza Reload's last chance. Otherwise, it's going to turn into a mass round streak.
Smokes up, Peachy's on something. Leans forward, spray through, doing a ton of damage towards Flatro. The AK as impactful as you want it to be. The Tech 9s need to step up next up here for Spirit, but GXX mows through him and Custody. They get the bomb down, something goes falling. The M4 flanks, and the cash bonus for Reload will give him at least something for the next round, but it will not be anything in terms of this one. 8 apiece. And you've got to think about that cash bonus alongside the second stage of loss bonus. It will not be enough for a true buy yet.
No, they've got to upgrade a little bit because you want to keep some threat up. You can't allow AKs to constantly be saved. You got GXX on an AK, Synopsy on one, Flatro on another. I want to see a decent amount of investment to try and mitigate how many of those AKs are going to consistently get saved.
All squared up, all Deagles out for Forza Reload. Is there a steal in them? Can they put damage up for a counter reset? Straight up mid-aggression from 2 players at the CT side. Rigon goes down to something. His Deagle acts through that smoke. They weren't expecting that. Rexy revealed also at the top, underpass potential that can come through from 1 player in that apartments. GXX and Seneca pick up more kills back, but something continuing to tap heads with this Deagle. A 3rd pick on the table in a connector, but unable to land it, forced to back off towards the bomb site, provide support towards the bomb carrier coming in. GXX gives him 3 bullets, 3 shots to connect to a kill in the end. But 2 more frags to go. Is there an ace in him? Rexy looks like he wants to fight. That bomb's in the open, exposed, now dropped by Synopsy here. And the second follow-up is also landed. It's damage done, but a 9th round for BNE's lead.
I'm just wondering, is Flatro going to give us an MVP level performance across the day in a single best of 3? Map number 1, he was just on the ball. I think he was, what, 17 and 6 in the first half, ended up finishing with 20. He's come out here on Mirage and he's 14 and 15. He's been the guy that's led a lot of chances in mid to late rounds in gun rounds. And just thinking that he's a takeover player and he's someone that's just not being silenced by Forza Reload.
GXX at least baited out on that AWP. Small victory there for Forza as they force him back to a passive position. They're going to go split play into the A side though. That is pretty much a guarantee here.
A lot of defenders down on A. 2 towards Con, 2 on A. If there is a split play, it's going to be a disaster. Flatro's waiting to see if there's going to be a scale up there from short. Bottom con smoke is still up, so Rexy and Shady need to slow for now.
Clarion Palace was considering pushing forward with that CT smoke.
Oh, they've got a good read. They've got a really good read for B&E.
And jump to reveal information, but to reveal some back as well towards the CT side. Deeper smoke towards the top of con. Flatro stands in defense when he gets checked on his corner. Flashbang from the opposition. HEs to indicate that there's nobody out here. And they fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Cusme and Shady trading back to maintain it to a 4 versus 3, but something is low. GXX is still watching into the site. Defensive and Synopsis back to Firebox. Undetected. Now will strike. Get a kill. Look for a second, but Shady trades him right back as Spirit now moves on towards the balcony. 40 seconds on the clock. GXX is watching and lying in wait. Spirit waiting for a chance to swing. The HEs don't land against him. They're going to sit pretty and wait.
Yeah, Senna needs to try and search. He's got to try and catch one of these open players.
Cusme finds him, and Spirit goes for the swing. Forza Reload back on the board, back up to evens, 9 apiece.
Hey, you wonder how that round doesn't get 1 for B&E. So you've got your con player going 1 for 1. You've then got a player at Firebox, you've got a player on the bomb site, another player towards spawn. That's 4 defenders on A against a split play. Fundamentally, I don't think B&E could have been in a better position. They've got numbers in the bomb site and crossfires being established. They just get overwhelmed, and that's going to be a bit of frustration and a bit of tilt because that should be a sitter of a round to close. Instead, you've lost it. You then are in economical turmoil. It's 9-9. You've got to buy up, but there are limitations. Synopsis is going to be down to a swag 7. The M4 players of both Flatro and Senna don't have full nade sets, and you don't have a kit in play. So there is going to be pressure on come this next gun round.
Or maybe at this point, start giving some credit towards the Forza Reload players. I mean, we talked about the lack of individual impact, losing out all those fights on Anubis, and players having 4 kills, 8 kills by the end of that one. I mean, look, no one's on single digits right now for the T side. Rexy certainly delivered them onto a stellar performance at the CT basis, but there are other players catching up towards him now, including that Orpa Shady, who you thought it might be best to put him on the M4. Rexy straight down mid will lead them. Diaz done on that board. Flatro trades him, or doesn't trade him, finds the opening pick against him. Customich attempts to trade outside of Palace. Both players were seen. Only one will take damage, and they'll all back off.
And Flatro is just trying to engage in as many fights as possible. Rigon in the man advantage is going searching out towards A ramp. Jiggle comes in. M4 is consistently on the money though, and eventually tries to back off, but that's where he gets caught by something.
No support on the site itself. Tried to fall away. Timing wasn't with him. M4 of Flatro looking for the push. He doesn't see the shoulder. He doesn't see the shoulder. He walks right into the man. Shady. Frag found. Orpa GXX can't trade, and Forza are on the front foot again.
You've got an aggressive player out towards Apps, but the timing's not good here for the Swag 7 at all. GXX should be getting that trade, and because of it, it's now just crumbled the round completely.
Especially as Senna's fallen. GXX's AWP called out position in at market, rotating to the doorway, a 1-on-4, missing another shot right there, a second whiff bullet, a third one that will not even be fired. Forza are up on 10, and the money for BNE starts to allow a chance for Forza to potentially take this map away. It'll be a freebie at least for this. 11-9. That's where they can really turn up the heat.
And this is one of the very few chances that we've seen in Compass where BNE are in a position where they are being properly tested and potentially not getting a 2-0 victory. Individual mistakes have cost them the lead now, and with you being down to a light and deco, it feels that the momentum is safely in the favor of Forza Reload.
Position under contention for the Eagles here. All pushing on from mid. The T side rather have heard that. They'll quickly move up towards the A-bomb site, trying to counter-rush it in with the USPs. They had a lot of damage in the USP rounds in previous. AK sees one, takes him. They push round the corner, can take Rexy back in trade. Flatro in the sandwich with another kill on towards Spirit, but the firepower differentials are too staunch. The lack of Kevlar is going to impact them once again. The AWP turns up center. GXX. Another exit frag is the best he can get, and even that will not be possible. The BNE, all possibilities on the table in round 21. The buy up here needs to get one, or Forza should be taking Mirage.
And it maybe comes down to positive starts in both the first half and the second half from Forza Reload, allowing themselves to have some backing. They won pistol to start off the half and went 4-0. They go into the second half, they win pistol again, and they go 2-0. That's 6 rounds out of a buffer of a total 11 that is just helping the way that the economy is structured and just the overall perspective of now deep in the second half.
Smokes up, Incendiary's out, defensive attempted here by Rigon, gets away from that smoke as he tries to get out of position, finds a kill on something. Rexy and Co are distracted trying to deal with him. Synopsy on rotate, his teammates are there behind the smokes to connect to jungle. Stairs wasn't smoked at all, it was more down towards CT spawn, which is where all the Forza Reload are going right now.
And Forza Reload with an intriguing diag to get themselves into CT, and they catch off Synopsy out there to the stairs.
Latro's close though, and they read him as well. Shady connecting onto another, a second kill for him. Now he's nearly up the top of the board. Senna and GXX. GXX especially backing off. Senna's going to stick around and hopefully get an exit frag, but this is a round for the Forza Reload side. From decimated at 11-1 opening half in this series to now about to take away Mirage. BNE's own map pick will fall out of favor here.
A massive unorthodox set piece into that A-bomb site. Reminds me of the 2015-16 Tyloo diag smokes that we used to see in Go, and try and create a wall where you could put pressure towards a certain area, whether that be jungle con or even CT. Rigon does as much as he can to play around the util and go 1-for-1. You just see the players crossing out, how the CTs can't find anything, they don't spam the bomb carrier. And then it's Shady in the post-plant, just getting a little bit of vision at the top of the shot. That's a great flick onto Flatro. That's a tough shot against the Orpa.
Where GXX has failed at times, the B-side Orpa has stepped up. Forza 3 map points to their favor, and I did not expect this to be going this way, especially given how map 1 went down. Mollies from Spirit get towards Dark, counter smokes immediately from the CT side. Flashes will come out and Rigon will get blinded, but no action comes into the T side more directly. They are prodding away at these two entryways while the main T focus is on mid.
Now, Customary is not seeing the triple player. Finally, there's a bit of a contact. Close range for the MP9 looks good here for Synopsy.
Gets his kill. Regon found one on Spirit to open the round. Synopsy doubles up. Triple against the AWPer. No. Shady connects onto him, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Make it 3 as Customary isolates a quick shot onto Flatro. Missed shot from Shady this time. May have cost him an opportunity. Oh, but Customary still swings up with low HP on the kill. M4 catching Shady, missing another bullet. And now that turns all attention towards the 21 HP 2v1. 2 kills to Customary's name already, needs 2 more. Goes out of 4K, runs out of ammo though, and BNE will hold the line.
A sick round for the in-game leader of Synopsy. Not often do you see the short player running an MP9, and it's mainly because, Jay, there's not many positions that you can hold it. It's mainly long-range fights towards top mid, into connector. You'd like to have a FAMAS or even an M4 there, have the MP9 maybe jump spotting B-apps or being the A-anchor in Rigon. But it's a tidy off angle and fairly decent crosshair placement to make a couple of kills happen. Shady will be fuming that he missed the shot against GXX though. As soon as he gets out there in window, he knows that I get that kill, we probably close at least this map of Mirage, send it towards the decider.
Tactical taking on the Forza Reload side. But this time, it might just be less than or more than a fruitless effort. Two rounds of BNE to make up. I would have thought that they would have called it a tactical given the circumstances. Fighting back from the brink. Forza go forward into this one. Round 23 to see Shady to start. Well placed against Flatro, caught on timing. Caught dead first.
Flatro's been involved in a lot of these aggressive moves, so to silence him early on gives a good advantage to Forza Reload. A very similar sign to that previous head-to-head a year ago. Map 1 wasn't competitive, Map 2 was, went all the way to OT on Mirage. Synopsy, does he get a timing against this window boost? Something getting boosted up by Rexy. It's going to be another A split. If Synopsy gets this 1 kill, that might be the returning frag of the round.
4 on by Synopsy's push forward, something is going to get caught. GXX on the back of the Bay bomb site. Players to receive on the set piece execution, smoke towards connector jungle. Rexy's moved forward. I don't think he's been detected by the CTs either, although that may be about to change depending on how he plays himself here in a jungle. Synopsy's ready and still loses his life. Rexy now to cut rotations, provide support for his teammates inbound, a flashbang. Doesn't connect on either of these 2 CTs right here. The off shot misses GXX, tagged low and taken down. Rigon can strike back, but needs desperate support from Center because he's pinned behind the boxes. Still gets away with the second kill on the Spirit as well. 2v2, but Rigon is low. A third pick would be a miracle out of him. And no miracles happen today. Customary and Shady shut it down, and we are off to a third map.
A good effort there from Forza Reload. It was a one-man showing in the first half. Felt as if Rexy was left high and dry to create chances to get round victories, but we go into the second half and we get a lot more stability from the roster. That is what, a 9-8 lead that BNE have, and they can't even push it towards double digits. They'll be disappointed with themselves there. They probably felt that they could have pushed a lot more than what they actually did and got a 2-0 today.
Yeah, I feel so too, and you can talk about the fact that maybe Forza gained a little bit of an advantage based on the pistol wins that they got in this map up. I think that ultimately, however, when it came down to crunch time in that end of the map, they were winning those rifles pretty damn good as well. I mean, Bad News Eagles struggled to come up with answers when they were hitting their shots, and this was really the Forza Reload that I hope to see at least on map number 1. Not to win the map outright, but to make themselves look good, because they've shown in the past that they can look good at times, and well, this certainly looked good from them individually.
Indeed, and I thought from a Veto standpoint that we were going to get Ancient as the map pick for BNE and Mirage as the decider. So we go in the reverse order, we get Ancient as the decider. It's going to be a wake-up call for BNE. They know that they've been upset by this core before. They know that they are a much stronger team than their opposition, and then they need to lock in. They need to focus up. They need to make sure that this doesn't happen again and that it's an early knockout in a playoff stage.
Yeah, and I don't want to let that sort of similar victory from a year ago when it was VP Prodigy happen again, because that certainly was one of the signals of the end times, if you want to say, Dwayne, because that certainly shouldn't have been a match that they lost at that particular period. We looked in this match and said it shouldn't be a match that they lose here and now, but there is a serious threat being generated by the Forza Reload side. We looked at how one side of Anubis went down. We ripped them off entirely, but they came into this one in the second half especially, looked like a very, very good unit. Now, can they turn that greatness into success in our third and final map? It will be Ancient when we return, and we'll see whether Forza can pull off the upset of upsets here in the playoffs.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, pops up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Well, against all odds, Forza Reload find their form and they find a map win in this best of 3. Smashed out on the first, but did some decent smashing of their own in the second. Now Ancient is there. They'll have to take their next step into victory. But is it the right step to take, Dweck?
Well, it's very few times we've seen across this main Swiss stage and moving into the playoffs that we're getting 3-mapper affairs. There's been a lot of 2-0s, and now I'm looking at this one and I'm going, right, it's a good map for B&E, it's a decent map for Forza Reload. I feel as if we've seen a lot more from B&E across the series. I think they've given us a much more competitive edge than what Forza Reload have, and I think after the wake-up call of losing out on Mirage, it should be a fairly competitive, but yet again, easy slide for a map win and a series win for B&E.
Yeah, when you've got a team that's blowing your opponent out of the water on the first map and still taking contention in the second, you at least have to look at them seeing that they've shown the better series overall coming into that third. Yes, it was a victory for the Forza Reload side, but I imagine that if a pistol win or two hadn't gone their way, then perhaps actually we might be looking at some slightly different circumstances. Maybe we could still be playing out that map at this moment in time. So that's what I'm sort of thinking about right now when it comes to how Forza Reload have composed themselves. I don't think a pistol win could have given them any sort of opportunity to win out that Anubis, for example, just to state the point that I'm making there. But look, we are where we are right now. Ancient is the final map of the best of 3, and it's not exactly like we've seen a whole lot of it on HLTV on the Forza Reload side. So again, we're sort of taking a look at our circumstances, saying that maybe their experience is once again going to trump them here by comparison.
Yeah, but while the sample size might be limited, it's Spirit who's put up some ridiculous numbers and previous performances on Ancient, but yet he's 19-30 in this best of 3. And you kind of think, well, okay, well, if his numbers have been really proficient in the previous meetings against Copenhagen Wolves and Sashi, is that legitimate that it's going to happen today? Can it actually be a follow-on after what has been a rough best of 3? I would say that Rigon's going to be a little bit more involved in terms of impact on this map. Flatro and GXX should be. I was a bit let down by GXX, especially in that second half. Some missed AWP shots, some trades that he should be landing. I'm sure himself would like to feel as if this is a redemption arc on map 3 to make sure I'm putting in a good performance and we're getting the win in the end.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that's another factor. I think that if Bad News Eagles had, if him specifically had polished that up, then Bad News Eagles wouldn't have been in the position when they go towards the third map in this series. There was one particular round in mid where it turned into a B retake because he couldn't hit the shot out towards the mid position of the sniper's nest, and just a few moments like that where you have to look at it and say, right, that may have made an ultimate difference for the Bad News Eagles. Still the favourites in the series at 1xBet, and still our favourites as of right now into our third and final map. But Forza Reload have already done the improbable. Can they do it again? Pistols are live for our final map of this round of 12 match.
A set piece. I wonder if that molly is going to be used like what Sashi normally do, of using it in the post plants. No, it gets used straight away. Double smokes on the site and the molly out towards default.
Attempting to block that smoke, get a little bit more control, but Shady takes first blood against him. They do not check the corner. Flatro, seeing his teammates play distraction, he's going to need to go massive right here, though. They all might line up for the man. Bomb plant, denied. Second headshot, third man not going falling. So despite his efforts, it leaves it all on Synopsy in a 1 versus 3. It needed to be more than just a double in that case. And he still gets a headshot back, a triple, maybe for Synopsy. May turn the tide, still a perfect headshot! And a follow-up from Spirit is perfect for B&E's pistol!
Oh, well, that's what happens when you don't check the corner. What is going on? That may be the laziest check that you are going to see in the entire best of 3. Come on, Jay. You've smoked off long. You've smoked off short. You've mollied cave. There's only one position that could be an avenue, and it's a one position that is not being cleared at all. What an absolute joke from Forza Reload.
I got nothing to add, because you're right. No one thought about the corner, and there have been some moments over this series where Forza have been caught with their heads turned away from BNE. That one position getting checked, it would have not led to the clutch at all. It might seem like a mute point with the 1v3 still being won by the Bad News Eagles, but make no mistake about it. Something moving forwards. Straight in, flat throw, kill found. Does get a little bit overwhelmed by Rexy and Spirit, who take both those players out. They've got an SMG towards backline, though. Needs to win out a double spray and gets almost all the way with it. Low HP on Rexy and Custom 2 versus 3 for BNE. The AWP is caught and Rigon's SMG. HE sent back to the backlines, but needs to fight from range and will not get away with it. This time Forza do hold on to the round.
Much better. First off, good clearance, and all of the B players are just struggling to multi-frag. You've got an AWP investment off of so much economical damage being done with the kill bonus. You expect a lot more there from BNE. They'll be kicking themselves because you've been given an absolute gift in the pistol to sort of get up on the board, start getting a round streak, and instead you've forced yourself into a double eco status, have to buy it up in round 3. A big momentum shift for Forza Reload now.
What could have turned into a disaster opening against their name with Bad News Eagles and that pistol win. Forces return back. The Eagles on 3, 5-7s on 2. See whether they can catch them off guard here on this B bomb. So they've been very B heavy in the early portions of this matchup. So B&E are going to bring more forces over here. Unfortunately, those forces are cut down by HEs. Custom and Shady combining. Double sent back towards long to eliminate the first center.
Rexy just bringing the majority of that offense back from T-spawn and out to elbow. B&E have gambled, but they're starting to move. You've got a single player in Donut that's passive. Everybody else is moving back in spawn. Now they've got options to search in red or go deep into CT.
Something checking up mid. Synopsy leaning forward to that position. Back to turn for the time being. They see him now, and they do get the headshot somehow, despite something having the jump on him. It's just that one pick, one rifle recovered, 4 versus 4. They have to fully retake this open A bomb site. Bomb plant protected by the smoke. They hear those footsteps. Flashes in, do nothing. Rigon, GXX, mowed through by the automatic weapons. Rexy with the double. And Synopsy's best bet is to hold on to the M4.
Yeah, good work, good reaction. As soon as they see that it's mid-heavy with the search, you accelerate towards A, you smoke off Donut, you slow down those rotations, and B&E want to get on the front side of it. They want to try and charge. They want to get up close and personal, and it just doesn't work out. And Forza Reload can start pressing that T side, and we are going to see economy struggles. Whenever you've got a pistol win and then you lose the anti-force by, you try and reset one another. The loss bonus isn't really there, so we're going to see even a limitation in the first gun round from B&E. They can upgrade nothing, I would say, around this M4 come the next round. Use it as a USP. Hope that you can hold the M4. That doesn't even happen.
Not to be. Forza Reload. All 5 players wiped out, no force by steals, no weapons held over from the Bad News Eagles. Another positive start for the underdogs in this matchup. Hoping to compound that positivity into the rest of the map, but they've got a long way to go before they can truly win it over the Bad News Eagles. And we'll be facing the Rifles in the next round. It's an eco for this one, however. The Forza are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, stack involved. Anytime this happens on a low investment, you just think if the flash timing's right, they can get an opening kill. If they can upgrade to an AK, then there could be a bit of a threat. We saw that on the Mirage round with the Scowl.
The pistols moving up, Flash is catching them. MAC-10s will fight back from range, but Cuspy and Rexy have it all on lock. Rexy with the triple to get up to 9 kills. Early numbers, well poised. Of course, a number of those against pistols at the same time. Forza Reload. Ahead by 2 rounds, but again, face the Rifles, the M4s of Bad News Eagles.
And Rigon's kind of got to prove that he doesn't have a curse here in Compass, that he can win a playoff game. When you got invited with Big in back-to-back quarterfinals and you get knocked out straight away, you now start thinking, well, we're here in the playoffs coming through for the main Swiss stage. Is it going to happen again? Is it just going to be 0-3 for me in playoff games?
certainly would be a tragic moment, especially losing to a team like Forza Reload. And then we had this series down as a 2-0, and we believed it was going to be that coming out of map 1. It was the most obvious choice. It was the most telegraphed outcome. And Forza to come back and somehow return onto them. Most tragic day of all here for Bad News Eagles on their new look campaign, on their revival tour. Forza Reload are out towards this lane position. B site again is heavy-handed on the defaults. They are not moving to contact.
Shady's just waiting for a jiggle on this cave entrance. It's good patience. A minute on the clock. Baited so much util from the city side that there's nothing left, so there's no blocking power. And when that smoke starts to clear at ramp, I reckon the CTs need to start getting a bit active. If they sit back on the bomb sites, they're going to struggle.
Well, Sat centralized on B, a third rotator to get towards that site as well, leaving mid completely opened up. A chance for Rexy to make his way up red. He's being watched out by GXX in the back lines there in case they go for a counter wrap, but 30 seconds to the clock to the move. And the attention is drawn directly into that bomb site, so that red player will be there to cut, rotates back from the A player. Rigon's going to have to check this all the way. In the corner he holds, Rexy moves forward, gets shut down, but the real execution is on the board. Center and Flatro, 2 more picks centralized. AWP coming up close as his teammates are falling all around him. Good adjustments on the Deagle players. Second kill against him, third shot doesn't quite land though. And BNE can answer back.
I felt from a tactical perspective, Jay, both the first map of Anubis and Mirage didn't see as many of those slower defaults that we saw from Forza Reload in the main Swiss stage. That's an example of one of them that we've now seen on Ancient, where they've really run the clock. There's, what, 30 seconds on the clock? They're going for a red lurk timing and then a B-site exec. The red lurk gets caught off by the spawn player, Rigon, and then there's 3 on B, so you're going to struggle to break that crossfire apart. But that's a dominating round from BNE, and it allows at least an AK to get recovered for Rigon.
Upgrade weapon of the T side to take into the CT half of things, taking early damage in his mid-campaign now, running into the Molotov and HEs. And no one there to give him anything back. Beyond that smoke, there is nothing at elbow. Wraps towards the A-bomb site have to be considered because the utility is inbound. The AWP from range takes a shot, and he lands a leg onto one man. Synopsy has a lineup perfectly set alongside Rigon, and both players combine to mow through 3. 2v5, no trades available for the Forza side right now. Even Cuspy can't get anything out of that one. Shady's AWP is quick to the trigger on Synopsy, but 4 more picks to go. Bomb out in the open. A little over half HP, but flanks him, man. It's only a matter of time before he goes down.
A really good reaction and read there from BNE. Now, Forza Reload bring basically everyone towards the A-bomb site in A-main perspective. You've got Rigon that's gone down mid, and notice how there's no challenge, no fight from elbow, and he's not hearing any info or any util towards lane. So that tells you it's going to be a set piece either from doors or from A. Let's get players in position quickly. GXX gets that AWP out straight away. And once he starts seeing that util from the back box, they know it's A. And rather than giving respect, allowing a free and open bomb site, both of the donut players are swinging. Synopsy and Rigon just want to fight those A-main individuals head on.
Blackthrow in, another lineup. Nice and easy. TK even involved in that one. Next player up at low HP. USP's being brought out as the bomb carrier. It's back up on the way in as well. Spirit is not long for this world. As Rigon will take him. That is the round done.
Forza Reload have had some slowness and then some aggressiveness. 2 rounds back-to-back with pure acceleration towards A. And this round gets nothing. Something gets finally a single kill, but 7 points of health. He's not going to get any more than that. BNE take the lead back, and this has now gone from a 3-1 scoreline to a 3-4 deficit.
Advantage the Eagles. Forza are put back on the back foot. They're still having fun out there as well on the BNE camp, it seems. And see for how long the good times will last. Forza rifles back in play for round 8.
Well, this is BNE's first third mapper in quite some time in Compass. The 2-0 versus Eyeballers, 2-0 Copenhagen Wolves, 0-2 against Niner, 2-0 versus Eclot. Finally, we get to see what the depth of their map pool is going to look like. And I guess when you're now playing, what, your 17th map on HLTV, when your Instaban is Nuke, when your picks are Ancient and Mirage, you feel as if there are limited sides to the map pool. We don't really know what their train looks like. Haven't seen a lot of their Inferno. Their Dust 2 looks weak, and then Anubis was their debut. At least Ancient we're familiar with, but the more best of 3 series as we see over the next few weeks and the next few tournaments, especially ones that go to deciders, we get a bit more of a gauge on where the strengths lie in their map pool and where the weaknesses are.
Forza Reload. Taking a tactical pause right here in round 8. Hit and miss on its effectiveness over the series. It was 1 good attack in the last map, but 3 wasted in the first. Something straight into the opening kill for the T side, but it's Thatcher that catches that first and tries to extend out towards something, and something turns on the man. Spirit's on 12 points of health. Forza Reload up on the advantage for now.
GXX with that rotation of the AWP, yet to find a frag out here moving into round 8. And scaling into Cave. Synopsy, the in-game leader, searching in from mid. The reaction from B&E has been be very defensive, and then we go into round 8 and we're just on the front foot. We're trying to take lane, trying to take ramp, and they've lost the life for it. A man disadvantage, even with Spirit being low on HP. But it gets so silent. It's been a good 30 seconds or so until we've had a single contact from either squad.
Synopsy finally takes contact, but loses his life in the process. AWP, as Spirit only lands a leg on the GXX extension, and they know now that they're set outside of that elbow position. The smoke down was red, indicating that there's a mid-take, but it's all a ruse. A is the target coming in from main. Utility's now on the way to secure that site. A 2v3 with a lack of HP and kit. Yeah, B&E are backing off. They don't want anything to do with this.
Not keen. I don't even think standing around for exits is worth it. And make sure that AWP stays in play, keep the M4 up, and get a strong buy in the next. And Forza Reload, you'd have to say, have called a good time tactical. Slow the game down and be able to develop a strong game plan there on the default towards lane. And work and punish towards A, and it's a round victory off of the back of it.
Whilst B&E would stand to benefit from an exit frag in these circumstances, with the money being where it is for Forza Reload, that's not going to happen. Keep your distance quite significantly so, especially with GXX on low HP as he is.
You've only got to expect that Forza Reload want to try and prove that they can have a deep run in a more notable tournament. Because we were talking about it earlier, there's been some decent grand finals for them. They had a LAN grand final where they took on Rush B. They had a back-to-back Exhort Series 4 and 5 tournaments. They got into the grand final, knocked out by Monty Gen and Fluffy Gangsters in the final there. Everything else that's had a little bit more repertoire towards it, the back-to-back seasons of ESEA Advanced as an example, got groups, weren't able to make it into the playoffs in the regular season. You just feel that a good win here in the playoffs against a strong B&E side, it would start ending that conversation a bit more in their favour.
Quick up from the T side, Forza trying to pick up the pace, and the flashbangs will catch them blinded, but only so much so. The damage cannot be combated by the CT forces. Flatro taken down on the side. His teammate in the back could not provide the support. Centers being attacked from 2 sides now. Not sure where exactly to look. Takes a fight on something. Blind sprays the Spirit, taking damage towards that Molotov there. Shady finally takes his man towards the back lines, and you're right about that backstab that's coming in from the CT side as well. AWP and GXX, is he going to try and deny? Yes, he will. And custody drops. Rigon is still waiting behind that smoke. A Synopsy will fall. A spray blinded will dish out some damage. There's 2 low HP players right now. GXX's Deagle's pulled out. His AWP lands on Spirit. And Rexy with a counter flank to the flank is left alone in a 1-on-2. Watched by GXX's position. Shot misses, so he's back in with another chance here. He's going for the AWP as well. Would have been heard there by Rigon. He knows exactly where he is. He'll just scope up and wait.
This is all about timing, because Rigon in the back of his mind now knows he's scoped in on the angle. At what point does he back off and go towards ramp rather than continuing out to cave? That's what he's thinking right now.
Rex is going to continue out cave anyway. He sees that bomb. Expecting Rigon to counter the flank. Hidden behind the box. Utility available for Rexy. Rigon's just going to stand and fight. Jump on the man as well at this kind of range. The AWP needs to hit the shot perfect. Swing forward, loses. Rigon holds the round.
Well, there we go. That's one of the more impactful rounds from GXX. Close range, uncomfortable shot. The flick against the AWP is a worldie. That's a 3K to come in, and you feel for Forza Reload. They've cracked a lot here. They've got the open bomb site. They've put pressure onto center. This round should be over, and instead you've got the cave individual doing work. You've got the ramp player trying to make it uncomfortable. And what should have been a 5th from Forza Reload just gets stolen by the Eagles.
Back up on top in the CT side once again, trying to stretch to a best case scenario of an 8-4 half from this position. Broken by Forza Hero 8 getting involved with something. He's got Latro caught with utility in his hand. Kills found to start. That AK's dropped out, still get recovered by the by the T side forces rather. Indeed, Spirit moves up to position to pick it up. Rigon's found Shady elsewhere though in a separate fight. Synopsis moving on towards Cave. Look for a pistol player. Rexy caught in transition. Spirit's gone down in the meantime. Cost me 1 versus 4 now.
And while the sample size might be small, Jay, Spirit has been averaging a 1.84 rating on Ancient, which is ludicrous. Those numbers are completely overinflated. It's obviously just been a good showing in back-to-back series. And it comes back to what I was saying at the start of this map. He was 19-30 in the series. He's 2-8. He's just not providing anything. So that's where other players need to step up, and that's maybe where someone like Rexy, who's caught our eye on Mirage, has to try and be a bit more of a difference maker in these gun rounds to give leverage, because if it goes down 8-4 at the turn, I can't see much hope for Forza Reload in the second half. They've got to try and push for 6-all here.
Well, the guides have been set, there have been markers known to the Forza side, and around 11 will take place with significant considerations of BNE. Rexy, first player up, Spirit right behind him. What an engage against Synopsy. First to fall straight through the smoke.
Out to Donut, though, could get uncomfortable. Down from ramp, it's 2 players aggressing on the challenge. Something falls, but there could be more damage coming in from Rigon.
Smoke's in at the Donut entrance, going to boost that M4 up to take a fight that he wins against Shady, but they're unawares of those red players. They'll back off just in case of HE that may reveal the information. These are backed away. Flatro starts moving in. He's considering his options. Smoke down towards ramp. Now Senna seeing what's going on here. Jump out. M4. Flatro still looking to take a fight. 2 players around the corner. They almost line up for Senna, but his crosshairs placed in between the 2. The bomb plant can be secured as a result. A 3-on-2 for Forza.
Just a slight individual mistake. They both gave 1v1 fights there. Rather than peaking as 2 or both falling back, they get caught in that slight hesitation where there's a bit of a jiggle, there's a swing, and then it just starts collapsing. And Forza Reload didn't look likely that they were going to be able to break this 3v4 disadvantage on the split deep in CT towards B. There's a bit of a search. It could be a last-minute retake. I'd be surprised if it actually comes out, though.
Smoke for the Ninja. Not going to happen with Spirit still sitting on the bomb site. Rigon will be defenseless in that moment. And defenseless he was. Down and out. Forza will get their 5th. Now it's time to equalize.
Forza Reload giving themselves a good chance there, because that's hurt the economy quite a bit for the opposition. See that opening kill again. Good response, though, from BNE. The aggro down ramp, the boost over, but it's this move between Flatro and Senna. Both B players just not getting a single peg.
Even one may have gone a bit of a decent way. GXX Molotov that in pit. Smokes to come down on both those mollies. He peeks ahead of one and finds Spirit. M4 for Rigon moving up next. Does not see where Rexy is. That AWP may be pressured, but Flatro comes in to support him. Man down on the T side, 4-on-3. And look at Synopsy. Once again, they're not going to check these back corners, but Shady can deal with the quick trade. It's still a man advantage here for Bad News Eagles. Bomb plant can be secured. Will it stay that way forever, though? AWP GXX moving up to position. CT is going in for the retake, and they find a fight against Senna, but GXX trades him. Now Shady, tunnel vision towards the man. Smoke came down from the second player, also at Donor. Switch out to the automatic rifle, which GXX swings with, and BNE will have the half at 7-5.
And Forza Reload make the correct call to accelerate A after they lose everything in mid, but in that time, I probably won't be too critical about the lazy clearance. You just need to try and prioritize that bomb going down. You're focusing on quick rotates from Temple, from CT, and out from Donut. You just got to try and get that emphasis on having guns up. BNE have shown a decent level. I still think they're going to be a bit disappointed. There were some competitive loss rounds in that first half, and Forza Reload, with how good they've looked in pistols, they'll look at this and say, win a pistol, depending on how the anti-eco goes down, we can tie it up at 7 apiece, and we can have a game on our hands here.
There's 4 on the trot to start off their CT side of the last map, and ultimately turned into a map victory for them on map Mirage. So perhaps the pistol win may again be the answer to Forza's prayers and their solution to their problem. The set double players in towards Cave. Shady and Something can only get away with that one frag on center. Flatro and Rigon take the trade. Synopsy goes a bit too far extended, so Cuspy can take him and the bomb carrier as well. Flatro also allows his teammate to go down. A 1 versus 3 to take, just like in the last pistol for the Bad News Eagles here. And they get no further than the 1 kill. Forza with a pistol win.
Well, B&E just trying to do a little bit too much in that round. Rather than just prioritizing the bomb going down safely, they plant it open for long. You've got an aggressive long challenge through a smoke without a single teammate. Would have liked to have seen a fade or a double peek to come through there. And here it is again, Synopsy falling. And while it's unlikely the bomb gets denied from just a straight over spam, it's those slight mistakes that cost them big time. That should have been a done deal for B&E.
Quicket and Shady finding center next up. The follow-up round featuring only a couple of upgrades for the Bad News Eagles, not even a true force or half by Something. Getting 2 picks out of the SMG. It's a complete mowdown round for Forza Reload. Most confident anti-eco we've seen from a rifle team. The 7th to their board will even up against Bad News Eagles. Now B&E have got to answer back with a rifle buy of their own. A little bit of extra frag damage on towards Something, trying to get a second kill out of this one as well. The best that Snopsy can do is the kill with the SMG as well for $600. At this stage will go a long way, but doesn't quite happen. 7-all, here come the guns.
I saw some really good T-sides in the official against Eclot to close out the main Swiss stage for B&E. They had a 9-3 half on the T-side of Ancient on their map pick, went into the second half and closed it quickly. And then most recently in the European Pro League Season 23 tournament, winners matchup in a best-of-3 versus Aurora, they had a 10-2 T-side half, closed it quickly in the second. So looking at things at 7-7, a lot of faith in B&E's T-side. But with limitations on the bike, a little for center, lack of nades, importance is going to be here in round 15.
Flatro leads into this lane position. B&E careful not to go too aggressive into fights at this stage. Forza Reload. Chance to seriously run away with this map up, or at least the scoreline for the time being. Remember, no double elimination bracket. This series loss means you're out of the competition. Only 1 spot available in the quarters, and Shady has given up the ghost.
A lovely timing that Flatro wants that fight before the smoke goes down. And it doesn't give much info at all, does it? That red player saw a single individual, didn't see the bomb, didn't see where the mass majority of T-side individuals are. So it's a gamble stack. Double donut, 3rd player towards A. Cuspy can try and smoke, but he is alone on B and doesn't have much hope of winning this round.
It's stall for time with the smoke that comes up from the T-side. But you are right, it's all him, all alone against what is the oncoming onslaught of the execution, or is it? Something going forward, that's caught GXX, they're running back into all the 3-man stack of the A bomb site instead. The M4 for Rexy set with a 2K, not quite the triple. Synopsy has bought a shot, but he needs that backup to come forward from Red, and Rigon loses the fight. Synopsy goes for the bomb, goes back in, at least attempts to fake some sort of rotation, but they're hunkered down on A. Forza Reload with 10 seconds to the round win. And will look in the kill. They have the lead again.
They're not going to have the same info that we do, Jay, but that's a tilter. That is a massive mental shocking round because there's 1 on B and there's a lot of defenders towards A and it's a misread. They try and put pressure on the B site util. They're hoping to force over rotations. What they don't know is that they're running into a massive trap. Double donut with a hard bait. Even the individual that comes out of Brokey wins that first fight against GXX before the donut individuals have even come into play. And Forza Reload. This is just all adding to the potential upset right now.
Bad News Eagles in trouble, perhaps. One upset this would be. I would sympathize that they lost out to 500 in the next round, but Forza Reload B&E are the much more experienced team, and they know it. Shady, Molotov off. Mac 10 of Flatro trying to fight him. Runs into the crossfire, does get Shady at least, but something's responsive is good. Blind shots through the smoke of the Tech 9 does not get the rifle player out on long. Bomb plant looks to get secured as B&E will overwhelm that cave presence and do dink damage onto Customy. This still actually might be on for them.
And GXX is hearing the quick rotation in from Shelf. AWP pushed on the angle. There's a big bait. GXX is tucked in the corner.
Spirit runs into him, but the P250 is premature and Spirit checks that corner in the end. Incendiary's HG's come out and Synopsy's going down. Molotov does not extend towards Senna. Rigon close against the low HP. Custom needs to get on this corner right. However, AK gets nothing out of it, and the Tech 9 is flanked. Custom deals with him. BNE couldn't find the steal. It's 9 for Forza now.
And this is where tilt starts becoming a big factor, where it's not just for one round, but it starts encroaching across the comms, in the defaults. That's back-to-back rounds that B&E should be winning. I know you can look at that, Jay, and say, it's only a lighter investment, it's upgraded pistols. That's a strong-looking post-plant. You've got players in crossfires in cave, into cheetah. You should be winning that. It's 9-7, pressure's building, and Forza Reload filled with an AK in the hands of Spirit, an AK in the hands of Cusme, the AWP out for Shady, that one more gun round, maybe even this gun round here in round 17, and that's the ticket for closer.
BNE need this rifle win, need this round pretty desperately at that. Synopsy moving on towards main to face him. Spirit seen. Second player goes down as well. That's an all-important sequence for the Eagles.
And there's a red extension too, so that's another lurk that's been undetected. Rotates are coming through from spawn. That's going to be heard from the player in red.
Fights Cusme goes down, 2 left. Now 1 player unknown with the information on something. Shady. We assume towards that A bomb site, although his donut presence may catch the bomb carrier. Indeed, GXX drops, and something's turned on Rigon as well. Red presence negated. They've got to fight back against this donut position, though. Smoke involved to block Flatro. Now red being a concerning element for the T side. Oh, no. Forza have got this down from a 2v5 to a 2v2. Synopsy in from mid. May get swung upon. The AWP holding a crack angle. Just baits a shot. The M4 does not look to strike. The player backs off towards the bomb site, but something has got a triple in. And 1 player left of Senna to clutch this one back for the BNE side. He's got the bomb and 20 seconds. B is the end.
Shady should be able to beat him out towards B. This is looking very uncomfortable for Senna. I don't even think he's got a chance of winning this 1v1.
11 seconds to plant the bomb here. Footsteps will be heard. Will he get caught? Yes, he will, but still engages and just misses out the fight by a margin of 10 HP. Forza Reload are tearing up B&E now. That was a 2v5.
Well, if I'm going to be critical in round number 1, I've got to be critical in that round there. What is going on? Why are they not packing? Why are they not grouping? Every one of those fights until it gets to a 2v2 is individual. Rigon has not extended the position towards Red Room. He's not fought back towards Donut for GXX. Flatro's working around a smoke in red for whatever goddamn reason. B&E deserve to lose that best of 3. They have trolled that last gun round.
Perhaps complacency on the part of our favourites. But we are not seeing the Eagles of Anubis. Not the one that was styling on Forza Reload. The one that could just peek up, get a kill because they asked for it. Instead, they are asking for their demise here. 10-7 is the score. Not a single round gained on the T half for the Eagles. This would be the bottle job of bottle jobs. Because again, the Eagles should be winning this matchup. They beat them out on all 3 maps statistically. But a year ago, this core of Forza Reload and the VP Prodigy beat the Eagles in one of their more embarrassing showings to date. It may be about to happen again.
Well, they're trying to insert red, and with a lot more players than what they've done previously, outside of just the single lurk of Rigon. Bombs there, 3 in mass, lurk in shelf, lurk in donut. Info play from the CTs towards A. Could be a 5-on-5 retake. They might give the respect here with the A main individual.
Site has been taken at this stage. Forza losing one of Rexy. Plant to look to get secured. As Senna gets something as well. A 5-on-3 to be established, making it 2-1. And this is far better from the Eagles. You'll wonder where this has been throughout the entire half so far. Streak broken, 8 on the board.
Well, they just get themselves in strong positions where contacts aren't being established. It's good readability as well. If you get all the way in towards Red Room, you've got players out towards CT Spawn. You can tell that it's a contact, or I should say a retake A setup, that they're playing very passive if you've been allowed that much space. So clearance some big box towards A main, get that first kill, and it just starts crumbling. Rotates want to try and get established quickly from Forza Reload, especially because they've taken lane and not ready for Senna at that top shelf position, just cutting. At 10-8, economy is double eco for one, but not double eco for all, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a force buy.
Beyond Forza to make a decision. What do they fancy? What do they want to do? Do they want to play it with aggression? Do they want to play a safer option? For BNE, their focus is about the return of these next couple of rounds, regardless of what Forza Reload brings to the table. And if they do opt to go for the whole hog buy down for Forza Reload, it would give BNE their chance back into the even scoreline and therefore back into the series. A lot to simmer here in these circumstances. Forza are still within touching distance of a huge upset here.
And they've really performed well, and to do that with what is essentially a dead roster, right? You've got a fifth player that's been benched and put on the transfer list. You're awaiting your new player. You're treating this tournament as this is going to be the last time with something, so let's just try and end on a bit of a positive note. Let's get as much out of it as possible, and let's focus on once we get our new player into the roster. Now, one of the conversations that we've had with a lot of these Tier 2 teams with VRS, right, is deeper placements, prize pool, how impactful it is. Let's look at it from the other point of view. BNE is an unorged organization. They're not getting a salary. So whether it's a VRS tournament or not, whether you're even thinking about what the prize money does for points, you've got to be thinking about what the prize money does for some of the individuals. Now, we're talking about a 25k tournament here. First place taken 12.5. You get knocked out today, BNE, you take home $500. What's that? $100 each? Peacemaker might want a little bit of that. Mate, that's nothing. You can't live on that. You've got to be striving for as much as possible if you're not having that financial backing.
I don't know how much sticker money stretches these days, but that might be the only thing keeping them afloat right now.
Well, I know that Rigon was kind of talking about building BNE up as the organization they want to represent. So that tells you they're going to look to try and bring sponsors on and bring a little bit of financial aid there. But you can't rely on that. The tangible evidence is tournaments have prize money, and that's where it can be worked for these sort of teams. And for an unorged squad, which we don't have a huge amount at sort of the middle of the pack, potentially high end of Tier 2, you need to make a statement, and you need to be going deep in these kind of tournaments.
It might not matter on the VRS, that does not mean it matters at all.
And maybe look at it from the playoff invites perspective, looking at the shaky performance that we saw a bit earlier on with Kono being able to take a map off of Cybershock, with BNE not looking in the best of touch, Forza Reload looking extremely uncomfortable on their map pick, but picked it up on Mirage and Ancient. I'm sure a big Passion UA, 500 Aurora, they're probably looking at the majority of games today and thinking, okay, you beauty. This might be a chance for us early in the year to get a title win.
Just before we exit the first quarter of the year at that. Bad news, Eagles. Title win would be important to them at the same period, given their own story arc, but whether they can achieve that. I mean, certainly it's coming under question right now, not only because they could still lose this best of 3, but given how they've performed in this later portion of the matchup, are we confident they can still hold dominion over a team like 500 in the next round?
Well, it's difficult to tell. You talk about players and teams playing up to the level of their opposition. I think B&E would have a bit of an easier time against 500 to keep competitiveness, just because of the way that they play and a bit more individual. But, I mean, don't have a huge amount of time to reset, do you? Game today, game tomorrow. Probably is going to be tough. I think the majority of the squads that are coming out of the main Swiss are going to struggle against the invites, which doesn't normally happen. I'd say in previous Compass tournaments, it's perhaps maybe the favoritism that have got a lot of pressure against them. I think it's the reverse in this time around.
And we're pretty rapid fire here in the playoffs. Today the round of 12, tomorrow the quarters, and the day after that, semi-finals and grand final.
Well, who are you most excited to see out of the invites? For me in particular, I want to see the new Passion UA with Topper and Vem. I know that they've been around for a little while, but I haven't personally casted them since they had S-Chiller in the roster and Fear, so I want to see them in particular.
They're a good pick. I mean, them between them and 500 are the two teams that I'm looking out for the most, because 500 obviously have been on this upward trajectory since the tail end of last year, and now we're sort of like saying, are they back, are they not? Well, they look pretty back at the moment. Let's see whether they can keep that up, of course, throughout the course of the playoffs.
Well, they had a CCT win only a couple of weeks ago, and then they went out in main Swiss to the next CCT tournament, and then went out in the group stage in ECL. So they've had some highs and lows over the last few events.
Maybe another Eclot then, maybe some consistency problems to think about there.
Yeah, maybe.
They hit a low against the bad news Eagles squad, but maybe they could lose. Also reload get their way like they're doing here and now, then maybe they might also be able to hold some contention, although it is still a bit of a big ask against a team like 500. They lost out the firepower in the opening map of this series, and that's, of course, another whole kettle of fish in the quarterfinals. Of course, the winner of this match will take on 500 tomorrow. Speaking of Eclot, they're up next on stream against Chimera to see who's going to face off against Aurora in the quarterfinals, but stick around for that. Starting in approximately half an hour after this map finishes. Bad News Eagles just got up to 9 by dealing with the ecos of Forza Reload. The rifles have come back for the CTs. They took it as a harsh eco. It will stay as such. M4 for 4, SMG for 1. Utility is very limited across their board.
You've got a very heavy B lean to start off the round. Center unfortunately getting the HE in to do a bit of chip damage to himself. Rexy does not see the cross. Now, they know that Rigon has been enjoying these red timings. He's been quite consistent on trying to incorporate as much space as possible in this area of the map.
Shot from GXX lands on something first in mid. Molotov to drive him away from red as Rigon will take that part of the map away. GXX is being pressured by players inbound from this donut position. Now the backline player being read upon by Rexy. He gave away the footsteps, but Rigon still wins that fight. 4 versus 2. The Eagles are back in control. It seems a pretty easy round, it feels like. Their complacency may be gone now. Maybe that tactical pause gave them the word that they needed from their new coach. To just find their form again and find number 10.
Well, you might look at the numbers and say that GXX has had a bit of a quiet series and at times has looked uncomfortable. While he might be down here on Ancient at only 10, he's had 2 massively high impactful rounds. One of them is the triple kill on B that he had with the AWP against the long player and to close that round down. And now we've just seen it here. There's an uncomfortable state where you've got your first kill in red, you're then being pressed. You've got players starting to swing in from elbow. If he goes down, maybe that lurk timing from Rigon is basically nil and void. It gets no impact at all. He's had another very strong round with that AWP, and he's displayed the class that B&E are required.
Indeed he has. And his impact here has led to an eco for the Forza side. Upgrade pistols on that eco, but Bad News Eagles set to take away round number 11 from the opposition to take the lead back once again. With the way that they've been handling themselves in these last few rounds, this feels like the B&E from the start of the series, the one that absolutely decimated on Anubis, giving no breathing room for Forza, giving no trades over to Forza, taking man advantages and taking heads along with them. This will be an advantage for the Eagles. Rexy can only do damage here. The numbers game is too much to handle. Spirit 1 versus 4.
And B&E perhaps just showing off their extra slice of quality late in a best of three. And when it gets to those touch and go high pressure moments that an inexperienced, a young squad just can't handle. You talk about the ages, Spirit's 22, Shady's 22, Cuspy's 20, Something's 21, and Rexy's 20. How many times have they been in a playoff best of three where it goes to round 22 and you've got to make that correct call. You've got to make that correct individual decision. AWP is out for Shady, M4's to follow. And B&E have got the lead of 1 and it's heavy towards elbow.
Forza Reload. Not had a look in since they got that 2 versus 5 round. Feels like B&E have turned themselves up. Finally gained some more cohesion about themselves as Rexy takes down Rigon. The frag goes the way of Forza. They're going to try and throw a spanner into the works because Cuspy's pushed forward as well with backup players as an all. They're assisting the kill with dub 5-on-3, 2-man advantage. And back away from Cheetah.
And they've been dry about it. They haven't used any util. Now, Flashro has not been seen, so this is a good timing for him to try and catch the cave player sleeping.
Backs will be turned, but unfortunately, Flastro's a little bit too slow. Trust me, will not be protecting cave more directly, though they might assume it's safe. No, he checks position now and catches his man. Down to 2 players are the Bad News Eagles. As Forza Reload make light work of round 22, it seems. We're going to be squared up to evens again.
There could be quite a few AKs being picked up from Forza Reload that could be a good helping hand. And GXX waiting for the long challenge, waiting for the shelf individual. A lot of respect being given in this 5v2.
Flash against him, GXX is down. Synopsy not sure where to look in Forza Reload. Get a similarly confident round to add to their tally. And now look for the lead over Bad News Eagles. Will play out all 24 in regulation. Money is bolstered for B&E as well, so they'll be buying into the next round regardless of what happens here. For Forza, this is a huge, huge opportunity still to take the map point, the match point, and maybe even the match win.
Well, look at the AKs. Everyone's got an AK except for Shady on the big green. That's the perfect setup that you could have to try and close this out 13-11. And try and give yourself that just extra bonus of firepower in the weaponry. And don't allow this to go to OT. Don't drag this out. And B&E lost towards a timing on Rigon in that previous round. Losing that elbow individuals kind of collapsed the default. Maybe try and work a timing again. He's been very critical to a lot of the opening attempts towards Red Room, out in elbow. So if he goes down early, it's going to be difficult to recover the round.
B&E. Be careful the faults they look to go here. Forza Reload. We're considering some aggressive moves up in mid. They've got a player over area of Eagles.
He's got for the round. Individual. Watch out. Not people.
Now, clipped full blow and third on the position. B.
It's a love. The in-game lead of every statement catches off the floor round. He was pick. It's sending the tech side. The bomb multi-frag out.
Be on close. Bad News Eagles. Session. Sub towards. Opening on the way. Pissed. Pause. Taking.
Eight players. Or the AWP to
have a lot of
hoping for not really if Forza speaking they're not they have a bomb
no shot that to plant protecting the with at towards the one is for the force slow as peak three more not and down start all that final
big packing they beat some end beaten you can bare minimum
to the system. Look at how it's played. On still back ancient first from old so that they the end.
Huge reload my perspective impact for to in the second you might play out I'm two and in late saw it I'm all 2 rounds impact at the end of
a fight out there. I think towards the take that down after we're going to see if we're going on the line to discuss right now. You might very in the series start a new you bounce more confident. Tell me much win.
Anubius. That's time. But it was even round. We get maps and play. We can win.
Yeah, ask about you never invest with both on H last it's been a good field option than done.
Yeah, exactly. Thought good just too good. I think this cannot they
or like did that there was a like to those I'm thinking Mark drop up so ain't sure would go quality now.
oh on our game and that we plan
It's going to go 500 now over the bad news reload.
Guys, good.
Of the bad moments was as you opportunity for the how was the
that is to low end probably to get in. We are just the series is later. Let's tournament. Maybe a good same strict no side 2020. It's an promising in tournaments in the main. It's a big been together and is not so. I invited to say again and again that that's a statement at all.
On big take a question. They are all we are on more very sure and see who final after that.
3 seconds. Hands low.
YaLLa you.
Play window.
What's going
Play your one expert.
Compass 20 season.
They're both slow. Behind.
Let's go.
Come on, winter playoff. We're now about out of 12. Well, between Eclot on round of already seen.
Still between the two is kind of share the for the team hold the aren't and they don't end of the squad. Another
And look, they did against look, I in this side. Unfortunately, so far a whole truly playoffs
have they been here smashed by ball. I see team with and the pop fashion a series with the fit boys over. I think very weak has been just found opposition household name in a single. You need to game
because taking up and just they've lost 20 players from where they were in February. So that good victory, or that one good top 8 that they had, CC a few that no applies to this level. The idea because one good run, they haven't been here in playoffs where they stand. So now trying obviously better performance. We'll talk about it now because it might be the one way into Chimera. This team is pretty inconsistent.
Look very good and I packed was a real which was up against the kind of slammed out series in the and in the standing in it's a local lobby performance show more than what reason going in a compliment of the first was expect
they can Eclot they actually have the be one for but they did kept comfortably see a little bit from them. This is a history. They've taken outside the wins over.
The problem and it will be understand what to Eclot getting stable on the too big. A lot of the options we've really it's starts the anchor live, isn't it? He needs and can call and take the best of cooler. Your team bounce up to the at the you and you're back and his average has been needs to be top team system.
I mean, well as a whole, team and he's down 5. So they're citing now. The map Veto intrigues me that Mirage frequently by team the Veto worth the does take it all. Go about it.
Well, it's either train back and you're getting. You're right. I see it being as a third that potentially for X as I mean, don't know. They just pick time.
That potential quite a quite do that. Pick Inferno comes in the side. Feels like it's the very end of the series. We're going to go. These old picking
being played, and it gets played. It's not really. This is where it has to position. It's a different. See this game. We're gonna get map one a bit more comfortable. So definitely, so the team in 10.
But again, you given them between the two, any other opponent either side, pretty much the fact that they'll run by both. Play that. Some sort of strength. Alternative Chimera, my as you say, map only 4 times. This is in their back.
Yeah, they've had recently opening game. They got open. Played yesterday. League. They T by use again. Just game the performance in those quarters give them leverage. 0 wins.
As for based on concern of the very and they those do so for the 2 cents mirror on that is at least a try competitive Eclot bottom for 2 are by take to this.
And watch out to infer of chance might bring a level of balance. Canada with that kind of sense to it.
The side still go ahead. Ashes at the fast. And down the first pick of the back for the triple D new bit versus
and new pace away. Not even try and take the hit of the but after now will focusing on bomb down
noise in this position. But his kill will be Miss Chimera the win.
True in core play style of, but it's just lack higher degree. Rest 92 had a the League season tournament where they were able and beat to win that side of that. It's qualified.
To try and avoid options as well. Qualified the Bucharest. That stage. Mikey onto that. You get a down. Dropped.
On 5 and 10 compared majority of is mirror and they keep it to it's in perhaps early and get the score lustrous game. You
They'll be a blue. His kick for the side.
Shine needs to try and get back down his end. Closer to might be out of multi.
Sees heads detected. That's 5 players. Closing and Shine 3 closing through off 2 first.
We're in a 4. Not a huge as a player towards the Liz. It's not. They're not just the utility down. They really get the then pair that P9 and he gets spoiler position. Eclot.
Advance bit and force the round of this yes continue to be able to
the apartment free smoke newbie he'll be give it the end through the
send those for one up Chimera towards the beat or it's a blue up here including that
lurking kill against just again and we Eclot on the side
what is on in that established he folks no activity down here with nothing okay that one because stay in for around it
Eclot 3 and 4 Eclot 3 and from a start the after being finding and thinking you possible.
That could have gone like
yes, we the Fnatic in 2 it's the 3 amount of a play these the lot might not be a TV there's still series gone
start picking the way that's important equally so that you could do more on the
or pressure. I know you
get towards the arrow the 2 pistol also the pistol not good more than a for the on out in terms of we'll take 3 cover no Eclot will make get a bomb side which is where
so make this or
5 right now towards a bomb. They've already shaped so the new big back here for Luck and Vilby's going to take him. It's become an expensive round Eclot at 3 ace for Chimera. Holding to the. It's already out for gonna go.
Doesn't matter. Armor for the winner.
On the headshot. Makes back from blue. Falls down to be seen. Into continue. Blue done. He gets away. Bomb's going to at 2. It's an investment.
It's not round game. Not a move on the team minute mark. Where brackets creations tease. If you just mid round
towards the bedroom, second mid player is not going to be contested. Chimera utility usage. Damage on side. Going to down on towards that. B will not targeted yet.
And me and the take it back. Why? Huge amount of other in the area is in. Yeah, they can drop quickly. It's going to be left.
So, Eclot back. Store for off with the back 10. He takes them and then Chimera and D's over the smoke. Not
Jay in a 3v2 one career in the round. It's fun success. Not give compare half just round
round 6 taste but the way they position themselves as today or from is at a 0 and 5 general team counters
best rated play by me the time rated player shine not possible. That was oh, they win out and completely off.
We got first and this whole head a bit more. They have changed.
Expect 3 credit shape up new maybe he likely
this player against it's there if and he's made can trade get like versus a little over it's moving D side of one Eclot. Third game will close.
But at least mass keep alive. So I don't even think you can see. He's just a individual. It's fact.
I want to step up and competitiveness. Good round. See, created quite a lot around it. Save. There should be a buy. You're focusing back towards stand for it.
Instead of back start on being out one towards McHugh, not so much of a prep is if one is quick instant.
Team K the back for the play. We're going to give lines 10 on the quite line advance. Another ball in blue Aggie double six. The advantage. How long the
second gets a no one.
Together defensive across secondary line. She's at the watching for them to the man but can't and make the Chimera.
Really know that, but the being for new struggling, he's impact visual, but not perhaps is the round of Chimera.
Brown advantage. Going to give Esmond and Mac going to be a and the if there's damage those two.
To say the big Chimera, yeah, it's in long quite frequently for the angle either.
Play with
footsteps onto the third
lines of the do the T still only a one on Mikey full utility to rotate not ready to blue do this against now for the one player slow carriers on the X four here down secured advantage 3 tight up
shot crossing.
No second set. Check the ball. I've in look to about player inside. Mikey goes affected. Players he gets his to get hold on.
Chimera on site on read with a situation. Not field advantage and over and
either.
And success.
Chimera. And other is going to take half bomb side. He get over similar story on the M3 for A. Posted now just even up the
and then he's not advantage. Get a I reckon as yeah.
Why the being loses is now Macken going for just 9 play by each for the way. We'll make sure pick up some of these rifle will be players. The this kill Eclot and find this
Side, but the double leg 3v save there. You haven't in you've been quite tough. You've you're a your complete now.
It could be. That area of that entry advantages at one. Eclot this match. Kill then strike off so could be
playing H 3 months Jay. The second at the frequently Mirage choice so you often see content out the trip on new haven't
these against but Molly in the rock back by I mean on the finders it's there's a lot it's still they'll be on the with new Chimera on
seeing quite hold up with obviously probably one of the new for in boost seats line much of a pretty
manipulating. Now down. We can get the YaLLa. This position small wasn't they were more for back a one Eclot kind of answer was their fate.
Are we in this first? They've for Eclot. The first it was called quite active. Nana and rotation calling. They've ended up takes and given us rising on in. Don't have that one looking of high B. Does map
it 1 second. Hard sides we just even though take away that pick second half the struggles are in PT action. Hear them coming towards behind the first four with the open off the flag. His teammate has been shot. B3 at last in the big slowly blue white. It was mission blue white could Mikey win for
more involved. Don't even and from it. He's player to in the get the resource fragger up more, make before 7-7. We'll just say let's pairing it with B and score
run away off here. It's in decent D side over towards basically the seat push away some balls quite slow
that the toy place
no.
After losing compass.
I really want the final match 500 and that is saying see if they do
get next.
Bring on the boys. 7 now. Boys of now are the pro. Pro on the screen. Chimera. Reduced thing. Add up here. Get towards and build. Beasters back. Fours. How well they play range here.
Notice how they see their 10 and using to pace away. 5 spot at the and he can and P9 the flat all sideline. Things been either long play boiler. They need some force a bit. Just gonna be.
I blue, white. Errors and knock his way to X. Back to keep your. Give me my little like that more and they hit now down sound the 3 was kind of stab back towards me. Before that is it long trying expensive but like reclaim
very different on site hit touching into a will be from spawn a lot of C that the did sort of cut still not enough and as soon as it's back
on ball. On account sneak in my bags kill advance for second it might in 6 points of 2 Zen about the HE quite loud. Eclot.
Where it's they need is attention. We probably
could get 2 the line there, but Mike in why is it here? I think checks it all. Gets the bomb carry. Dive box. Get up here. He damage being that 8 seconds. Still with Fly comes corner and even again.
Well, for a bit of lazy in the straight away for the time to out. It's a good because was there the all close speed. This is still easy that it does.
Up piece. Climb in the space of it is a high new pick. Trying to check for some well doing anything with a step or 2. A little bit of performance.
Wider. Off before nothing here on the big age. Still, the problem is he's had because of
second.
yeah, back at Dali, out towards or second new box to be a Dali.
Eli with an S. That's the pretty heavy. A shot. Flash right. MG and another final left. Mikey's to favor off his that
out there to play.
Press the gender versus is there a Eclot they haven't got a right out of the but it was for
because so more came to utility. He's trying to one standpoint the can praise problem take is that again and here again and rough Chimera up to a close wrap up at least get the first chin.
their own side. Still is weak at the moment. The stack.
New big force have to apply.
He's up. Vil comes up way. Footsteps the carrier on the little T side, but going to be where still to
at least when you threat. I positioning out.
I stand on top. Out of rotation up. 5 seconds back on the way. As long as position still on balls up on set 3 advantage here by okay.
And Phil contact first but pass.
There's no an AK's my on in the back lines. SMG from range here at the balcony. Lean forward. Fun shot. Kill. But players stuff by Vil and the line for very defensive. Still.
Yeah, I feel we have a conversation very frequently in a lot of these tournaments that they play in. Used to be the star player, ended up getting shafted into a lot of the anchor roles because of the new players that came into the organization. This is a monster hold. He is completely blinded and he gets 2 magic kills. You feel like that with the it should happen. I would say
it still wasn't the round for him and for his team. Instead, the P's actually might have better. High eco. Quite get towards rifles. The A Chimera and 5. They've stopped B. We'll look at least.
if I in the 3 Ditto. Maybe on a little bit. Need some upgrade.
Shots on Kevlar. Tag down the Chimera.
They should act.
Also available. Not also down things, but big play now. Flashes, smokes that well. Their guns. Clock remain.
Vision. You say. Ditto in for the next free or able anyway. I do though, and good use uncomfortable first damage to post she an eco victory.
Kept then, and they found that position right. Called in us in right here. Side success.
Just the player. Forzy with the alt dark impressive newbie should be stacked against a. We're not talking. We're talking. Most look at the mate.
Certainly. I hear that be about the top in the world. That's what a found new. It's a full defense play side to force. He can't
has been beat the whole monster time he gets win. Shot could be the
case recover. I think 3 players and this is to especially with the T starts
100 of league. Keep by light here. You've got to try and target that CT economy, get players to drop.
No, it's going to take an armor.
I feel that's what ending. What Neil How's Tech 9. I'd say the point. Look at a pistol. Just being
and get out some significant finding him. Oh, kill no yet. Play the Eclot from the orb. Chimera. But
there's no tournament they have him playing in. However, going on, this is where quality edge will be.
This is a bonus. This is for right. Inject. Right. T down. Efforts. They've done. Set. There's lack. So they don't.
That play WP wins and probably part mid case A banana hill, but Eclot.
Hit with the hand in particular. Away. The ace target.
It's not a flash. It's away. I thought always like a strong position with a you got to against
going means the hate and both of Eclot ready. Shots on. Join the smokes. Perfect. A back player. A second. Aussie needs some support. He's all on the side. A lot of comes down.
Got to make it worth the race.
Bang for this from Kid. Gets the his second. Feeds it. Oh, English.
Oh yeah. Look at how this, but the A silent left hand to right. The trip right now for Chimera is opportunity out.
Entrance from sets hills for Chimera number 2 made a difference if so for but out on split side for Chimera felt
Same towards out of the ready way when in May to Vilby see if down forcing moment
offensive. New there and falling moan through McKee over. This is in no one Chimera.
This player make for him to be nice on your whole be frank. for them in the moments for mate. If any,
that one call happen afterwards. Yes. Round Spain and they'll in match the off again maps him on these next which are overall
position boys we put we've made it of over been a pretty I was nature that they're probably more go into the chat as if yet the times Zender got played and we're looking easy against that's not
quite the board for that and the problem because we've the three this was a losing Mirage because was Chimera with
very I think the draw not be tell him Paul it's a strength he's able to get the tier 2 be compete to be able to single disappointment miss show us that we saw days ago.
I think a second tier make of boys over ain't neck of head to the way
you. She me.
They're both.
A lot few weeks in having a group if you can't get the win to that lot team, like fortunately playing on a days I feel they're playing here today. That was a taken but standing Chimera moving them
got an horrendous tone, got enough before better team before last as well. Missed today. Monty the pack certainly a lot. But on the wall.
Inconsistent things can be and how disappointing performances map have been in the past. I remember that Bad News Eagles series should be the Swiss stage and that to 5 Bad News Eagles. We're just not enough. And then beating as similar and that beat out that they like it's down. You're right. For the two.
Maybe position because that's getting about a towel that we as well. We have 9 drive every between for to come in a good 2-0. Look to try if you try and see playoff.
I disagree with just down right and as if that they're all their competition as you say
team
time we were all oriented teams and as many of the you lose down 5 well this are concerned then tournament here
what the ain't that they can be wanted maybe let's
these four under a map draws on as the pitch line like bomb QC out of the bomb more in from this one to the peak credited with 2v like
you could have blocked it swings in players no way anything that round P2 can opening continue to rounds will come back
right, more. It will Eclot who
great for 7 o'clock in the last 5 wins. Chimera high rate. It's a very with Chimera. A bit of a start puts in if I times in the last exact same. It's a 3.
By having the 3, I believe. Oh no, sorry. It's a US BTC. Just hope it's away. Then more move automatic. To this the thing players have the Eclot
up by I did hold on to a second. Now might be self individual elbow underneath time born. See if there's a generate.
By my it's all cool. I know on book. Got
a ancient good performance side. Not on the target CT maybe park and Ditto red being safe moving around.
Be in the train certainly step up the zone till it the next round or maybe bonus rifle things out to look passive but the the B lane.
This is the for the one side.
Bring forward, double up, straight back, established by that man. Back would not get all the way, but all the 35 because
Blue White's got it. Now they can go.
Mike Blue White will be time for a extended trade to
Frustration. The ace. You've just collapsed. Get just on up. How side I have chance to commit for
time
conversation. Fair clock.
Say the victory not able to require time just as far as the qualify one the fact that he runs become a...
Well, I agree with that completely. Doing been beating, should be beating in the team. I mean, look at who they're getting to. Really high, a good.
Transfer to towards McHugh. The more sent in to Gate, take it. G, get it. Over the Eclot.
Well, not only he was that a against Nubik, still the smoke towards flash for my opinion. Blinded, maybe one, but it's team out for the contact. Trying to Eli kill, but he get traded.
Eli. No. Into the brought in them. Mac. Still convert on to get in enough.
And you probably forces tournament for rank. I mean, this haven't for the issue. They just had the don't have the head all have to for what can help you. Yeah, to relax live to guys how just gonna now what hey, where that's when completely on their play
right now. Highlight the moment.
Check low. Important. Elbow. Blue one. And gun range just come.
Another for them. Flesh by M4 will be trade round bombs. No one Eli's players to low 8. White will be the it's result of that be differentiating. Let's do 2 1 out is those on the defuse kick seconds no just down for as soon as you like you're
gonna have a game Eclot you expect is gonna be key. He's gonna be someone that's gonna be required in moments like he did for one. Doesn't see if there's kind of out to that default. It's a kill. It's the one.
Last kill. They want to this time much faster. Own trade on right here. Right here. Much the with that for finally cracking Chimera fast in control. Defender.
Pace opening too excited. Let's put pressure on his leader. If they round both teams out giving leads back Eclot a bit more to see more on them.
Want to make a side and a buy down not for not able for it also as well. Halsey with the things smoke to done with what is
decent is to try
Sim McHugh 1v5. Now they start
streak round. Last player start. AK have had a timeout right on the now. Was he out in the ramp? Why? He's trying to go back. Ramp from Eclot.
Giving Ed definitive Eritron style there. Now again more a bomb in hand. White's down. Raw. Bomb plump.
Cool to round. So move frequently, not big, a huge amount. Towards out there, part of the round was big. As the B, the E, here is the E bombs towards.
Dave through comes out the blue on in side. Back to the catch. Two players as well. He is fast as the
Eclot, they're being lives having towards him the position.
He's made pick still down. This 3B room out by bomb inside and in back.
Frustrated to the will be another coach because got up there's an amount of nothing being even being economy is the CTs you almost at allow that. There's still a reset, or at least not.
The Chimera started. Continue. Things are, yeah, the high detail. Clear up. As well, execution of corn. Picks up a turn bomb. Secure.
Caught down. Even the not.
The caved block, but they're going to flank position is McHugh still drive to turn as well. The M look that bomb one Zander short picks his far quicker. Just over the
what they have to do that. They just me the rule at that point. Notice how tap and then I might teammate
that and it's amazing for them. How much potential map. Love to take from full back.
Smoke out. That did back in that jungle. Mirror. So get the 5.
Especially because then he does over at the lake. Nice being in again. QC with the kill on Mike. Follow up. Giant Jezzy. New Bickham. A back swing. I've gotten
from which players to watch, but can heavily and just bit gets caught yeah fine
did six and or at the you think that would be two
it's difficult to tell the Eclot more on. I think it's a bit the first few for a bit more.
Trying to
the lack of round Vic. I
think it's my I believe like Jed the head is on this season. Nubik. This round.
Good. For the organization. The Jan. Break it up. Smoke. It'll be fine with it. I feel end. No.
I would control. I'm trying to. But it turn. The side of that team. Chimera on the moment of thing. Julie
live. The boys 13 on TV. Can he class? Can he call out? Bams out room find B essentially from round
involved the blue side up from white. Take it. Get set in. One more on 3-2 of X. Moving up was here on the side post. Backs up player on 4 to tap the.
And just not on the big. He needs coming to me between blue white and put a pistol. Need you be more than they.
For to lead. They're not. Eclot. On details. You're going to get an egg. They're going to.
Out thinking, do you want up the? Do you want for everyone? Does anyone go towards an open? He kits that Vil ramp pop. So you need is play. How many are going to forward? Ancient. If you've tens, you like to try and get elbow into ramp quick, and we will pay.
Arrow. This is on. I saw. That's a cool for their set of the map. Found them quick out of control.
Consider how has been already at the beginning. You then, so probably say been one of the many games in dominate a lot around so around with plenty of down and move side up round with economy look we look theirs
out. Bomb site. Back. Now it's right. Ville giant jet up towards right. But after kill, he's got to come. Shine. 4v
Instance. 1 HP, black kit. Yes, I don't 4v4.
So that might buy for Galil. Strong position here. Look for some really down one. McCusey blows down. Spray. McCusey trays doesn't quite back to get the down on the right.
Does get called, but it's a you're not take gone really onto you can quit. You can put a few up. The kid you're not going to damage.
Placed Q part of the it's in line X in the hand 1 man towards the start getting Eclot coming in.
Oh, timing with the red close coming off. Bomb's gonna.
It's a HP. Red for that bomb, but everything's but it's back to like hate position. He's almost like reload. He gets that. 140.
Extremely a little kind of, you saw being like got off the there right line a few of these threat clutch out of trouble.
About that
when you're running into on any first round, the hate Deagle, the hero, then you fall 3 to
to make still good lead. Quick release, so no offered up. Mirage spread. It's
if was defense against of space.
Was finished trade one, but then Sin escapes the arm. Almost got caught bad, but 3 low flash. Was kept off work kill against. Rotate to try to make in PB, but not present anything at all.
Smoke off. You're going to funnel the down. Zenda. Pick. Not on it. Draw. Never going to happen. That doesn't matter at all. Been out position with rounds. And the two round second half.
Eclot. They'll keep the exhaust. So deal with one gain. Elbow swing coming in. They'll be up by the T. The back.
And they're taking to get indicating the double.
Could there be a 15? YaLLa. Eclot.
It's expectation going in. Do they and they still discipline of this. It's been
walking into fires, give himself now. You see, versus Mike by the player here. Donut, no, fight loss, spray high, egg there down the capital. So what we'll now see forward
and the down the direction. I can't same off the Jules they have and numbers game is still in quite living apart.
Chimera and in Chimera blue Eclot mid information that donut clocked out.
Just so finally rushing out.
SMG Mike he'll be from event top here. What's going on? Blue 2 way towards Joy is going to right here.
He'll be trying as soon as he gets up with his grading.
Not quite there, but it's good. Catch from this team being top.
Definitely competitive. To be honest, off game or them then fit. That is. I know game than that. At least the here and say key we go to which excuse.
Yeah, you could see like right they should dictate to be Eclot or overall this down as a because I saw better Mirage happens to fix a piece any good right to hold down because Eclot into Mirage.
Mentally okay where got the for having still using util, still getting the flash play to set the little play up and then off of it, little see from the towards to the able to we saw it. There is the beast the fight tells that there are
to the carry because talked about this great for on X pull in the case it be a spot break come back compass.
You. Me.
I won't.
What's going
They're both. Whoa! Behind it.
The road to go the 3 down all the one like that from them to the 3 30 the score they've like the
Rangers both of Mirage okay recently more recent Rebel whereas isn't a junior partisan GT's Eclot
down he had a win lock on that activity. Eclot away through pissed fire map. Has picked up the fence of his Chimera. It's like extended kill back alongside player out towards that connected position where YaLLa down his USP trying to from right on the map, defuse a little bit, and just time for Eclot to make position. Take it.
Nice little up there. Aggressive. Try and put own to jump way towards entry to it looks quickly, and it's rotation uncomfortable. If we were takes look then judge.
Only the time just like 5 on opponents. The hand for 5. There are some out, and there's the half, and the early half. 5 on the agent. Try up by.
And now made and like contact up from that point onwards.
Then every single takes him onto similar. This round, Jess.
Now the much more on Mirage is best map on it. The ball has been from him. 8 deaths. BR rate. I think the T some the city be in position damage.
For Kai, respond, equalize the still.
And this Eclot through their run back to take on first round, which is where against Bet on third the playoff.
The divide between one Eclot of all the team.
In particular, just a of Jewel, Hail, and 34.
Quite one. It's Chimera. Mike towards A towards it will be smart. Can they
coming from obviously quarter towards us easily red kill had on the EM the back seat support.
The get caught by the on the shot, so the fight you play trying to dicey at the time. No, he takes that trade, not watch will be the one case he play HP Nubik winning up
coming in lighten to bring getting be that Mac getting some farm and dash themselves get 4-0. Well, then he's had had consistent city side, but takeover.
Eclot. Sonny bragged. Chimera. Their pistol. Follow it. But Ava to gate. Either they out positivity if not get the shot. One or
this team, they're going to be rampant into that. That's just no point being what AK just now we here with to get the extra kill is going to do. Quick base.
Indeed. Palm opening. But deep on the beast. Execution there. Ballsy little that smoke. Oh, the knife kill. Takes the
trying to when you split lapses the only cut the window do a draw back there are shy live to come. That's a but
paces as well. The head
is being what
that that's really they held in that
some for an okay if you
power deal with here saying that top to a on against for Eclot against him. The sniper in also under in full
yeah attempt himself, you know, the smoke got to make it. You just play now round. What hope even not force that window.
The side follows up. You can double in the round. Chimera on the side. The short. The
notice comes in and Vilby. That's the top of the for Mirage. Whether you play semi, even just if able to on a T cuts do move cut it off and how the spot two states.
Now as they want Curated haven't.
I'm a bit worried of blue. Con the start working over work.
One of hands for this department. He's fucking by with the cave of showing with the in Eclot. Try and look fine. Caught off guard. Not quite as that.
There are aspects I feel a lot out of ancient. A lot of movies. Looking at this, a look at the best. Is the bat? So it's just sitting defense.
That and that cut the base. He gets in. Two gold trade out. She's coming. The ace be a Zender. In the end, he's going to catch because he quick swing. Not panic mode. His kill. And that
lack of info plays not ready. Site now. And look at that round. Particular say, well, of the massive. It does. Should be. And trying to. Ready? They're not in the. They're trying to promote the. From the step. Very
off the X6. Why we hard without holes kind of play HL win rate they offer the side. Up just trade sure to be towards the end. Certainly with his end, but all around
fundamental previous iteration as the map about doing not being of a side Mirage bolts and work touching there and what they really like and in but play on mark and from it hasn't stood
the one in the first ancient giving them a that's up and to bow out against such a Eclot. Certainly by the Chimera down from the connect indicate the bomb position. Shot rings out. Vilby not going to be for their first blue. Finally taken. Then the defense shot on the Vilby for and McHugh in a connect. You see this revealing himself now, moving up himself. Number new shines second. Storm is in penalty and is now makers live for happen playing to the no.
This every style play themselves where it seems just stand with 10 move from the too much. I mean, you've set up a ramp players short that is short isn't the contact. This has been all systematic side.
Agree. It's just a series starts one, and so at the end of the for number there, half of possible club considered right. All that was small more that they series around us.
Even over from in the atmosphere. Eclot. Eclot. Much to the double pump. But it's making a go. Though, and it's a gun.
Molotov is involved from site damage, but not like he stayed in in on the next run.
Discipline for crossfire, working some of the times, comfortable clock around. You don't have time when you're a bit of a light in saying anything. They're on being shot. Establish potential. Some and there is the
much money meaningless stage of the half up and lose out.
Wouldn't even mind thing 8 then
well see on board here. Maybe the weapon do sort of actually Zen so that like Guys, is ready in exchange.
I'm at one. I'm at three. The inning tough game. He's got an easy angle. Got the AWP.
Just towards. Sees onto goes block access
Live rotate now.
player though on sides. Was that round? Is smokes down. What's happening? Was B. The jump shot work versus how the tonight down deep in this round of time players not
what was not only of the he started jump ET. It's the detail. This scene, Mickey and sure, Eli, no, lurk, good, realize, they look legitimate, not default. I love answers.
the man around converts upon I know it's difficult come. He said it's going time here. Fantastic. To for on to looking, he's going to get for the most part, but won't with the sniper up against one.
They want to try and get
four, bang in, take up the kill on the part, turn that, but he five. See, so well for D. He's got a
ready and to react. Understand. Stand up on.
Takes one through. So now Molly falls in. Well, danger position. He gives him so long. Might need dive. Things forward. Fused. Of where thing help. Kill in. Okay. Close.
Comes off. To basically. This victim. Chimera staff. Struggle. Not. Look at this. Yeah. For a second.
I don't. I'd like to say error. Pass. So die. It's the number of Chimera. Not let on the seat. Mirror. Have they any chance they become being the game? Get good. Chimera execute. Jungle and C live shine bomb the stairs. CT spawn and D2 whole team blue them DC able to 1 versus 3 to go attain them.
You could see flash. See by the even is being really edge the before back pistol.
Half it dream lead into an overarching lead for Eclot in second. Eclot one. Push in damage for its new big third. He's kicked right up. The scout damage. Zender to steal back in for lock.
You can just Farrow side that plays okay. You've got live, but you know play palette off mid by
outs here so lost the team, lost the chance at the round.
Maybe we can say that Veg
we can say these a lot that they were behind to take into a good happening.
Well, I'd like to this Aurora side. There haven't been end of life. You and he's no longer wondering. Are we serious? I don't.
Tomorrow, Chimera round sit trade fish on the X would pistols and they should be able to get around in the map. Lots of attacking us on a